A click echoes as the streamer goes live. He tells his audience it is time to face the apocalypse once more. Round 3 begins. Chatting with his fans, he searches for high-tier loot and reaches for a supply crate. His avatar grabs a baseball bat, sparking hope. He explains that loud firearms are just a death trap with 0 ammo. A sturdy bat is his ultimate choice for slaying the undead. Suddenly, his eyes pop as a massive $1,001 donation hits. He springs up, screaming his thanks. His chair flips during the chaos, sending him crashing to the floor in agony. A total fail from overhype. Chuckling, he climbs back up and asks the donor if that reaction was worth the cash. User only 1 pops up, questioning his sanity. The viewer points out that his character actually died while he was celebrating. Shock paralyzes him. The game over screen blazes as he offers a clumsy apology, trying to save face for his fans. He scored a weapon and a donation, so it is still a win. He readies his respawn from the latest save point. Only 1 calls him by name, Go Chansu. The lone viewer asks if streaming for a single person is actually fun. Chansu introduces his life via narration, while internally reeling from that soul-crushing question. He confirms his identity as a struggling streamer. He begs only 1 to stop dropping such dark, depressing vibes. Grinning, he claims 1 loyal viewer is enough to keep him going despite the painfully empty chat room. Skepticism fills the text response. Suddenly, only 1 drops a cryptic bomb they have officially chosen, Chansu. Chosen Chansu is confused but tries to thank them. Suddenly, a bizarre electric shock jolts through his body. Panic strikes as he demands to know what happened. He freezes, listening intently until a massive explosion rocks the room. He asks his audience if they heard that blast. Terror grips his eyes as the realization of real danger sinks in. Outside his window, the city is a literal inferno. People scream and flee through the streets in total bloody chaos. He warns his viewer of the nightmare unfolding. Suddenly, his screens die, and his rig refuses to power back on. Shaken, he senses the wrongness of it all. He decides to investigate and creeps out of his apartment building. On the street, a woman sprints past him in pure terror. He reaches out, desperate for any shred of information. She recoils in horror. After a panicked stare, she shrieks and vanishes into the distance, leaving him utterly baffled. Confused by her flight, floating text suddenly appears in the air, mocking his looks and roasting his awkwardness. Frozen like a glitchy NPC, he gapes at the floating chat windows appearing in midair. He stares at the glowing HUD. A live chat is actually stalking him, laughing at his slow brain. The phantom viewers keep trolling his every move. He screams for the text to stop mocking him. He runs a quick test, proving the chat sees everything he does. His hand passes through the window, making him question his grip on reality. The chat trolls his failed attempts to touch it. They mock his lack of awareness. Then a warning flashes. Someone is coming. A distorted barefoot figure emerges from the shadows. He recognizes the horror, but denies it. It cannot be real. Then a rotting zombie stumbles into the light. The chat goes wild over the undead, betting on how fast he will die while typing out rest in peace messages. Reality hits like a freight train. It is a real zombie. The monster lunges, slamming him hard against the cold ground. He kicks wildly at the beast. Finding a gap, he scrambles up and bolts his screams, echoing through the dead street. He sprints for his life with the creature behind him. Chat jokes about them being besties while he hammers the elevator button. He begs the doors to close. Gasping for air, he prepares for the worst as strange fragments shatter in the air. Something snaps. The relentless zombie tears through the elevator gap, its strength defying all logic and nature. Amidst flying debris, the monster's bloodshot eyes lock onto its prey. Chansu turns and charges up the emergency stairs. His screams fuel the chase. While running, he realizes he needs to reach the safety of his apartment to survive. Scrambling toward the 7th floor, the heavy breathing behind him is too close. Shaking this monster seems impossible now. His only chance is to gain some distance. Catching sight of the rooftop door, he makes a desperate break for it. He lunges for the rooftop. He yanks the handle, but his heart stops when the door refuses to budge. He curses, fighting the lock. Chat mocks his struggle, debating whether the main character should push or pull to survive. As the zombie closes and the door gives way, annoying the viewers who wanted to see him get eaten, he collapses onto the roof, safe for a second. He gasps, hoping this high ground will buy him some precious time. He realizes a zombie outbreak started this nightmare. Surviving an apocalypse was way more fun when it was just pixels. The phantom chat window still lingers. He realizes he must kill the beast on the stairs before he can ever go home. He knows a direct hit is game over. Low on melee stats, he desperately needs a real weapon. A chill creeps up his spine. Behind him, a massive, hulking zombie silhouette emerges on the rooftop. Chansu's jaw drops. That's no random monster, it is his landlord. The shock paralyzes him as the beast looms. Reality moves too fast. His foot slips, and suddenly, he is pinned under the landlord's rotting weight. The chat trolls his final moments, but wait near their struggle, a mysterious glowing supply box catches their eye. Trapped in a death grip, Chansu stares into the landlord's gnashing teeth. Foul drool leaks as the monster lunges. Channeling pure survival instinct, Chansu kicks the landlord square in the chest, sending him reeling backward. The beast roars in fury. Chansu snaps back, telling the undead landlord to shut it before shoving him. "You should have lowered the rent," he screams. With one final push, the landlord tumbles into the abyss. Chansu clings to life at the edge, watching his former landlord plummet headfirst toward the asphalt below. The chat goes wild, debating if that bait and switch was intentional. Talk about a legendary stroke of luck. Was it skill or pure fluke? Exhausted and trembling, Chansu collapses onto the cold concrete. No rest for the weary. The rooftop door groans as 3 more zombies burst through. He is completely outnumbered. The viewers are calling it a classic traumatic 3 versus 1 boss fight on the roof. They mock the newbie, but Chansu's hand brushes the glowing chest. He realizes his chance. While the chat speculates, he locks eyes with the crate. It is definitely a supply drop. This is it. The chat finally sees the light. With zero time to waste, he rips open the shimmering chest. Zombies closing in, he pulls out a gleaming baseball bat. The chat erupts. The perfect starter weapon has arrived. The trio of undead charges. Chansu grips the wood, fueled by the chat's mix of hype and doubt. Time to serve these customers. He reminds everyone and himself that his name is Go Chansu. As a true streamer, he locks in. To him, this apocalypse is just high-stakes content for the stream. Mindset savage. He charges head-on, swinging the bat with everything he has against the approaching horde. Is this the Chansu redemption arc? A brutal crack echoes as his first swing connects with a zombie's skull. He grips the bat white-knuckled. But the bravado slips. He panics, screaming at the monsters to stay back. From afar, it is a chaotic mess. He is flailing wildly while the chat laughs, convinced he is about to get cooked. Frustration boils over. Reality isn't matching his pro-gamer moves. Another zombie lunges for his throat. Fighting for his life, Chansu realizes he is about to get hit. It is time to move or die. He dives, tumbling awkwardly and losing his bat. The chat trolls him as he ends up on all fours. His batting skills are trash. He cannot take them all at once. He needs a new plan, and fast. He slams the bat into the ground, shattering something nearby. The zombies hesitate, startled by the sudden noise. He commits. Charging forward with insane momentum, he rams the 3 zombies together into a tangled pile. Chaos ensues. The zombies start tearing into each other's necks, leaving the chat absolutely stunned by the move. Was that calculated? The chat asks. Suddenly, the scene shifts to his quiet, empty apartment. Safe for now, he packs essentials while the viewers praise his clutch escape. That was pure adrenaline. His phone is a brick. He realizes the situation is way grimmer than any game he has ever played. His next move, his parents' place. But with the streets in ruins, finding a car is a nightmare. He grabs his bike keys, preparing for the road. The camera pans over the eerie silence of the city. Chansu weaves through the streets on his scooter. The chat notices something weird in his gear, a secret prep. Downtown is a literal war zone. Anxiety bites as he checks his fuel. It is nearly empty. He needs to move. Speeding down the road, disaster strikes. His wheel locks up, sending him skidding violently across the pavement. He groans, pushing himself up. The chat confirms he is alive, but they saw something. A tongue-like whip. That was not a mechanical fail. A fleshy, skewer-like tongue caused the crash. He is being hunted by something new. A monstrous nightmare emerges from the shadows. The chat identifies it instantly, a deadly hellfrog. Chansu's blood runs cold. It is not just zombies anymore. This predator is on a completely different level. As the chat compares its tongue to a lethal tape measure, the hellfrog strikes, smashing the concrete nearby. Screaming in terror, he scrambles away. Remembering that tape measure tongue, he realizes running straight is a death sentence. He bolts through the shadows, beast on his heels. Crack! The frog's tongue smashes concrete right behind him. Dodging by a hair, his strategy is confirmed. He dives deeper into the labyrinth to force sharp turns. More corners mean a better chance at survival. While evading, he frantically checks his bag for his lighter. His DIY weapon is ready. He'll need it now. Thud. The monster's heavy footsteps shake the very ground. He stuffs a rag into a glass bottle, heart racing. Facing the beast, he dares it to step closer. The chat is losing it, half call him a legend, half say he's dead. Then the monster lunges. Counterattack time. He strikes. Flick. The cloth catches fire, dancing with a lethal orange glow. He flings the Molotov, a streak of fire cutting the dark. Boom. It shatters against the mutant's hide. Flames engulf its chest, but he's not done. One isn't enough. He rips another bottle from his stash. Explosions tear through the creature's face. It's working. He's finally found its Achilles heel fire. This could be the finish. As viewers marvel at his inventory, he realizes this is his final shot. It's all or nothing. To drive this nightmare back, he brandishes his last flame, gambling everything. He mocks the beast standing his ground. A lethal tongue whips past his ear, missing by an inch. Now he charges forward, arm back, ready to unleash the final strike. It is now or never. Explosion. The bomb detonates right in its maw. DI, he screams, as the charred monster finally collapses. The creature's legs twitch in the embers. He stands back, gasping. He really just stared death in the eyes. He's built different. The chat jokes about his protagonist energy as he gazes at the smoldering corpse. Is it over? The viewers doubt it. He stares at the carnage, reflecting on this insane new reality. It's a survival game where everyone dies, yet he feels a twisted thrill. Is he crazy for enjoying this? Real or not, the apocalypse is here. He grips his weapon tight. He refuses to go out like a scrub. No way he's dying today. Suddenly, a blue screen flickers. New skills unlocked: aggro and record accumulation. Skills, he mutters, stunned. The chat is exploding. He's already leveling up. He repeats the words in disbelief. It's official. The world has turned into a game. With a thought, he summons his glowing skill window. Aggro. The more monsters hunt him, the more his power surges. It's a literal buff for being a target. And record accumulation. That turns those temporary gains into permanent god-tier base stats. This is broken. It's a death wish skill, but as a streamer, he lives for the attention anyway. It's a perfect match. He dismisses the UI. The game rules are weird, but he has a much bigger problem to solve. His family. He needs them safe. He glares at his totaled scooter. That damn frog ruined his ride. He'll hoof it. As the sun bleeds across the sky, he reaches his apartment, praying they are still safe. His heart stops. He stares wide-eyed at the wreckage of his home. What the hell happened here? It looks like a giant took a bite out of it. His home is nothing but unrecognizable, twisted rubble. He bursts inside, screaming for his parents. Mom, Dad, I'm home, but only a haunting silence answers his calls. He kicks doors open, frantic. Where is everyone? He stands alone in the ruins of his childhood. Gone. They're all gone. He curses while the chat trolls him, saying they are just monster snacks now. He takes a breath. His parents are meticulous. If they left, they wouldn't just vanish without a trace. There has to be a clue. He scours the room, eyes darting over every wall and every posted memo. Where is it? Frustration boils over as he finds nothing. Did they really leave without a single word? Wait. His room. He bolts toward his sanctuary, hoping for some sign of life left behind for him. Found it. A small note sits on his desk. His parents were evacuated by the 7.5th Division. See you soon, it says. He finishes reading, hands trembling. What does this even mean for them? The military took them. Disbelief washes over him as he stares at that name, the 7.5th Division. 7.5th Division, he whispers. The chat is ruthless, asking if his own father just ditched him. They tease him for tearing up, but he ignores them. He grips the paper. Something isn't adding up. His old man wouldn't just run, leaving his son behind. No, that's not the man he knows. Something's off about this note. Chansu switches gears, treating this chaotic reality like a hardcore survival game. Every game has a pattern. He figures the main quest hinges on one specific hidden element: finding the protagonist. This entire nightmare was likely orchestrated just to lure a lead character out. Patience is key. For now, his only concrete lead is that cryptic 7.5th Division mention. Scouring the pantry, he sighs in relief. Still, some canned tuna left essential fuel for the upcoming grind. Chad is roasting him for looting so calmly while his parents are missing. Man's gotta eat, he retorts. Staying here is a dead end. He hauls the supplies to the table, prepping for the long haul. Thud. A strange sound breaks the silence. The house is zombie-free, so what was that? He grabs a blade. Heart racing, he creeps toward the wrecked living room. A sudden noise makes him tighten his grip. There he bolts toward the front door, certain the intruder is just outside. He flings it wide. A rotted, mangled hand thrusts through the gap. Chansu recoils as the blood-soaked limb claws at him. You really think that'll work? He doesn't hesitate, driving his knife deep into the creature's skull. Crimson sprays as he kicks the corpse back. Door slammed. Lungs burning. Then a new notification, aggro skill. Wait, what? A countdown flickers in his vision. Is this a passive buff or an active trigger? He scans the aggro description. Within 10 minutes, every kill grants a massive, stackable stat multiplier. Hammer time. He grins, itching to test this power. As the sun sets, the world turns dark. Bam, bam. The door rattles violently. A feral zombie lunges in, absolutely livid at the interruption. Crack. Chansu's hammer meets bone. Aggro hits level 2 as brain matter paints the walls. Blood spatters his face, but he doesn't flinch. He yanks the door open again, hungry for more. Aggro level 3. Chansu looks unhinged, screaming for the next victim as he pulverizes another skull. He starts naming his strikes. Pro tip, don't bring fists to a hammer fight. Another head explodes. Level 4. Level 5. The counter keeps climbing, and Chansu is just getting started. Aggro 6. He's a whirlwind of violence. The viewers are losing it, watching his relentless progress. He stands over a mountain of mangled limbs, gasping. Sorry, Mom, Dad. I'll clean this up later. 1 minute left. Aggro 7. He stares at his gore-stained hands. This skill is absolutely broken. Only 7 weak. Then a rattle from the kitchen. The hunt isn't over. Something is still inside. He stalks toward the sound, determined to max out his timer. Chad is joking about the tuna. Where are you hiding, little monster? He enters the kitchen, eyes scanning for more food. His instincts scream. He stops dead, spotting a terrified man shivering under the dining table. Not a monster. A human. Chansu blinks as the scene cuts to the man frantically cooking ingredients. Sizzling pans, chef's vest, high heat. The viewers are baffled. Is this a cooking show now? Chansu sits at the counter, hammer within reach, watching the stranger work. This chef is cracked, Chat says. They can't believe Chansu is actually eating this. The man stammers nervously, calling Chansu big brother. Brother Chansu mulls it over. He's been fighting all day on 0 calories. His stomach is screaming. Screw it. Food is food. But he keeps his guard up. Go Chansu isn't some naive kid. One wrong move and this cook is toast. He grips the counter, eyes locked on the serving tray. Please dig in, the cook pleads. Chat mocks Chansu's edgelord vibe as he stares at the plate. The man explains he's a chef from Mayang Sierra. He was out delivering when the world ended. Zombies cornered him, so he broke in here. Chansu scowls, remembering the trouble this guy caused. It was this terrified chef who led the horde to Chansu's doorstep in the first place. He had begged for mercy, promising a gourmet meal if Chansu didn't throw him to the wolves. Eat and leave, that's the plan. But man, he has to admit the food is actually fire. Chansu needs intel, and the chef has a lead. The local high school, the man suggests nervously. There's an evacuation center there. His coworkers and maybe some real answers might be waiting. It's a goldmine for intel. Plus, the chef knows he'll survive much longer with a powerhouse like Chansu. Chansu pinpoints the school's location. If this is a game, this writer is his first official encounter. A potential guide NPC, Chansu learns his name is Yoon Mingyu and suggests they head toward Munseo. Mingyu eagerly joins the party. Finishing his meal, Chansu stands satisfied with the temporary truce. Time to move, Chansu declares. But first, he needs to know their transport situation. Mingyu admits his delivery bike is gone, wrecked, and abandoned during a frantic escape from the undead. Chansu remembers an old bicycle in his stash. He heads inside to grab his survival gear. Mingyu scouts the perimeter. Chansu grips his gore-stained hammer, noticing the eerie lack of nearby zombies. He gears up with razor-sharp focus. Suddenly, a cold realization strikes his mind. A system alert flashes. Mingyu's blood-curdling scream shatters the air, and Chansu bolts toward the danger. He bursts through the entrance. Outside, a massive, big-headed monstrosity has Mingyu in its clutches. The behemoth hoists him toward its gaping maw. Mingyu's desperate cries for help echo through the street. Chansu freezes. Even the unseen commentators are trolling the monster's absurdly oversized skull. This isn't a normal mob. It's a boss-tier nightmare, far deadlier than any zombie or frog. This beast leveled his home. Can he actually win? The system mocks his hesitation and fear. Just walk away, the system suggests. Chansu knows helping is a suicide mission, yet he hesitates. Cursing his own luck, he charges. He blurs past the threshold, sprinting headlong into the fray. He's on a bike now, pedaling furiously. The screaming stops, replaced by a terrifying silence. Sweat pours down as he eyes the beast. The giant's eyes glow. Chansu's aggro skill just hit level 1. He's the target now. Leading the giant away, Chansu pedals like a madman, while the monster pursues. The creature's speed is insane. Despair sinks in as Chansu fears he'll be crushed within seconds. He spots a crashed delivery bike, Mingyu's ride. Hope flares as the undead begin to swarm. Aggro level 3. The chat goes wild as Chansu dives for the fallen scooter amidst the chaos. Is the key still there? Relief washes over him as the engine hums to life instantly. He guns the throttle, weaving through zombies. The commentators roar with approval at his sheer audacity. But the giant is relentless. Chansu realizes this high-speed nightmare won't end until one of them dies. He needs to break the chase. You picked the wrong guy to hunt, Chansu growls, ripping the throttle. He throws a provocative glance at the roaring titan. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Munseo Elementary. Police are herding civilians inside. The barrier is going up. A distraught man refuses to move. Mingyu isn't back yet. A weary officer sighs. Mingyu is likely dead. Get inside or you're next. The crowd protests, begging for a few more minutes. They can't just leave him out there. An elder pulls the man back. Standing at the gate won't change fate. We have to go. In the distance, a roar. Chansu appears on Mingyu's scooter, dragging a massive shrouded object behind him. The bundle scrapes harshly against the asphalt. Every eye in the crowd turns in stunned silence. He skids to a halt before the gates. The atmosphere turns heavy as everyone stares at the cargo. A coworker recognizes the bike. Chansu just sits there, the engine idling in the quiet air. Framed by the school's flickering lights, the mysterious bundle slides to a final, dramatic stop. What is that thing? Onlookers whisper. It looks like a grim trophy, cold and terrifying. Chansu looks back with an intense gaze. The heavy bundle rests behind his smoking motorcycle tire. He's flaunting a severed monster finger. A bystander realizes the scooter belonged to Mingyu. Where is Mingyu? The man trembles. Chansu's reply is ice cold. He didn't make it. He's dead. Ignoring the man's shock, Chansu cuts through the drama. I'm busy. Who's running this show? An officer starts to explain. Suddenly, a figure in polished shoes approaches the group. The man carries a high-ranking insignia. This isn't just another survivor. This is the boss. Lee Sojun, security transportation head. I'm the one in charge of this sector. Chansu introduces himself. Lee eyes the bundle. Is that the monster that's been terrorizing us? Chansu realizes Lee's already seen the horror. He's relieved he brought the proof while Lee mourns his fallen comrades. Staring in shock, Lee asks the monster's fate. Chansu coldly drops the truth. He hunted it down. The crowd erupts in doubt. How could he? Suddenly, we're back in the moment. Chansu's knuckles white on the handlebars. Facing his invisible audience, Chansu proposes a deadly gamble. He admits that slaying this beast is a suicide mission. The chat roars with laughter, asking for his wager. But Chansu's eyes are dead serious. He's already all in. The stake, his very life. Right then, the big-headed freak roars, obliterating everything in its path. The titan stays on his tail, eyes burning with murderous intent. It lunges a massive claw, reaching for his soul. Chansu drifts the bike, narrowly dodging. He's figured it out. These things only know one gear forward. If I win, you owe me, he screams at the stream. The viewers are torn. Is this kid's life worth the hype? They're betting on his death, but they can't look away. Chansu pins the throttle, the beast hot on his heels. Victory or the grave, he mutters. Finally, the audience feels the hype. This kid's got literal balls of steel. The deal is sealed. Show us, they cry. Suddenly the world slows. His speed hack finally kicks into overdrive. The bike screams with newfound power as he rockets toward the tunnel. The monster can't keep up. It's being dragged. Concrete shatters as the beast is cheese-grated against the bridge. Chansu bails, hitting the asphalt hard, all part of the plan. Don't forget our deal, he gasps. Behind him, the monster is still being towed at terminal velocity. Crack. It slams into the barrier. Brains and blood paint the wall. The threat is officially neutralized. Back to reality, Chansu flashes a smirk. Explanations later, he says. I've only just arrived at the party. There's still work to do. Lee insists on a protocol. They have to check Chansu for the plague first. The survivors won't have it. Let the hunter in, they scream, demanding their new hero get through the gate. Lee gives in, waving Chansu toward the med tent. It's time for the ultimate vibe check. Viewers troll him, saying the monster died of cringe. But he's clean. Chansu officially enters the safe zone. A desperate voice stops him cold. The restaurant owner trembles, asking the question he fears, is Mingyu really gone? Chansu nods the silence, saying everything. He realizes he's talking to the man who gave Mingyu a job. He explains their plan to escape together, a plan ruined the second the monsters tore the world apart. The owner eyes the bike suspiciously. Chansu grabs his hands. I didn't steal it, he promises. I'm carrying his legacy. He remembers the last Mapo Tofu Mingyu ever cooked a taste of a lost world. Chat's calling him an Oscar-level actor. The owner breaks down. Chat is being toxic about Mingyu's ghost, so Chansu cuts the stream and walks away. Time to move, he whispers. He faces the school, building his next battlefield. He crosses a shimmering line. A chime echoes. Tutorial cleared. The real nightmare starts now. The system unlocks his stats, but a chilling message follows. Good luck to the last man standing. Chansu freezes. Everything until now was just a warm-up. The chat is loving it. The real survival game is officially live. Somewhere, a viewer is shaking with excitement. Meanwhile, Chansu is sprinting, kicking doors open, looking for answers. The system crowns him a record breaker. But Chansu doesn't care. He calls out the viewer who knows the truth. Only one. The crowd is lost, but Chansu is fuming. Quit playing games with me, he snarls at the screen. He demands his payment for the big-headed kill. He's talking directly to the one pulling the strings. He knows the bet was logged. Finally, the mysterious, only one, types back into the void. You really want to talk to me, the message asks. Chansu stares them down. You're my only real viewer. Start talking. The regular chat is salty, they weren't included. But only one silences them with a single chilling line. You must have questions, only one teases. Chansu spits back that he was tossed into this hell with zero info. The audience is floored. He survived that chaos with no guide. How, they ask. Chansu calls it streamer instinct. Chat is hyped, wondering if he even knows the grand prize. This isn't just about survival anymore. A message leaks the truth. Win the game and you can rewrite reality itself. Chansu's heart nearly stops. Rewrite. The world, he stammers. Only one confirms it. The ultimate power is waiting at the finish line. Chansu needs the bottom line. Where the hell is he? Only one prepares to drop a massive lore bomb. This is his world twisted into a game by gods. And the kicker, Chansu is the only real player in the lobby. Only one claims they're enjoying the show, naming Chansu as the chosen lead with true sight. He alone sees reality, while everyone else, including Mingyu, has glitched into mindless NPCs. They're just side characters now. The entity reassures him they're basically his old audience members. A chilling warning follows, fail the game and this nightmare world becomes permanent. Chansu trembles. He demands to know who Big Brother is, fearing he's transcending into something godlike himself. Catching his reflection in the darkened classroom, a massive, watchful eye stares back through him. He's being tracked. Only one laughs, mocking the idea of a character questioning their player. Do game avatars ever wonder who's holding the controller? Only one gives one final instruction. The entity admires Chansu's reckless flair, promising that betrayal is off the table for now. Only one wants to see him struggle for entertainment. Chansu jokes that it's a lot of pressure, especially for someone currently unemployed. Suddenly, he remembers his ability and summons the status window. A quest appears: protect the Myun-so police chief tonight, or city security collapses entirely. The stakes hit him hard. The scene cuts to a high school packed with nighttime evacuees. Metal gates screech shut as the perimeter is locked down. Chansu slides past the guards. Eyes follow him. Police and locals are frantically fortifying the school's boundaries against the dark. Volunteers haul crates of supplies, shouting for directions. Anxious crowds pace across the playground area. Radios crackle with orders as officers struggle for control. Chansu counts roughly 150 survivors. Protecting one man in this chaos seems impossible. An officer announces that food is ready. He tells everyone to line up but stops Chansu specifically as he walks past. The cop notes the cafeteria is behind him, while Chansu is heading toward the restricted building. Chansu isn't interested in a meal. Another officer approaches, sensing the tension in the air. When Chansu asks for the chief, the officer's expression shifts into one of pure shock. He demands a meeting, and despite the officer's resistance, Chansu refuses to back down or leave. His gut tells him something incredibly sus is happening inside the main administrative wing. He offers a deal, his help for info. He demands to speak with the security leads. After receiving radio instructions, the officer prepares to grill Chansu on the chief's direct orders. "Are you here to hunt monsters?" the officer asks. Chansu confirms and they admit they're recruiting. But there's a massive problem: the police chief has vanished without a single trace. He never returned from his last patrol. Chansu realizes this mission just got way more complicated. Why the delay in searching? The officer explains, they're stretched thin, protecting the terrified evacuees. With only 30 officers left, they're outnumbered. Chansu demands to inspect the chief's temporary office. He warns the officer to stop playing games and be honest if they want teamwork. Approaching the man, Chansu emphasizes that every second they waste is a second lost. The officer finally caves, realizing that sharing intel is their only shot at a successful rescue. They enter the office marked by a simple sign. Chansu scans the chief's empty workspace. He asks his livestream viewers to spot any hidden clues. A whiteboard sits covered in maps. On the desk, a city map is spread out. Chansu spots a vital piece of information. He focuses on a circled location near the school. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes. The sound jolts him. A voice outside claims to know about his search for the chief. The door swings open, revealing a detective who has already heard legends of Chansu's exploits. The man acknowledges Chansu's monster-slaying reputation and offers a hand. His name is Jean Kiango. Chansu introduces himself, but the handshake becomes a test of strength as Jean grips tightly. The detective possesses insane power. Jean calmly asks if Chansu found anything useful in the room. While viewers spam the chat for a counterattack, Chansu wonders who this terrifying man is. A blood-curdling scream from the courtyard shatters the tension. Chansu and the cops sprint outside. Horrified screams erupt as a woman's body contorts her bones, snapping as she turns into a mindless beast. An infected monster lunges, tearing into an evacuee's neck. Pure chaos explodes as the bloodbath begins. Within the surging crowd, even law enforcement isn't safe. Blood-soaked officers stagger, rising as newly turned undead. Surveying the carnage, Chansu's heart sinks. The infected are already crawling deep inside this massive sea of people. His chat trolls him about being cooked, but Chansu just grips his hammer, cursing this sudden nightmare. Refusing to stay idle, he charges. Nearby cops freeze, terrified of hitting civilians if they open fire. Police scream for room to shoot, while Chansu ruthlessly bashes an attacker away, clearing a path through hell. "Use your clubs, not guns," he roars, demanding the officers switch to batons to avoid a massacre. Since they can't fire, one cop hesitates. Suddenly, Mingyu's old boss, Mr. Jang, leaps in, brandishing a frying pan. A fellow cook begs Mr. Jang to stop, but grief-stricken, he screams that these monsters stole Mingyu's life. Driven by fury, he strikes. Chansu eyes the approaching swarm, tightening his deadly grip. Together, they shatter zombie skulls. The chat wonders why Chansu is only crippling them instead of finishing them. Rather than ending them, Chansu holds back. Mr. Jang wonders if there's a hidden strategy behind his restraint. Mr. Jang prepares to deliver the final blows himself, while officers join in beating the infected down. Brains and blood spray as Chansu continues his brutal work, flanked by Mr. Jang and the police force. They slaughter the undead, but terrified survivors stampede toward the gate, begging for an escape from this trap. Screams rise, the screening failed. Chansu realizes the horrifying truth: the monsters were hiding among them all along. They were disguised as refugees. As the situation spirals into madness, Chansu's frustration boils over. He mutters a dark curse, wondering what complete psycho allowed these walking corpses inside a school building. Reading his chat's theories, he suspects an inside job. Some deranged cop is likely the villain behind this. Venting to his brothers about the mess, he decides his primary objective is tracking down the police chief. He warns the shop owner to watch the cops. When asked why, Chansu coldly refuses to explain himself. He bars the man from coming along. This mission is about honoring Mingyu's memory and ensuring his own survival. As Chansu pushes through the gate, the crowd jeers, accusing him of being a coward running for his life. An officer blocks his path, desperately pleading for Mr. Go Chansu to stay and help keep the peace. Chansu shoves him aside. "Focus on the bloodbath inside instead of wasting my time," he growls. Another cop scoffs in disgust as Chansu vanishes. He quickly heads toward a nearby row of restaurants. Finding a parked delivery scooter, he floors it, telling his viewers he's making a tactical retreat. The police would only slow him down. Eyes on the map, he targets a specific, hidden location. He weaves through rustling branches into the forest, stashing the scooter deep within the thick shadows. Approaching a solitary, glowing container building, he carefully peers through the heavy iron bars of the windows. The interior looks desolate, but the muddy ground outside is covered in a suspicious amount of footprints. He estimates dozens have passed through, but then he pauses, wondering if these tracks belong to beasts instead. While the chat trolls his tracking skills, he ignores them and asks his hyungs why supply boxes stopped. The viewers are baffled, reminding him that he acted like he hated those boxes just minutes ago. Chansu snaps back, insisting he doesn't hate them. "I'm not a kid," he rants, clearly annoyed by their teasing. Chat explains those boxes cost real money, reminding him of the 1 yen trial he already burnt. He freezes. "Wait, this isn't free," he gasps, realizing he is spending actual currency. They tell him to check the bottom. Confused, Chansu taps a glowing money icon. A donation toggle pops up. His eyes widen as he finally realizes how this business actually works. The chat begs him to enable it. He clicks activate and a notification pings someone just sponsored him. 1 yen. The floodgates open. Notifications roll in as viewers start tossing him their spare change. They mock his hesitation, never thinking he'd actually do it. Chansu screams in frustration as they troll him. "You kept this from me," he roars, gripping the container's rusty handle as it creaks open. A notification asks if he's mad. Entering the office, his chat buzzes relentlessly. Chansu plays it cool, laughing off his pathetic screams from earlier, while insisting he's not the type to hold a grudge. The chat roasts him for being salty, but internally his mind is racing. They kicked him out without a single word. Shadows of secrets still linger. Surveying the grim interior of the container, he questions the true purpose of this hellhole. Could the police chief be rotting in here? Suddenly, crash, a snarling zombie lunges through the bars, nearly stopping his heart. He lets out a high-pitched shriek as a level 1 aggro timer ignites. The 10-minute countdown to absolute chaos begins. Gasping for air, he spits out a curse. The realization hits him hard. He is already surrounded by a sea of undead. Those footprints definitely weren't human. As he confirms the tracks, the chat is absolutely losing it over his hilarious panic. Outside, the horde swells as the aggro meter climbs. Chansu bursts out, throwing insults and ready to scrap with the rotters. "Quantity won't save you," he roars. The mob thickens as the aggro value spikes to a lethal level 8. Crack. He pulverizes a skull with one swing, while another face literally disintegrates. Suddenly, a viewer screams a warning. He spins like a whirlwind, dropping the lurker behind him instantly. With aggro hitting 14, his stats are beginning to skyrocket. Buffed to 240%, he declares they picked the wrong guy to mess with before carving a bloody path. He is a blur of violence amidst the horde. Suddenly, a roar. An SUV tears through the zombies, coming in hot. He barely leaps out of the way. Glaring at the driver, he recognizes that psycho cop from the Mount Co elementary school. "Get out and face me," he bellows. But the silhouette behind the glass stays silent. It is him, Jin Kyung-ho. Jin is stunned. How did this weak-looking kid dodge that? He watches from his seat, paralyzed by the sheer carnage. The zombies are getting slaughtered. Jin realizes this guy is a monster in human skin and grits his teeth in frustration. Jin knew it would come to this. He decides to end it now by flattening Chansu into the pavement once and for all. The engine screeches as Jin floors the gas. He has that manic look in his eyes, ready to secure the kill. He is already picturing Chansu's crushed bones. He wants to see him suffer. But then crash metal meets wood. The car slams into a tree, a zombie pinned to the hood. Jin blinks dazed, realizing Chansu has vanished into thin air. Jin's head spins. Where did he go? Suddenly, a fist shatters the side window. Chansu is right there, looking like a demon. "Open up now," Chansu growls. Jin lets out a terrified shriek, unable to comprehend what kind of monster he is facing. Glass shards fly as Chansu lands a heavy blow. Jean spirals into panic, begging for mercy while firing his gun wildly. Bullets fly through the broken glass as Jin desperately tries to back away. Tires screech as he attempts a frantic escape. Jean plows through the undead, leaving Chansu in the dust. As the SUV disappears, Jean checks the mirror, heart pounding. His heart drops. Chansu is still there, sprinting after him. Jean stares at the speedometer in pure, unadulterated horror. He is matching the car's speed. The chat is going wild, noticing that Chansu is officially in demon mode now. Viewers joke that his aggro skill just hit its limit. Jean curses, terrified of the absolute madman gaining on his position. He won't go down easy. The high-speed pursuit leads them straight toward a graveyard of rusted, stacked shipping containers. Jean drifts through the metal maze, but Chansu is a shadow that won't be shaken. Jean Kyung-ho, he bellows. Jean smirks, reaching for a remote. He is not getting out, he is ending this. Farewell, he screams, clicking the button. A container door groans open, spilling out a massive wave of ravenous zombies. The chat realizes it is a trap. He lured him right into the jaws of death. With dozens of zombies closing in, and aggro at 40, Chansu is trapped. Get out of there, the chat warns, fearing he is cooked. Jean watches from a distance, basking in his own genius. Regret is a luxury you do not have, Jean sneers. He speeds away, leaving Chansu to be devoured by the horde. Surrounded by the living dead, Chansu's buff surges to a staggering 500%. He grins. It is time for a massacre. For 2 minutes, it is pure carnage. He drives his hammer through a zombie's maw, shattering the skull instantly. Another swing sends a headless corpse flying. He is a relentless machine of death, wading through a sea of gore. Heads roll as his strikes land with the force of a wrecking ball. He punches through a chest, fueled by adrenaline. The area becomes a graveyard of limbs and blood. Chansu stands amidst the mountain of corpses, gasping for air. But the horde is endless, and his god mode is blinking red. He needs a new plan, and he needs it now. His eyes lock onto Jean's tail lights. The zombies can wait, that backstabbing bastard is now priority number 1. He takes off like a rocket. Jean cruises through the woods blissfully, unaware that death is rapidly gaining on him. As Jean radios in to move, the chief, a chill runs down his spine. That familiar, terrifying presence is right behind him. Lunging through the open door, Chance seizes Jean, demanding the police chief's location. Jean desperately fumbles for his sidearm. Chance shatters Jean's hand, drawing a guttural scream. Per the chat's ruthless advice, he targets that left limb. He pins Jean, twisting those fingers until they pop. You actually thought you'd win, Chance sneers. What the hell are you, Jean? Shrieks in terror. Chance coldly smirks. Me, just your friendly neighborhood streamer. His grin widens. The brothers in his live chat are showering him with toxic affection. Kicking Jean from the driver's seat, Chance takes command. My turn to drive. Now beat it, loser. With Jean out cold, Chance vents about the hassle. Meanwhile, the chat mocks Jean's mangled hand. Eyeing a pair of handcuffs, he watches the viewers bet massive zens that he can't escape while bound. He smirks as the stakes skyrocket while the undead swarm the car's perimeter. Next, you'll want my ankles cuffed, he quips, shackling himself to the steering column. Time to bounce. Chance slams the accelerator as the zombie horde claws at the windows. The SUV plows through rotting flesh. Chance curses his own stupidity for missing Jean's true play. That information window was crystal clear. The police chief was the ultimate VIP he needed to shield. If the chief at Myeonseo Elementary falls tonight, the city's remaining order dies with him. Chasing Jean was a massive detour. Chance pulls a hard U-turn back toward the school. Racing down the dark road, something bizarre catches his eye. Something that shouldn't be there. A tiny white teddy bear trots across the asphalt. Chance nearly jumps out of his skin. What is that thing? He bellows, as the car slams into the plushie, sending it flying. The toy tumbles but stays perfectly intact. The chat explodes with laughter at Chance's panicked reaction. Tell me you guys saw that, Chance stammers. That stuffed animal was literally walking. The bear stands up, dusting itself off. Chance screams again. It's a bizarre, silent showdown. Man and toy stare each other down on this lonely forest road. Neither moves a muscle. Suddenly, the bear bolts into the woods. Hey, it's making a break for it, Chance shouts. Was that some high-level monster? The chat clarifies it's an only bear, a rare, non-hostile creature. These bears guide players to loot. Chance's eyes light up. A supply box is nearby. Jean starts groaning, slowly regaining consciousness. Look who's joining the party, Chance mutters. The chat begs him to follow the bear. Chance grabs his taser, presenting 2 grim options. Should he play nice or knock Jean back into dreamland? He lets the viewers decide. Option 2 wins by a landslide. Ignoring claims of a rigged vote, Chance primes the taser. Jean panics, spitting curses as the blue sparks bridge the gap. Electricity drops him instantly. All right, back to business, Chance says, tracking the bear's tiny footprints into the dark forest. The bear leads him to a pulsing chest. It's his second supply drop marked by a shield. 500 zens, that's steep for a defensive item. Chance hesitates, staring at his balance. Open it already, the chat fumes. They aren't here for a shopping simulation. Cursing his luck, Chance buys the box. The chat waits with bated breath for the reveal. Out pops a red flashlight. Chance's jaw drops. This is the defensive item he paid for. He rants about wasted zens, wondering how a basic torch is supposed to save his life. The chat trolls him, suggesting he look for coins. Sighing, he heads back to the school. He needs that police chief. He also wonders if that restaurant owner survived the chaos. Back at Munseo, elementary panic is rising. How did the zombies breach the secure zone? Officers trade blame, arguing over botched inspections. The tension among the ranks is thick. Quiet Department Chief Lee So-jun arrives, his calm presence cutting through the noise like a knife. He reminds them he oversaw the perimeter. None dare challenge his icy authority. Lee So-jun commands them to stabilize the civilians. Everything is under control. Do your jobs. The officers snap to attention, chalking the whole bloody mess up to a stroke of misfortune. One officer beckons the department chief, pointing at a grim discovery. The chief's gaze sharpens with cold suspicion. Beyond the walls, a frantic officer reports a chilling phone call from Jin Kyung-ho himself. The order, relocate the police chief immediately. Seething, the department head clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance. All because of that brat. Recalling Go Chansu's getaway bike, he realizes he'd sensed the boy's danger early on. That kid was built different. He barks an order, tell Jin Kyung-ho he'll handle the police chief personally. Lurking beneath the staircase, a hidden witness eavesdrops. He hears the department chief and the police chief's names, linked with Jin Kyung-ho in a dark conspiracy. Pure terror strikes as he realizes the gravity of this. He must reach Go Chansu now. Lungs burning, he sprints into the shadows to deliver a desperate warning. Cops spot Jin Kyung-ho's jeep idling. Puzzled by his sudden return, they approach the vehicle with cautious curiosity. Inside a nightmare, the inspector lies bloodied amidst shards of glass. Suddenly, footsteps thunder up toward the rooftop. The man flees upward. He has to tell Chansu. These corrupt cops have lost their minds, and time's running out. He reaches out mid-sprint, but stops dead. There, standing before him, is Go Chansu. He's back. Chansu's calm greeting jolts him. I'm back, he says coolly. Did you find something you shouldn't have? Breathless, the man lunges at Chansu. You knew, he screams. You knew about all of this from the start. Chansu tries to soothe him, but he blurts out the truth. The police chief and Lee So-jun are monsters. They're huddled in the basement with the conspirators. Even the guards are dirty. Chansu's gaze turns lethally sharp. Chansu cracks the basement door, noting the villain's persistence. Inside, the sadistic department chief prepares his next torment. He toys with the bound police chief, whispering about a slow death. The bloodied victim groans for his superior. Weapon-ready, Chansu spots it. The chief's wielding a taser just like Jin Kyung-ho's lethal model. One shock, and it's game over. Suddenly, a viewer tips one zen, demanding an epic dropkick opener. Chansu's eyes ignite. Thanks for the support, he shouts, launching himself like a missile at the stunned chief. His boots collide with the chief's chest, sending him flying. Chansu hits the pavement hard, but the mission continues. A notification pops, one zen received. Through the haze, the dazed department chief stumbles to his feet, absolutely livid. He spits curses, reaching for his sidearm. Chansu is faster. He clamps down on the chief's hand mid-draw. The chief freezes. Smirking, Chansu whispers, confused, I'm just the humanity you threw away a long time ago. He drives a brutal knee into the man's gut. Drop the piece, Chansu roars, wrestling for the weapon. As the chief wheezes, thunderous shots blast into the ceiling. The hammer clicks. The gun is finally empty. Chansu pins him down. Done yet, he asks. Pure terror floods the chief as the revolver's barrel meets his forehead. Chansu pulls back a fist. This one's for Kim Min-gyu, he declares, delivering a bone-crushing strike to his face. A second blow lands vengeance for the tortured police chief. Then the third and final strike follows. Consider it overtime pay. Hearing the chief's agonized groans, Chansu's blood boils at the extent of his injuries. Keys. Give them to me, Chansu barks. The broken department chief wheezes, gasping for breath. Instead, the snake lunges for his taser. But before he can strike, the police chief shocks him first. As the chief screams, Chansu smiles coldly. What a coincidence. I happen to have a taser too. He jolts the man again. Send a message to Jin Kyung-ho. The chat goes wild, demanding a total finish. The excitement peaks. Right on time, Chansu mutters. It's finally time for the final cleanup of this mess. He pockets the sidearm, leaving the man writhing in pain. Revolver in hand, Chansu walks into the light. Beyond the door, Chansu steadies his aim. He waits silent and lethal for his next target to appear. A guard bursts in, shouting about gunshots. Chansu's bullet cuts him off mid-sentence. The man drops instantly. Standing over the body, smoking gun in hand, Chansu spits on the backstabber. A fitting end for a traitor. The chat erupts over that legendary headshot. Sponsors flood Chansu with Zen rewards for his cold-blooded precision. They hail his godly aim. Standing over the corpse, Chansu declares the cleanup officially done. Another cop watches, paralyzed by horror. Chansu spreads his arms wide. What kind of monster kills a fellow officer? With wild eyes, Chansu decides, let's end this. The viewers go absolutely insane as the finale begins. Approaching the remaining dirty cop, Chansu scoffs. Don't bother complaining. You earned every bit of this bullet. Chansu ignores the cop's desperate begging, casually noting he's in a hurry as the man trembles. He toys with the idea of a limb shot before coldly aiming his revolver at the man's chest. Steel meets skin as he presses the barrel to the officer's brow, mocking his pathetic, shivering fear. He recalls their betrayal while mindlessly thanking a sadistic viewer for a twisted donation. With the weapon leveled, the officer collapses into a heap of pure, unadulterated terror. The chat erupts in mockery over the man's wet pants, while Chansu later plays the hero. Gasps ripple through the crowd as the truth unfolds, and Chansu finally emerges from the darkness. He hauls the mangled chief into the light, instantly becoming the center of the crowd's frantic attention. He reveals the kidnappers are dealt with, sending officers charging into the basement in a frenzy. Under the moonlight, Chansu exhales a weary sigh and summons his mysterious status window once more. His eyes glow with data as the system flashes a lethal warning about staying too long. Lingering is a death sentence, yet Chansu finds himself lounging lazily in the station's duty room. Life feels unnervingly easy as the officers shower him with gratitude and endless supplies of food. Viewers troll him about settling down, joking that he's already become the station's local legend. Despite the luxury, unease gnaws at him as he obsessively rereads the system's chilling ultimatum. He grills the chat about the timer's limit, while they drop cryptic, unsettling hints about his fate. Dread settles in as Chansu wonders what nightmare awaits if he stays a second too long. He realizes these viewers aren't his allies, concluding he's entirely on his own in this game. Trusting his gut, Chansu packs his gear and heads for the jeep as the sun dips low. A voice halts him. The chief approaches, stunned that their savior is already planning to vanish. Chansu remains guarded as the chief insists on providing every resource for the road ahead. Bound by a life debt, the chief recalls the dark deal that led to this moment. In the flashback, Chansu sneers at mercy, calling mere banishment a joke for would-be killers. The chief hesitates, unable to stomach the execution of men who were once his own brothers. With a shadow over his face, Chansu offers to be the executioner, leaving the chief paralyzed. The engine roars as Chansu drives like a demon, ignoring the chief's terrified, ear-piercing screams. Bound to the bumper like roadkill, the traitorous officers are dragged behind the speeding vehicle. Chansu ignores the speedometer, and the pleas for mercy focused only on the brutal path ahead. As the horde closes in, a donor cheers while Chansu delivers the traitors to the starving dead. The monsters swarm, tearing the bound men apart in a gory spectacle of pure, unbridled horror. He floors the accelerator, leaving nothing but bloody, frayed ropes trailing in the jeep's wake. Chansu flippantly chalks it up to bad luck before turning back to face the shaken chief. He tells the chief an accident claimed the exiles, his voice devoid of any genuine remorse. Fully swayed, the chief offers his undying gratitude and whatever supplies Chansu needs to survive. Chansu demands his gear be ready, accepting the car as a final tribute before his departure. That night, he stares at a glowing signal baton, his mind racing to find its purpose. He questions the strange item aloud as his viewers watch with silent, expectant anticipation. The chat promises survival, hyping him up as he finally reclines in the driver's seat for rest. Sleep claims him momentarily, but his eyes snap open as a primal instinct screams of danger. An unnatural, bone-chilling frost fills the car, turning the air thick with an ominous, heavy dread. The air conditioner is off, yet the cold is biting. Then he sees a hooded silhouette watching. The system's warning manifests into reality as a skeletal hooded specter looms over him. Viewers go wild at the creepy sight while the entity radiates a soul-crushing lethal malice. Heart-racing Chansu guns the engine, his tires screaming as he flees the spectral nightmare. He barrels through the gates in a panic, desperate to escape the omen's icy reaching grip. Screaming for everyone to move as he floors it, he curses his luck for missing a final farewell. He blasts his chat for the lack of warning while viewers troll him about the spoiler ban. Once the ghost vanishes, he wonders if putting distance between them is the key to escaping its grasp. Suddenly, it blips right next to the jeep, clawing through the window. Chansu is paralyzed with pure dread. The thing can teleport. He floors the gas, heart hammering, refusing to let the nightmare break his spirit. He bellows that horror games are his specialty, yet his fans call him out on his obvious terror. His audience spams him to ditch the ride, claiming the ghost will stop chasing once he is away. The phantom spawns right in his path, making him lose it. He slams the jeep into a pole. Battered and bleeding, Chansu groans. His wrecked ride smokes as the specter glides toward him with eerie calm. Stumbling out, Chansu faces the monster. He unloads his revolver, barking that he is not going down easy. The lead does nothing. Realizing his gun is just a paperweight, he pivots and hauls it away. Panting in a hallway with the spirit on his tail, Chansu gasps while Chat mocks his pathetic end. Between ragged breaths, he hardens his gaze. Then the specter appears at the far end of the corridor. It drifts closer before lunging with a blood-curdling shriek. Chansu does not flinch. He ignites the mysterious baton, revealing his hidden trump card. The ghost recoils, shrieking in absolute agony. As the light sears it, Chansu grins. Those 5 cents were the best investment ever, the creature core glows. Wounded by the divine radiance, the specter falters. Chansu mocks it, daring the thing to try again. He bolts with the baton. A sub sends him zen as funeral money, making Chansu scream in fury. Racing through the alleys, our hero pedals a bike until he wipes out, crashing hard onto the asphalt. The system roasts him for the fail, while a voice screams for Chansu to aim his beam. A hideous shadow beast emerges. Chansu draws his piece and unloads a desperate volley of lead. The phantom reacts as fire ignites in its eyes. Enraged, the beast charges straight at Chansu. Panic sets in, but the monster stops cold. Chansu stares ahead, questioning why it froze. He notices the creature movement pattern and sees its body dissolving at an invisible wall before him. Realization hits. He exhales, concluding that the monster is tethered and cannot cross its territory boundary. Grinning, Chansu aims. Your next step, he growls, will be your absolute last. The monster is obliterated by the shot. Chansu tells it to go back to hell like a noob. The adrenaline fades. Exhausted, he drops his weapon and collapses onto the pavement, gasping for air. He survived by a hair. Suddenly, something catches his eye through the gloom of the dark. A flickering light pulses in the distance on the empty city street. Chansu narrows his eyes. Is it a survivor or a lethal trap? Despite the risk, he decides to check it out. He reloads, hunting the source. He stops tracking the rhythm. It is Morse code gun drawn. He creeps closer until he finally reaches the blinking signal. He bursts out, shouting for them to freeze. His eyes widen as he sees the figure clearly. The name tag reads Young Min Choi. A shaking student in uniform raises his trembling hands. He begs for mercy, mistaking Chansu for a cop. The boy pleads for his life. Chat trolls the kid for being even dumber than Chansu. Gun leveled, Chansu confirms he is alone. He barks for the flashlight. When the kid freezes, Chansu threatens to blast him until he obeys. Chansu snatches the light and demands the backpack. The system roasts his savage, trashy looting style. The terrified boy clings to his rations, crying. Chansu ignores him and checks the bag. It is just basic ramen and cans. The student now robbed looks completely broken and helpless. He asks if he can leave now. Chansu refuses, coldly ordering the kid to strip down. The kid wails as his clothes are snatched. Chansu leaves him totally bare. Confirmed he has no loot. The shamed Minchul begs again for the officer to save him. Chansu watches him silently. How did a weak, uninjured kid make it this far alone? Seeing no gear, Chansu pegs Minchul as a sacrificial pawn, leaving the boy utterly baffled. Chansu signals the shadows to watch for a reaction before suggesting they go their separate ways. He vanishes into the dark. Minchul screams that he already paid for this survival with blood. Sobbing, Minchul confesses he is a coward who let his friends die just to stay alive. The watchers sense his genuine agony, but Chansu remains cold and silent as the grave. Is that the truth? Chansu asks. The trembling boy nods, finally breaking Chansu's resolve. He shocks Minchul by inviting him along, unable to abandon a junior in this nightmare. His sincerity is real, but they soon find a grisly scene. Chansu bellows for his brother. Panic hits as a massive bald freak charges. Minchul bolts, screaming for Chansu to run. Chansu roars at the kid for bringing a monster their way right toward a hell frog. Minchul swerves into a narrow alley, commanding Chansu to follow his lead. Turn right, Minchul yells, outrunning the beast as it smashes through the street behind them. He bellows over his shoulder that a massive construction pit is just ahead. Run the edge, Minchul warns. Chansu realizes this kid has the entire map memorized. They sprint along the razor-thin rim, with a hulking death machine hot on their heels. Minchul remembers every inch. Chansu takes the lead, baiting the monster to the very edge. The beast slips. Infuriated, it lunges at Chansu, dancing right on the brink of disaster. It loses balance and faceplants, plummeting perfectly into the deep shaft, just as planned. Chansu is stunned by the win, but Minchul's eyes are already locked on a new threat. Duck on my signal, Chansu orders. Something massive blurs toward them from the side. Chansu sharpens his focus as the air ripples. Get down now, he roars. A lethal tongue lashes out, impaling the bald brute through the mouth with sickening force. They watch breathless as the two apex predators begin a gruesome fight to the death. The hell frog yanks its prey, but the big-headed beast bites down in a desperate struggle. It is a clash of titans, hell frog versus big head. Chansu calls it a terrifying match. Move while they are busy, Chansu commands. Minchul spots a bike shop for their escape. Kid is a survivor. Chansu realizes Minchul's sharp mind is the only reason he is still breathing. They dash for the shop soon, fleeing the chaos on a single tandem bicycle. This will work, Chansu asks. Minchul grunts that it was the only bike left in one piece. Chansu grumbles about the bike's condition as they head for the safest spot on the map. Mid-ride, Minchul shyly asks if Chansu knows about a mysterious 7.5 division. Chansu flinches. Minchul's friend was taken by them, leaving only a haunting final note. Sounds like military, Chansu mutters, wondering if they hold the truth about his missing father. It would explain the failed rescue. Finally, they reach a fenced-in transportation facility. This rusted complex will be their temporary fortress against the horrors outside. Inside, Chansu's heart stops. A mangled military jeep sits smoking in the middle of the yard. The wreck is fresh. Chansu sighs, realizing that in this world, nothing comes easy. A soldier slumps in the seat. Chansu wonders if he is looking at a fresh corpse or a zombie. An eyelid flutters. He is alive. Chansu checks the pulse and confirms the man is still human. He hauls him out, scowling at the soldier's name tag and lack of proper equipment. No rifle, no working ride. The dazed soldier weakly asks who the hell they are. The man pulls a knife in a panic. Chansu kicks it away, mocking his pathetic defense. Take everything, just let me live, the soldier begs. Chansu calmly picks up the blade. I will decide that, Chansu growls, pressing the knife to the deserter's trembling throat. He accuses the man of abandoning his unit. They are all dead, the soldier screams in terror. Minchul watches Chansu's brutal interrogation with dread, seriously doubting if this trembling mess is even a real soldier. Chansu scoffs at the obvious, before pausing his mind, racing to find a foolproof way to verify the truth. Fist clenching the man's collar, Chansu ignores the desperate thrashing and uses a blade to rip those dog tags free. He cold reads the identification number aloud, leaving the captive soldier completely shell-shocked. Pressing the cold steel and metal tags against the man's skin, Chansu barks an order for him to recite the code. It is a moment of truth. Chansu is dead set on seeing if this guy actually knows his own identity. Buckling under the intense pressure, the soldier stammers, slowly whispering the very first digit. Chansu confirms the start, but his suspicion remains as sharp as ever. He drops one final bombshell question, demanding intel on the elusive 7.5th Division. The man's blank stare proves he is clueless, and Minchul frantically warns that they are sitting ducks out in the open. Ignoring the soldier's pleas, Chansu guns for the building, leaping onto the jeep to clear the perimeter gate. As Minchul panics about leaving him behind, Chansu coldly declares the man is nothing more than dead weight. Minchul begs for mercy, but the wounded soldier's screams about his shattered leg and certain death fall on deaf ears. Chansu's icy gaze whispers sneer that Chansu's cold heart is finally leaking out, abandoning those in need. That is his signature move. Chansu leaps over the barrier as a voice from within calls him heartless. He barks at Minchul to check the manual locks. Power is likely dead, so he needs a hands-on approach. But if Minchul's conscience won't let him leave the wounded guy, he might as well drag him along. Relieved, Minchul rushes to help the soldier within the massive taxi depot. Chansu eyes the gargantuan facility, puzzled by the ghost town vibe. If everyone fled by car, where are all the taxis? Why lock the gates from the inside? Something smells fishy. Clutching a steel pipe, he warns the group to stay alert. Gun raised, he stalks forward. They are walking into the unknown, and they aren't sure if they're actually alone. The lobby is a graveyard of trash and shadows. Minchul whispers about the chilling silence, as Chansu crunches over old flyers. Hiring ads for drivers litter the floor. They find the infirmary where Minchul finally props the soldier onto a cot. Chansu opts to sweep the upper floors. Nervous Minchul asks if he is actually staying on the team for good. Chansu drops a vague, slightly hopeful maybe, before vanishing up the stairwell solo. He debates his ghostly advisors on whether to ditch Minchul. The kid knows these backstreets like the back of his hand. He could survive on vending machine snacks here. Honestly, leaving him behind might be the kindest move. But Minchul is too soft for this world. Abandoning him is basically a death sentence. Chansu's eyes bulge as something unexpected grabs his focus. A distorted voice rasps from behind a door, begging for company. He edges closer and swings it open. It is a radio room buzzing with talk of a shelter. Static-filled broadcasts loop over the dusty equipment. News of a safe haven on Jeju and active trains fills the air. The grid is still alive. He absorbs the intel. The 7.5 Division is routing all survivors to Jeju via the Taejeon rail lines. Evacuation is mandatory. Cheonsu senses a major breakthrough and summons his holographic status window. Adrenaline surges. The system pings a warning. Lingering here is a death trap. Another notification pops up. Their ticket out of this hellscape is the railway network. With a fresh goal locked in, he is hyped. He bolts, already planning the deadly trek to the station. Suddenly, a frantic cry for Minchul echoes out. He kicks the door open, but Minchul is gone. The soldier stammers about a noise coming from the basement. Minchul went to check it out solo. Cheonsu explodes, berating the soldier for letting the kid go alone. And just sitting there. The soldier fumbles for an excuse as Cheonsu spits a curse and bolts. The soldier's pleas for company fade, as Cheonsu tears through an office searching for those damn car keys. A prickle on his neck tells him he is not alone. The lights did not just fail, someone killed the power on purpose. Aggravated, he scans for the hidden keys. His gaze sharpens as he spots something that does not belong. Lungs burning, Cheonsu tears down the hall. He skids to a halt at the sight of the soldier collapsed. What happened? He snaps. The soldier mumbles about tripping, but Cheon-soo is not buying that clumsy act. The man reaches out for a hand. While hoisting him, Cheon-soo fumes about wasting his breath on a false alarm. The soldier stammers an apology about another basement thud. Then a fresh sound makes them both turn to stone. Their eyes glue to the stairs. Rhythmic footsteps begin to ascend from the pitch-black void below. Pure horror hits. A lunatic has a blade to Min-chul's throat. The kid screams for them to just run. It is a trap, but Cheon-soo does not budge, demanding to know why Min-chul is talking nonsense. He draws steel. Let him go, Cheon-soo growls. The psycho just scoffs, savoring Min-chul's name with a twisted, toothy grin. He labels the kid a trespasser who made a fatal mistake. The boss screams that they are all just low-life thieves. Apparently, they invaded while he was swamped with calls. The mystery of the missing keys is finally solved. Fear for Min-chul's life flares, as Cheon-soo lashes out at the soldier for his sheer incompetence. Switching gears, Cheon-soo plays nice. Why the thief label? He pivots instantly, claiming they are just here for a job. He puts on a show begging to join the fleet. Laying the charm on thick, he starts kissing up. He begs for an interview, bragging about his pro driving skills. The desperate, understaffed boss actually pauses to consider. The crazy man decides to hire. Where is your paperwork? He demands. Cheon-soo curses under his breath. He plays dumb, echoing the question to buy time. But the boss is dead serious. No form, no job. No form, no deal, the boss growls. Cheon-soo plays it cool, lying that his paperwork is just back at the office. He whispers to the soldier to snag a form from next door, and the private nods, ready to move. Cheon-soo promises a friend's coming with the goods. Surprised by this hustle, the boss finally lets his guard down. The soldier rushes back triumphantly, waving a sheet. Cheon-soo checks the photo close enough to pass as him. Finally, seeing proof, the boss grins. He scrutinizes the resume, though he still hasn't let go of that lethal blade. Min-chul stays poised. Cheon-soo baits the boss, giving Min-chul the perfect opening to charge like a bull. Cheon-soo yanks away the boss's cane, claiming he's just borrowing it. Then he swings the pole with crushing force. The boss hits the floor hard. Cheon-soo pins him, barking at Min-chul to lock down his upper body. Young-jin tackles the legs and starts frisking. Jackpot. The soldier pulls the taxi keys from the boss's pocket. They bolt toward a bright orange taxi in the lot. But once inside, a cold realization hits Min-chul. He's the designated driver. Cheon-soo insists his busted left foot won't stop him from slamming the gas. Destination, the train station. Cheon-soo hopes the rails are still active as he screams for them to floor it. Nearing the station, Cheon-soo spots a glitch in the world. Survivors scream as a blood-red light bathes the streets. Chaos erupts as everyone runs. Cheon-soo's instincts scream danger just as a massive fleshy spider beast crawls into view. Disbelief turns into gut-wrenching screams. Inside the cab, Cheon-soo looks at Jo Young-jin, placing his life in his hands. The nightmare draws closer. Min-chul's mind spirals into the darkest scenarios as he stares at the encroaching horror. The beast unhinges its jaw, revealing rows of razor fangs. A crawler, Cheon-soo notes while their driver loses his cool. What the hell is that thing? The crawler doesn't wait, lunging after the taxi as they tear across the asphalt. That thing is pure nightmare fuel, Cheon-soo yells, realizing the monster is actually closing the gap, fast. Out of nowhere, the livid boss reappears, screaming bloody murder at the thieves. Cheon-soo ignores him and barks orders. Head for the main building. Faster, Cheon-soo commands. Behind them, the boss wails over his precious orange car. Then the boss sees it, the shadow of death. Both the taxi and the beast charge toward the front gates. Now break through, Cheon-soo roars. The taxi and the monster collide with the gate in a symphony of metal. They burst into the open road, leaving the ruins and the beast in the dust. The soldier glances at Cheon-soo, shaken. Did you use him as a decoy? The soldier stammers. Cheon-soo just shrugs. It was either the boss or them. Cheon-soo admits the guy wasn't all bad. The soldier starts to argue, but the cold logic of survival shuts him up. Hyung saved us all, Min-chul insists. But Cheon-soo isn't listening. His eyes are locked on something shimmering on the road. A neon line glows ahead, marking a point of no return. The taxi skids across the shimmering blue border. Being a system alert flashes, leaving current jurisdiction. But the messages don't stop there. Things are about to get wilder. Now the viewers call the shots. They can set missions and buy special buffs to reward their favorite player. Cheon-soo stares at the floating text, stunned. Min-chul whispers, "Can you really see all those people watching us?" Communication is a gamble according to the logs. Cheon-soo frantically scrolls through the interface, hunting for a hidden edge. Nothing new yet. Wait. A user named Handa Chagwa just dropped a gem donation. Cheon-soo reads their message aloud. They're offering to coach him. Cheon-soo thanks them, energized. Then a heavy thud vibrates through the taxi's floor. He looks back, his heart dropping. That crawler is still on their tail. Step on it. It's gaining, he screams. I'm flooring it, Min-chul shouts back. But even at top speed, the monstrosity is slowly creeping up on them. It's picking up momentum on this straightaway. Cheon-soo grills Min-chul. Tell me you know a shortcut or a sharp turn. Think Minchul, think Chunsu begs. Minchul mutters frantically until his eyes widen. He remembers something. There's a massive hill coming up. Minchul points, but Chunsu's heart sinks. The incline might kill their speed. Aim for the hill or we're dead, Minchul roars. Chunsu nods, knowing it's their only gamble left. The driver swerves toward the slope. Minchul explains that what goes up must come down. A steep drop awaits. Just a bit further, Chunsu smirks. They need that monster close if their plan is going to work. Sudden panic hits. The road doesn't just go down, it ends. Ahead lies a sheer, deadly cliff face. Hyung, the edge, Minchul chokes out. But Chunsu's eyes are cold and focused. Don't you dare lift that foot. The beast is too fast to stop. Chunsu prays for a miracle mission as the chat goes wild watching him drive off the edge. Tons of gems but zero missions. Chunsu's losing it, convinced they're absolutely cooked. Suddenly Handachagwa drops a force validation quest. The objective Chunsu must jump out the window. He has to bait the monster to freeze the car's movement. Chunsu's fuming at this insane demand. He roars at the donor for this death wish. Meanwhile, the crawler's massive face fills the entire view. Hurling a wild insult at Handachagwa, he climbs out. Minchul watches terrified as he dangles outside. Chunsu's ready to bet his life against the beast. He grips the roof, his knuckles turning white. A silent prayer, later the system pings. Mission cleared, his power is officially validated. He did it, but the driver screams as a sharp curve appears. Everyone hold the hell on. The taxi drifts violently, throwing everyone inside. The sudden G-force sends the crawler flying off the asphalt. The beast tumbles into the abyss. Tires screech as the taxi stops inches away from a lethal drop. The drivers trembling, barely believing they survived that near-death plunge. It was a total miracle. Minchul catches his breath, but Chunsu sits paralyzed. Tears are actually welling up in his eyes. He whispers a thanks to Handachagwa. But as they roll out, something feels off about the car. Chunsu thought their signal would draw a crowd. Instead, Seoul Station is like a ghost town. Why is it so dead? They quickly find a spot to ditch the taxi and stay hidden. Zombies are blocking the path. Chunsu steps up to draw aggro so the others can slip inside. Minchul's nervous, but Chunsu grabs his blade. He starts roasting the undead to bait them over. He bolts, shouting for them to chase him. The aggro timer starts ticking as the horde charges. His enhancement stats are skyrocketing. Chunsu realizes the system just gave him a massive artificial boost. This cumulative power is the real deal. He needs to master this skill before things get even worse. He lunges into the fray, slamming into a zombie. With a brutal swing, he begins crushing their skulls. His blade is a crimson blur as he carves through them. Another one lunges, but he's already moving. Standing amidst a mountain of rot, he tells his viewers to relax. He executes the final zombie coldly. He hasn't forgotten his mission. As he catches his breath, the system chat begins praising his growth. But then they start bringing up his old cringy fights. Chunsu groans, totally embarrassed by the call-out. Walking through the ruins, he feels it. His speed and power are on a completely different level now. Still, there's a lot to learn. He needs to maximize the potential of that cumulative enhancement buff. A scream echoes from an alley. A guy is fleeing zombies, desperately shouting for someone named Jung Chang-guk. That's the mayor's name. Chunsu wonders if this guy is actually one of the mayor's lackeys. He asks his viewers for advice. Handachagwa responds immediately, promising to back his play. He decides to save the guy, ignoring the haters in chat. Below, the victim shrieks for his life. Blood sprays as the zombie's head explodes. Shaking, the man looks up. You mentioned Jung Chang-guk. Chunsu's grin is pure ice. The survivor spits out that the mayor left him to die. As they walk, Chunsu confirms the target. The guy explains they headed for the station after the attack. The mayor wanted to handle the revolt personally. But when society crumbled, the man became a monster himself. Chunsu bets the mayor's still kicking. He's likely holed up in the station with heavy security. Ji Yunsu is confused. By guards. Do you mean the other city hall workers? Not exactly. The man clarifies that the mayor's got some shady high-level external mercenaries protecting him. The mayor's got some serious influence. Chunsu realizes this intel is absolute gold for his plan. They reach the entrance, but it's eerily quiet. They can only hope the mayor is actually inside. Someone suggests they move in as a group. Hey you Young Han, let's stick together. Chunsu introduces himself and Yu's face goes pale. He definitely knows that name, Huang Chunsu. They begin the climb up the station steps. Suddenly, Yu stops dead, his face contorted in pure terror. He points to a small girl standing alone on the stairs. Chunsu squints. Is that a kid? Yu opens his mouth to shout, but Chunsu slams a hand over it. Shut up, you idiot. As that gore-stained kid limps closer, Junsu realizes no ordinary child would wander this hellscape solo. One glance reveals a nightmare in human skin. Chat trolls his terrible luck with children while he tightens his grip on his blade. Grinning Junsu asks how lethal this thing is, pleading for a quest. The fans decline, but drop 100 gems instead. The math hits him like a truck. That donation is worth a staggering 100 million won. Paralyzed by the payout, he muffles Yu's mouth. Noticing the boy's baffled expression, Junsu cautiously loosens his hold. He hisses a warning that thing isn't human. Suddenly, the girl in the shadows twitches, sensing a sound. She snaps into motion, charging at them with unnatural speed. Yu whimpers, terrified that they're already as good as dead. Pure panic takes over. Yu bolts, screaming about retreating, leaving Junsu to curse the coward's name. Yu scrambles away, but fate is cruel. He trips near the platform's edge, falling right at a monster's rotting feet. Yu gazes up in horror as a second monstrosity towers over him, showcasing the same twisted demonic features. Razor-sharp fangs glisten. Yu's scream echoes down the stairwell, prompting Junsu to curse the boy's reckless stupidity. Chat IDs, the threat a silent girl that hunts by ear. New noises overhead signal even more danger closing in. As the beast prowls past, a system prompt flashes. A viewer just triggered a high-stakes, forced mission. The goal remained dead silent until the predator leaves. The prize for surviving this tension, a 1-minute skill that deafens foes on touch. Junsu is stunned, but internally rails against the insane risks. Teeth gnash inches away. Junsu holds his breath, every muscle tensed as the monster's presence brushes against him. Did she see him? Chat erupts in theories while Junsu panics, wondering if his cover was actually blown. He remains motionless as a statue until she passes. Finally, the system pings mission accomplished. Claiming his prize, Junsu exhales, but the relief vanishes when he spots Yu's mangled, bloody remains. Ugly way to go, he mutters. Ignoring the chat's demands to keep moving, he kneels beside the corpse. Looting the wallet, he finds a city hall card, a potential golden ticket for his future survival. He snags the card just as a blood-curdling shriek erupts. Behind him, Yu's body begins to twist and reanimate. He curses, one bite is all it takes to turn. He watches in disgust as the new zombie twitches violently. This just got way more complicated. Steel-faced, he pushes deeper into the dark, eerie subway station. He prays for a breather, hoping no more horrors crawl out of the vents. It should be quiet, hopefully. Passing derelict shops, he searches for signs of life. Suddenly, a familiar, agonizing scream shatters the silence. He recognizes that voice, someone's shouting for Min Chul. Nearby, a silent girl sprints toward the restrooms. Desperate shouts echo from within. Junsu stops to analyze the scene before telling his stream he's flanking. Why risk his neck for zero profit? But then a fresh system notification pops up to change his mind. A viewer is offering a fat reward. The mission: extract young Min Chul from that death trap immediately. Bring Ju Young-jin out for 20 gems. Junsu freezes, his eyes gleaming at the massive payout. Why this specific rescue? He ducks into a burger joint to regroup as chat starts joking about a mukbang. Can't grind on an empty stomach, he snaps. He signals the stream to pay attention to his next move. He lines up noisy gadgets with a manic grin. This is his suicide watch. Play and chat knows his crazy side is back. Low growls vibrate from the men's room. Min Chul and a soldier are trapped atop stalls while two monsters claw at the wood. We're trapped, Min Chul screams. Their despair turns to shock as a figure suddenly appears at the door. Junsu stands there, stopwatch in hand, smirking. Everything is going according to plan. He clicks the timer. A shrill alarm pierces the air. The monsters snap their heads toward the noise and charge him instantly. He bolts, baiting the beasts with the ringing clock. With a flick of his wrist, he hurls it down the hall. The predators scramble after the echo, completely bamboozled. He isn't done yet. The show must go on. They vanish into the gloom, chasing the bouncing noise. Junsu watches his distraction work like a charm. With the coast clear, Min Chul tells Ju Young-jin to move. They've been granted a miracle escape. I thought you were toast. Chad asks why he didn't use his new skill. Junsu's logic is simple. Touching those things is a death sentence. Physical contact is way too risky for his taste. One slip-up means getting shredded. Ju Young-jin, bleeding out, points to his broken crutches and looks at Junsu. Chonsu nods, recruiting Min Chul, with a sharp warning to stay dead silent. Suddenly, a digital chime echoes, mission accomplished. Loot secured. But as they navigate the desolate station, a sickening groan from Ju Young-jin pierces the eerie silence. What's the deal? Min Chul hauls the soldier forward while Cheon-su barks out Young-jin's name, sensing danger. Something sus. Suspecting a hidden bite, Cheon-su lunges, yanking the soldier upward by his collar. Young-jin's face contorts, baring jagged teeth and hollow blackened eyes. The transformation has begun. Min Chul pales. Watching the soldier's steady gait, Cheon-su realizes the broken leg was a complete lie. Cheon-su corners him, demanding the truth. Young-jin stammers, confessing that something inside him feels horribly wrong. Visualizing a mindless monster, Cheon-su realizes they're cooked. He curses their rotten luck under his breath. All that effort for a lost cause. Frustrated, Cheon-su snatches Min Chul, dragging him back from the ticking time bomb. Abandoned Young-jin whispers a final apology. Min Chul wails for his Hyung as they bolt for their lives. He's gone, Cheon-su snaps, forcing a retreat. Staying in this death trap without supplies is pure suicide. Waiting for the mayor is an option, but this zone is way too hot for a camping trip. Overriding Minchul's pleas, Cheon-soo heads for the exit. Behind them, the shambling soldier lets out a hollow cry. Cheon-soo whips around his breath, hitching. Whatever he spots sends a jolt of pure terror through him. Young Jin is fading fast. Then Cheon-soo glares at the departure screen. A train arrives in just 2 minutes. 1 minute left on the clock. Cheon-soo watches the soldier surrender to the darkness, his time finally up. Etching that name into his memory, Cheon-soo vows not to forget. In this twisted game, he's the main character. If he clears this nightmare, he'll find a way to honor Ju's sacrifice. They hit the outdoor platform breathless. "I'm not dying today," Cheon-soo growls. He warns that the incoming train will drag a literal monster horde. "Get ready," Minchul trembles as the station speakers crackle to life with a haunting chime. A voice echoes the train is passing through without stopping. "Wait, someone's still alive in the booth," Minchul gasps. "It's coming," Minchul yells. Cheon-soo spots a freight cart and commands his partner to dive inside now. A blur of steel thunders by ignoring the platform. Behind it, a sea of monsters follows like a tidal wave. Watching from their hideout, Cheon-soo knows that deafening roar just rang the dinner bell for every beast nearby. That train was just bait. Moments later, the Mugunghwa Ho begins its slow crawl into the station. The chat goes wild, using a KTX as a distraction for the real Transport Galaxy brainplay. "Is this the mayor's private ride?" Cheon-soo orders Minchul to stay low, sparking a wave of abandonment anxiety. "I'm coming back for you," Cheon-soo sprints toward the engine, sliding to a halt beside the idling locomotive. Scouring for an entrance, a uniformed conductor swings the window open, venting her frustration with a string of curses. She vents about the MIA mayor, oblivious to the chaos. Suddenly, Cheon-soo's eyes lock on her face. He knows her. The realization hits hard. This is the legendary conductor he read about in those viral news articles. Jang So-yoon, the martial arts prodigy who took down a gang of thieves. Now she's their only ticket out. Seo-yoon scowls, convinced her superiors pulled a sick prank by promising safety in this monster-infested hellscape. She's way more savage in person than those sweet TV interviews suggested. "We're getting on that train, period." With Minchul's help, Cheon-soo bets they can convince her to cooperate. Strategic move, Minchul peeks from the cart, sizing up their lone target for an ambush. Minchul chooses violence. Cheon-soo scrambles onto the tracks, screaming internally at his partner's absolute lack of chill. Jang spots them, but Minchul is already charging with a pipe. "Wait, we're friendly, Cheon," Soo shouts desperately. The chat's dying. Minchul's bravery is legendary. Jang just shrugs, asking if they're here to hijack her ride. She's got her own secrets. Approaching, she thrusts an object toward Cheon-soo, demanding he check it immediately. Glancing at the ID, Jang spots the name Yu Young-han. She notes that Cheon-soo definitely isn't him. "You don't look like government staff." Cheon-soo hedges, hinting at a grim fate for the original owner. As the chat smells a scheme, Cheon-soo drops the bombshell. "The mayor is dead. We're all that's left." Jang freezes. Cheon-soo lays it out. The monsters tore the mayor apart. It's just them against the world now. "Great, it's complicated," she sighs. Meanwhile, a terrifying roar echoes from the darkness. Realizing time's up, Jung panics. Cheon-soo barks at them to get on before the monsters swarm. She argues about meeting the mayor, but Cheon-soo snaps that he's the only one with the vital intel. With the mayor dead, he offers a deal to the elites. Jang's mind races as she weighs the risky move. Sweat beads on her brow. She tosses her cigarette and finally locks in her decision. Jang caves, ushering them aboard. She gambles that these guys are her golden ticket into the high-security shelter. Clinging to the rail, Cheon-soo ensures Minchul isn't left behind. Jang pauses, eyeing the kid with suspicion. The boy definitely isn't City Hall material. She scoffs, asking if they're really supposed to abandon some random student. She lets Minchul on but demands his pipe first. No weapons allowed. Suddenly, the train lurches into motion. As the engine roars, Minchul grips the side, a wave of relief washing over him. They're finally out. On the platform, the monstrous Jo Young-jin stumbles toward the retreating steel carriage. He's completely gone now. Despite the infection devouring his soul, he desperately believes he'll make it as he sprints toward survival. A horde of suited zombies, including the mayor himself, swarm the stairs. Cheon-soo's jaw drops in pure horror. Recognizing the mayor among the undead, he screams Jong Chang-guk's name. The mayor frantically bellows for a halt. He and another survivor race down the platform, desperate lungs, screaming for the train to wait for them. The conductor hears the muffled cries and frowns. Outside, the men plead for their lives, begging for entry. She's stunned to see the dead mayor alive, but Cheon-soo warns her there's no turning back now. He orders her to floor it, pointing at the looming shadows. The train's noise is like a dinner bell. The beasts are hunting the noise. If they don't accelerate, they're all dead meat. Stopping now means a death sentence for everyone. He barks at the conductor to get back to the cockpit. Shaking, she complies. The heavy door slams shut, sealing the mayor's fate as the train leaves him behind. The mayor screams for a password, lost in panic. Suddenly, an undead soldier is tackling his last remaining guard. His final cry is cut short as the horde descends. Chonsu watches frozen as the platform turns into a bloodbath. Speeding into the night, Chonsu whispers to the invisible Hyungnam, questioning if that sacrifice was worth it. While the internet trolls and mourners clash online, the crew decides to head back inside. Cheonsu nods silently. The conductor glares, threatening to eject them right now if they don't start talking. No more games. Cheonsu doubles down. The mayor is ancient history. There's literally nothing else she needs to know. She fumes, asking if he takes her for a fool. He calmly counters that he gained nothing by targeting him. A soldier-like passenger watches in confusion. The conductor erupts, grabbing Cheonsu and shaking him violently. She calls him a shameless fraud. As he calmly drops his real name, she realizes he faked his credentials. She demands the truth about the ID's real owner. Cheonsu just shrugs, claiming he's just another regular passenger. He smirks, noting he never technically said the card was his. She blows up, screaming about kicking them off. Cheonsu quickly explains the lie was necessary. In this hellscape boarding, that train was their only hope. He claims the mayor was the one who ditched the owner first. He tried to help but failed. He swears he's being honest now. Sacrificing the mayor wasn't personal, it was just the math of survival. He argues they all made a choice to survive. She snaps back, saying his excuses don't erase his deception. She shoves him, calling him a freeloading liar. Then she remembers a specific line he quoted from her old interview. When she questions him, Chonsu reminds her even stowaways usually have a desperate story to tell. Comparing their plight to those tragic cases, she freezes. How the hell does he even know her name? It hits her he actually saw that cringy low-budget interview. Mortified, she begins to panic inside. Baffled by her reaction, Chonsu admits he saw it. He even recites her most dramatic, sentimental line. She shrieks in pure embarrassment, begging him to shut up. That video barely had any views after all. Why him? The narrator notes that Good News was a wholesome yet totally ignored indie publication. Cheonsu realizes she's a pushover. Blushing, she wonders if a guy who watches her work can really be evil. Or maybe he's just a bored, jobless dude. Regardless, she sighs, knowing they're stuck as reluctant partners now. She suggests a truce in the cockpit. Finally, she confirms they're full steam ahead toward the city of Daejeon. Cheonsu grills her on the shadowy 7.5 division, venting about their twisted, cryptic demands. Agreeing it smells like a setup, she admits this mysterious unit has never even crossed her radar. With only static-filled radio calls to the commander as proof, she suddenly calls out his lack of manners. Realizing she is 27, 2 years his senior, he begrudgingly vows to keep his speech respectful. She nods in agreement while Chonsu fixates on why this shady division is so obsessed with the mayor. With military authority crumbling, she explains the mayor is their only hope for restoring some semblance of order. That is the extent of her knowledge. Chonsu muses that the high-ups might be hiding some serious muscle. Eyeing the loyal citizens, he swears to pay back the train crew, though the conductor just scoffs skeptically. She clearly doubts his sincerity. Suddenly, Min-chul's frantic shout snaps Chonsu's attention toward the glass. A chill runs down his spine. Outside, a blood-soaked, silent girl haunts the dark window. She's clinging to the speeding train like a ghost. As panic rises, Chonsu muzzles the conductor. Paralyzed beside Min-chul, Chonsu's mind races as he locks eyes with the approaching nightmare. The beast seems lost in the empty cars, and hasn't smelled them yet. Should he strike first? Up close, the girl is a fanged monstrosity dripping gore. Inside the cabin, the trio's blood runs cold. The nightmare is inches away. A system prompt suddenly flashes: slay the silent girl. 5 minutes to kill her for a vision-stealing skill. He curses his luck with these suicide missions. He warns his sponsors, this is a death trap, but the chat just trolls him. He sighs heavily. Bracing for impact, a new sponsor named Honda Chagwa drops a 1-hour hit list on the same target. The prize is a voice amplification skill. Chat immediately roasts the sponsor for being a total cheapskate. They clown the broke sponsor, while others warn that the reward isn't worth the risk to his life. The two sponsors start a petty digital war over their conflicting missions and their bank accounts. Of all times, to beef Chonsu groans, feeling the weight of this exhausting situation. This is the ultimate trial. Fueled by pure frustration, he decides it's time to finally get his hands dirty. He grips the lever and swings the door wide, leaving Min-chul and the conductor gasping in horror. Standing on the edge of death, he faces the girl, while the live chat calls him a dead man. The train's roar is his best cover. He quickly pulls up his skill interface to turn the tide. He preps a deafening touch skill to silence her world. Stealing his nerves, his gaze turns to steel. A silent tap on her shoulder. The beast screeches, lunging as he executes a desperate, calculated dive. Jaws dripping with rot, she snaps at him. He maneuvers around the edge, baiting her toward the void. With a cold smirk, he signals her wrong turn and prepares the final counter over the railing. Did she drop? No. The monster is white-knuckling the metal, her body grinding against the gravel below. Pure terror hits as her monstrous strength pulls him down, her legs sparking against the steel tracks. Exploiting her deafness, he ruthlessly stomps her skull, screaming for this nightmare to just go away. The irony is sharp, she can't hear his pleas. Her claws remain locked onto his shoe like a vice. He buries his blade into her flesh, splashing crimson everywhere, before finally kicking her mangled hand free. Her broken form tumbles into the dark, rolling violently, as the train hurtles into the distance. Panting and drenched in blood, Cheon-soo lets out a primal roar, his eyes twitching from the rush. He hits his knees, clutching his head as the system pings, mission accomplished. The rewards flow in. I really touched that thing, he shudders just as a second notification pops up. I actually did it, he bellows. Both missions cleared in under 5 minutes, double the rewards. Min-chul rushes over, worried by the frantic screaming. Cheon-soo feels his face flush with shame. They definitely heard his shrieks. The conductor watches him, admitting he's far tougher than he looks. Confused, he asks for clarification. She never expected him to charge a literal monster head-on. A playful smile touches her lips. She also didn't expect him to scream like a terrified child. Cheon-soo groans in defeat on the floor, while the conductor swiftly pivots to more pressing matters. She reveals the latest update. A fresh radio transmission just came in from the 7.5th Division. Apparently they caught his screams and are checking in. If they stay on this track, they'll hit a checkpoint. It's a mandatory quarantine screening for contamination before they're allowed anywhere near Taejon. Mortified that his panic went public, Cheon-soo shifts gears. Did they mention anything about the mayor? The conductor sighs. The original plan was a green light, but once they realized the mayor wasn't aboard, everything changed. Now they're demanding a mechanical inspection. Cheon-soo looks absolutely drained by the news. Something's definitely wrong here, he mutters. The Iron Beast continues its desperate sprint through the dark night. A system window flashes. These checkpoint staff are known robbers. Worse, there's a secret sub-checkpoint ahead. It's a glaring red flag. He asks his stream, how many enemies can Seol-yoon handle at once? The viewers chime in with minor spoilers, estimating she can probably take down 5 guards solo. Seol-yoon breaks the silence, wondering why the hell he's suddenly acting so brooding and quiet. Dropping the formalities, Cheon-soo makes a wild proposal. Let's just blast right through that station. She's stunned. Is it really that unsafe? He lays out the cold, hard facts of the trap. The train is perfectly fine. Their attitude only shifted the exact second they learned the mayor was missing. She concedes he's right. Stopping is optional, but getting captured there would be a total game over. Trust no one, he warns. In this lawless world, those soldiers are likely just rogue hunters. The risk is too high. They decide to bypass the ambush and head straight for Taejon instead. He asks about any traps on the line, and she remembers an unfinished construction branch ahead. If someone pulls that rail switch, the train hits a dead end, and everything crashes catastrophically. He deduces the mini checkpoint is the real threat, guards waiting to force them onto that incomplete track. Even if they dodge the first station, they're walking into a lethal chokehold at the second switch. Cut to Dongjin Station at night. The trap is set, and the tension is suffocating. Cheon-soo readies his secret weapon, a voice-amplifying skill that can boost his shout 7-fold. Armed soldiers spot the lights. The train is coming fast and they're ready to intercept. Cheon-soo takes a massive breath, his lungs burning with the power of the awakening skill. He steps out shirtless in the wind and bellows to the guards. The train is broken. The soldiers freeze in pure confusion. Broken, they echo as the train roars past like a demon. Panic erupts. No one briefed them on a mechanical failure. Back inside, the vibe is intense. Why are you half naked? Seol-yoon demands. He explains it was all part of the psychological play. By feeding them chaos, the second checkpoint won't have a protocol to stop their momentum either. She's floored. His voice literally drowned out the engine. She demands to know how he pulled it off. He just shrugs it off. The tunnel ahead swallows the train as they approach the final hurdle. Seol-yoon spots the truth outside. Zombies are roaming freely. This secure area is a total lie. Time to get serious. She prepares to kill the speed the moment they emerge from the shadows. They stop in a secluded area. Min-chul's job: wait 30 minutes, then blast the horn like crazy. The sound will lure the undead away, giving them the perfect window to vanish into the night. Min-chul nods, determined to help. Cheon-soo and Seol-yoon disappear into the dense, dark forest. She worries about the kid, but Cheon-soo knows Min-chul's memory is legendary. He won't fail. Leaves crunch underfoot as they advance. They spot the target, the second checkpoint facility, silent and deadly. It's smaller than expected. The guards haven't sensed their presence in the brush just yet. Since they slowed the train earlier, they have the tactical advantage. It's time to move in. From above, we see them stalking closer as a patrol of armed soldiers prowls nearby. The soldiers aren't looking for survivors. The order is simple: shoot on sight, leave no witnesses. Cheon-soo's blood runs cold. This isn't a capture mission, it's an outright execution for the train. Suddenly, Seol-yoon's hand clamps onto his arm, holding him back with a firm warning grip. Cheon-soo is stunned by her aura, while the chat hypes up her ruthless combat efficiency. He hunkers behind a tree, steeling his nerves as the enemy squad slowly closes the distance. The soldiers complain about the kill order, wishing they could use the survivors for forced labor. With a sudden burst of power, Cheonsu lunges out into the heat of battle. Seol-yeon blurs forward. Cheonsu ambushes the lead guard, locking him in a lethal chokehold. Simultaneously, Seol-yeon neutralizes another target with flawless high-speed close-quarters strikes. The remaining troops scramble back in pure shock, screaming at these mysterious shadow-like attackers. "Don't move," Cheonsu growls, blade biting deep as the captive spat out desperate insults. The live chat is losing it hyped by how much Cheonsu's combat stats have leveled up. Seol-yeon isn't playing, she rips a rifle away with terrifying strength, demanding he hand it over. Then, with a brutal martial arts slam, she sends an enemy flying straight off a ledge. The surviving troops tremble in fear, begging for a halt as she stands over them victoriously. She levels the barrel at them, her voice cold as ice, mocking their earlier plan for slaughter. "Who's dying now?" she demands as the cowards beg for mercy, blaming their superiors' orders. Rejecting their pathetic excuses, Seol-yeon delivers a high-speed strike that rattles their very souls. One desperate soldier tries to rush her with a blade, screaming like a madman. She disarms him instantly with a bone-shattering hit, leaving him howling in absolute agony. A savage aerial kick sends another flying. She's cleaning house, literally booting them off the mountain. "Leave one for questioning," Cheonsu yells, but she just gives him a blank, terrifying look. Viewers joke she left no one alive. Cheonsu gives up while chat teases his fear. He awkwardly tells the chat to zip it and confirms they have plenty of captured ammo. Cheonsu knows guns. Seol-yeon decides it's time to raid the checkpoint with their new loot. They trek through the dense forest, focused on one goal, clearing a path for the train. Cheonsu hits a dead stop at the cliff edge. Seol-yeon asks what is wrong. Below them lies a literal ocean of zombies crawling upward. Cheonsu can't help but curse. Seeing the massive horde, they realize they must hurry and clear that path immediately. They scope the base 7 guards on the perimeter, plus more hidden inside the main building. About 10 total, Cheonsu calculates. Asked if he is ready, he flexes his army training. He brags about his shooting, but Seol-yeon warns noise brings the dead. They're in a rush. They go prone, rifles ready. Seol-yeon mutters a curse as they lock onto their targets. Cheonsu pulls the trigger first, shattering the silence. The guards immediately spot his position. Bullets fly back. Frustrated, he goes full aggro, unloading his magazine into the enemy line. He scores a direct hit, dropping a soldier as the forest turns into a chaotic war zone. "How'd they see me?" he wonders, pinned by wildfire. Seol-yeon screams for more pressure. He's sweating bullets behind cover until a stray round suddenly grazes his arm. He cries out in pain. Seol-yeon panics, but he grits his teeth, claiming it's nothing. He desperately asks the viewers for intel on the station's interior, hoping for a tactical edge. But the chat only sees him. He is panicking. The enemy's firepower is far greater than expected. They are trying to turn him into Swiss cheese. Meanwhile, viewers roast his terrible aim. Even with a busted arm, he keeps firing until a sudden movement off-screen makes him gasp. Seol-yeon gets grazed too, but brushes it off. She's focused on the remaining ammo. They've burned 20 rounds. With only 10 left, the situation is looking incredibly grim. They're flanking through the trees, the viewers scream. Cheonsu realizes they're being boxed in. "We need to bail," he yells. Seol-yeon demands a destination as they pull back. She unleashes a final burst of suppressive fire to keep the soldiers back during their retreat. Storming into the forest, Cheonsu unleashes a hail of lead while barked orders for Soyeon to take point. A precise shot paints the dirt with a soldier's brains as they weave through the timber toward the masked commander. The leader orders their execution, but the livestream chat roasts him for underestimating the duo's hidden potential. Cheonsu begs his audience for a miracle quest, but the viewers cold-bloodedly troll him, refusing to waste precious gems. Reality hits hard. These viewers aren't allies, they're just spectators, feeding on the chaos of his struggle. They're only here to see if he'll break or thrive. Fine. It's time to give them a legendary performance. Screaming at his lone remaining supporter, Cheonsu vows that death won't claim him today, not while eyes are watching. He roars at Soyeon to keep moving, his desperate intensity jolting her out of her paralyzing fear. The plan is pure madness: lure the undead off the cliff onto the soldiers, while Soyeon escapes the carnage. She calls him insane for playing with a horde, but Cheonsu just grins, ready to flip the entire script. Perched on the precipice, Cheonsu steadies his racing heart, drawing a deep breath before diving into the suicide mission. He bellows a war cry, triggering his taunt skill as glowing system countdowns ignite the air around him. Soyeon watches in horror as Cheonsu's aggro levels redline the massive zombie swarm locking onto his position. "Go now," he yells, leading a tide of rotting flesh straight toward the unsuspecting enemy checkpoint. He promises to get her out alive, asking one final question: does she trust his chaotic vision? Without waiting, Cheonsu charges back toward the station with a mountain of zombies screaming at his heels. The soldiers freeze in pure terror before panic erupts, their commanders screaming for a desperate all-out volley. Cheonsu executes a superhuman leap that defies physics, leaving both the soldiers and the chat absolutely speechless. He slams into the earth with a devastating shockwave. his legs surging with a raw, explosive power that terrifies the pursuit. He blurs through the trees like a ghost. The viewers lose their minds as his speed stats break the scale. They scramble to calculate his massive threat level, while the air outside the station fills with frantic gunfire. Chansu crashes into the perimeter wall, mocking the defenders by asking if their rifles are just expensive toys. The guards recognize the brat from before and open fire, but the zombie tidal wave is already upon them. The horde smashes through the station gates like a flood, tearing into the ranks of the screaming soldiers. Chaos reigns as Soyeon uses her weapon as a club, desperately bashing skulls to keep the rot at bay. A lunging zombie pins her down, its teeth inches from her throat, until Chansu intervenes like a vengeful god. He pulverizes the monster in a single blow, leaving Soyeon breathless and splattered with dark necrotic blood. "Keep moving," he commands, clearing a path and telling her to hitch a ride for the final sprint. The tracks are sabotaged just as they feared. He barks at her again to get on his back immediately. Shocked that he'd already scouted the rails, Soyeon hesitates until Chansu decisively hoists her up by the waist. She lets out a yelp as he shifts her into a princess carry, sprinting at a pace no human should reach. The sheer velocity leaves Soyeon in a trance, forcing Chansu to scream her name to keep her focused. The chat notices she's completely lagged out from shock as Chansu continues to howl for her attention. He points to the track lever, shouting that the train is incoming and she's the only one who can flip it. He gives her exactly 60 seconds to switch the tracks while he holds the line against the encroaching dead. Letting lead fly, Chansu wonders how many of them will join the horde if this final gambit fails. Soyeon battles her own trembling hands, while Chansu disappears into a whirlwind of blood and steel near the rails. With a desperate surge of strength, she heaves the lever home, just as Chansu emerges from the gore, still fighting. He bellows for a status update, and Soyeon screams back that the path is finally clear. The approaching train generates a violent gust of wind, signaling their one and only chance at a high-speed exit. Chansu scoops her up for the final dash, the world spinning around Soyeon in a blur of motion and vertigo. She realizes this nightmare is repeating itself, just as the deafening blast of a train horn shatters the air. As the locomotive thunders down the line, Chansu's blood runs cold. Something is catastrophically wrong with the machine. The train is moving too fast to board, and inside the cockpit lies the mangled, bloody remains of young Min Chul. He screams the man's name in pure horror as the ghost train roars past, showing no signs of stopping. As the undead swarm closes the gap, Soyeon screams for Chanseo to move. Missing this train means certain death. Chanseo glares at his aggro skill timer. The clock is ticking down. Seconds remain before his buff expires. He whispers to the slumped Soyeon, promising her they will make it. Failure is not an option today. Lugging Soyeon's weight, Chanseo races the iron beast, howling like a madman to bait the entire horde. The aggro meter explodes as the ghouls shriek. Dazed, Soyeon gasps, asking why he is luring even more monsters. She cries that jumping the speeding locomotive is impossible. Ignoring her, Chanseo digs deep into his hidden reserves. Not enough power. He needs one final burst of speed as the steel cars blur past them. The chat panics, certain they will fail. Suddenly, a system prompt flashes. A selfish path to safety appears. Leave her behind to survive. The timer bleeds out as Soyeon clings to him. He shatters a zombie's skull. Tightening his grip, he begs for one last miracle. His aggro hits 90. The breaking point is finally here. 1000% power unlocked. Superhuman strength surges through him as Chanseo unleashes a legendary roar while sprinting. The stream goes wild at his insane stats. He is almost there. Hold on, Soyeon. Just endure the pain. Hang tight. He launches into the air like a rocket. Soyeon shrieks as they collide with the metal hull. Her fingers hook onto a railing. Don't let go, Chanseo commands, still sprinting along the narrow ledge. Aggro seconds are vanishing. He curses young Minchul for leaving this runaway death trap completely unmanaged. One final leap of faith. Chanseo snatches the cold steel railing, and Soyeon's arm dangling over the abyss. The buff fades. Gasping for air, he calls her name, confirming he has her. They are safe, for now. They are inside. The chat floods with gems and heartfelt praise for his insane clutch survival play. I told you I was not dying today, he scoffs. But Soyeon, pale as a ghost, points ahead. A door drenched in crimson blocks their path. A massacre happened here, and the blood is still fresh. Stepping into the carnage, they find a charnel house. Soyeon gags at the overwhelming stench of decay. Is Minchul gone? Chanseo asks Soyeon to help him shove a mangled zombie corpse out of the way. Chanseo drops beside his friend's battered form. Minchul is soaked in red, looking absolutely lifeless and cold. Just double tap him, the viewers suggest. Chanseo snaps a lethal soul-piercing glare at the floating screen. Sane fans shut them down, knowing Chanseo is no butcher. The chat erupts into a heated moral debate. No heartbeat, no breath. Wait, he is still warm. He is just out cold. Chanseo sighs with desperate hope. If he turns, it will happen soon, he mutters. He will do what is necessary if the worst happens. A low groan breaks the silence. Minchul stirs. Minchul, talk to me, are you still in there? Or is he a monster now? As his friend twitches, Chanseo flashes back to everything they have endured. Sorry for putting this on you, he whispers, raising his weapon. He cannot let his friend suffer. Ouch. Everything hurts, Minchul suddenly whines. Both Chanseo and Soyeon freeze in absolute total shock. Soyeon spots the discarded rifle nearby. Chanseo nearly crushes Minchul's head in a confused, panicked embrace. No wounds, no teeth marks. You are not turning, Chanseo shouts, realization hitting him like a truck. Minchul grumbles about winning the fight, only to slip and knock himself out like a complete amateur. Chanseo squeezes him, nearly sobbing with relief. The chat, however, still demands a full body check for bites. Soyeon watches, stunned by Chanseo's hidden soft side. Clean. No bites, he confirms to the worried viewers. They dogpile onto Minchul, laughing through the trauma. We seriously thought you were a goner, man. Reality sets in. Soyeon asks how they even boarded. Wait, did you literally toss me up here? How are you that buff? She demands. Minchul's jaw drops, throwing a person onto a moving train. It sounds more violent than it was, Chanseo stammers. You carried me like a sack of potatoes. Don't look at me like I am useless. Minchul barks, lecturing Chanseo on the dangers of yeeting humans. Chanseo shrugs it off as pure adrenaline. He just wanted her safe, no matter the physical cost. He quips about his superhero strength. Soyeon flushes, her heart racing at his sheer, unyielding willpower. Static hisses from the radio. A voice crackles through, telling Chanseo to relax before offering some praise. Soyeon offers a sheepish apology. She grabs the mic, broadcasting a desperate plea for any surviving souls. A voice from the 7.5 division crackles over the line, and a wave of dread hits Soyeon as she looks to Chansu for a move. Chansu knows why the checkpoint went dark. He's the one who wiped it out. He keys the mic coolly, claiming someone is on the train. He plays the role of a random passenger, while the soldiers on the other end drill him about passing the checkpoint's security. Sensing a trap, Chansu wonders if they're testing him. He instantly triggers his lying skill to weave a flawless deception. He spins a lie about reaching a zombie-infested checkpoint on a broken train, claiming he's the only soul who made it out alive. He even adds a tragic twist, a bitten conductor who sacrificed herself to save him after getting the engine running. The actual conductor nearly loses it hearing about her own death, but Chansu keeps his poker face and continues the act. He doubles down on the military charade, but the second they ask if he's alone, he fakes a glitchy signal to avoid the question. He yells about the connection dropping through the static, emphasizing that his only goal is reaching Taejon Station immediately. The voice on the radio takes the bait, ordering him to steer the train into Taejon, so their team can handle the situation. Once the line cuts, the conductor calls him shameless, but Chansu just smirks. It's not a lie, it's showmanship. They can't ride this wreckage all the way to Taejon. He needs a ghost exit, a quiet place to bail before things get messy. She points out a dense forest near the main road as a perfect exit. Soon the group is hiking through the eerie, thick tree line. The woods are unnervingly still. Chansu watches Minchul grip his pipe, noticing how the kid treats that scrap metal like a legendary relic. Minchul is locked in, but Chansu knows his own blade won't cut it anymore. He needs a massive weapon upgrade, and fast. Something's wrong. The silence is too heavy. A forest this dense should be alive with the sounds of birds or insects. The lack of life is suspicious. Every snapped twig sounds like a gunshot as the party moves forward with weapons drawn. Chansu freezes. His instincts are screaming. Did you guys hear that? He whispers, eyes scanning the shifting shadows. The others are clueless. Even his hidden allies report nothing but the rhythmic thud of their own party's footsteps. There it is, a faint, unidentifiable rustle. Something is stalking them. He asks Soyeon how much ground they have left to cover. It's a 20-minute trek, but navigating this pitch-black labyrinth is a nightmare. Minchul steps up, offering to guide the way. Chansu nods. Minchul's memory of the map is their best bet. Take point, he commands, as they push deeper into the dark. The trail echoes with their movement until a shadow lunges. Minchul, look out, Chansu roars, his voice shattering the quiet. A massive wooden tendril slams into Minchul's pipe with bone-crushing force. Chansu dives forward, yanking him out of the kill zone. That wasn't a beast, it was a literal tree limb coming to life. Minchul's jaw drops as their peaceful hike turns into a horror show. From the earth, a towering mass of ancient wood and rot rises. It's a treant, a forest guardian turned into a nightmare. That's why they missed it. It was hiding in plain sight. If one is here, the entire forest is a habitat for these monsters. A behemoth looms over them, shaking the ground as another massive trunk crashes down like a hammer from the gods. A lethal wooden limb whips through the air at high speed. Soyeon snarls, slashing through the bark in a desperate counterattack. Hold on, Chansu shouts, his eyes scanning the monster's pattern. He realizes they're being lured into a trap. Their attacks are lightning fast, but their overall movement is sluggish. We run, Minchul, find us a path out of here now. Minchul doesn't hesitate, he bolts, leading the group toward a narrow side trail hidden by the thick overgrowth. They crash through the foliage while the canopy overhead groans, the trees themselves seeming to close in around them. A massive treant blocks their path. Left go left, Minchul screams, and Chansu follows, praying the kid's memory holds up. The monster shifts, creating a sliver of hope. At this pace, they might actually outrun the forest's wrath and escape. But a massive wooden arm swings from the blind spot, catching Chansu with a brutal impact that sends him flying into the dirt. Soyeon's scream echoes through the trees as Chansu hits the ground, gasping for air against the searing pain in his chest. She looks up at their attacker and freezes. This one is different. It's a total colossus compared to the others they've faced. Watch your back, Chansu barks as another branch lunges. Minchul, keep moving. Get out of here while you still can. He and Soyeon will find another way, but Minchul falters, trying to warn them about the road ahead before it's too late. A branch cuts him off mid-sentence, sending him flying. Despite the blood, he screams for them to hurry and save themselves. Minchul forces his broken body to sprint, his voice fading as a wooden titan relentlessly pursues him toward the clearing. Soyeon becomes a whirlwind of steel, keeping the treants at bay, while Chansu stabilizes himself for the next deadly clash. She pours everything into her strikes, shouting at the monsters to back off, but Chansu senses something chilling in their behavior. His aggro skill is failing, the plant monsters aren't even looking at him. Then the horrific truth finally clicks in his mind. A realization hits: these freaks are blind and deaf. They aren't even tracking me. He bumps one to confirm. Boom, his aggro skill ignites with a glowing countdown. Theory proven. Don't touch them, Celia Chansu screams. They only lock on if you make physical contact. Every strike just fuels their rage. They pivot, choosing to ghost the area instead of brawling. As they bolt, Chansu sends a silent prayer for Minchul's survival. Minchul hits the park gate, gasping. The monsters halt frozen at the edge of the soil. They're stuck in the dirt. Relief fades as he thinks of his squad trapped inside. The forest is a death trap. He grips the memory of Chansu's hug for strength. He was told to stay put, but his gut screams no. He turns away from safety. He raids a nearby store. Empty. He snatches bottles of soju from the fridge, hands trembling. Wipes and booze, the perfect recipe for chaos. He eyes the smokes but resists the urge. Stay strong, Chansu, he whispers, ditching the nicotine cravings as he packs his gear. Armed with a makeshift Molotov torch, Minchul charges back. It's time to burn these weeds. He slams the fire into a wooden torso. The beast shrieks and retreats. Yeah, run. Fire devours the creature's limbs. Minchul scoffs. These things are actually total glass cannons. He taunts them, waving his torch like a boss. Suddenly, one beast lunges through the heat. Get back, he yells, eyes wide as the flaming monster closes the gap dangerously fast. Suddenly, kaboom. The monster detonates right in his face. Shocked. Panic sets in. They're organic bombs. The entire canopy above ignites into a fiery hellscape. Surrounded by blazing giants, despair chokes him. He turns to run, screaming in terror. Flaming trunks box him in. An explosion blasts him into the dirt world, spinning. Then a massive spray of water. A high-pressure jet douses the flames, saving his life. They'll blow again, he warns. An old man appears, wielding a hose against the carnage. This way, kid, the man bellows as another blast rocks the earth. He grabs Minchul's arm. We gotta go, he shouts. Minchul refuses to leave his friends, but there's no time. Monsters swarm as the man drags him down a hidden path missing from any map. One last look back, then they dive into a concealed manhole, the old man groaning. He hits the floor of a secret bunker, groaning as the heavy silence settles. Where are we? Minchul pants, checking if the old-timer is still in one piece. I'll live, the man wheezes. Better than being lunch. Now sit and catch your breath. This bunker is his sanctuary in this apocalypse. He leans in, close eyes searching Minchul. He studies the school uniform. So, where did a kid like you crawl out from? Minchul nods. A student. But being a student doesn't mean squat anymore. Chansu, he cries, jumping up. The man shoves him back. Forget them. They're gone. I can't leave them, Minchul shouts. But triggered monsters never stop their hunt. Give it up, he roars. Wait for dawn if you really want to play hero. At sunrise, they root and freeze. Minchul stares hope flickering in the dark. They'll hide, the man insists. They'll survive. Reluctantly, Minchul settles in to wait. Smart kid. The man pulls out a can of peaches. Eat up. You're safe here. Minchul stares at the can. Eat, the man repeats, his voice, surprisingly soft. He forces a spoon into Minchul's hand. Eat while you can. Tomorrow isn't guaranteed. You'll need the fuel for your rescue mission. Minchul nods, the logic finally sinking in. One bite. It's sweet, dangerously delicious. The old man lets out a dry chuckle. Rough day for a kid, he says, handing over water with a cryptic, unsettling smile. As Minchul drinks, the man leans back. So, you walked through the front gate, huh? Minchul reveals they access the area via the back gate. The elder instantly deduces they arrived by rail, leaving the boy stunned by his sharp intuition. There's no other route to this godforsaken place, the man grunts before chillingly asking exactly how many companions Minchul brought along. Hearing there were 3 in total, the elder's eyes narrow. 2 survivors left, then he muses with a cryptic shadow of thought. He casually eyes the boy's backpack, noticing his panic. Easy kid, he smirks. I just wanted to share a real meal with you. He insists he's no thief. His stash is overflowing. Though Minchul politely declines further charity, the man tells him his door is always open. He gestures toward a spare bunk. Sensing the boy's hesitation, he explains he'd already prepared an extra mattress for a night like this. This sanctuary was built for unexpected guests. Get some shut-eye, the elder commands, will handle the heavy talk come sunrise. Darkness falls as Minchul hits the pillow, but sleep is a luxury he can't afford while his friends are still out there. He watches the old man's steady breathing. The elder's peak condition and survival gear are legendary. Is this what decades of experience looks like? Shame washes over him for doubting his savior. Staring into the void above, he whispers his best friend's name into the cold air. He envisions Chan-Su fighting for every breath in that cursed forest, while the lingering sweetness of the peaches tastes like bitter regret. One moment he's savoring the treat, the next a horrific vision of his friends being torn apart jolts him back to reality. Their ghostly cries for help echo in the dark. Minchul's eyes snap open, landing directly on the tower of canned peaches nearby. Grandpa, he whispers into the bunker's silence. Getting no response, he figures one missing can won't make a dent in the man's hoard. He reaches for a can, desperate to save it for Chan-Su. But as his fingers touch the cold metal, his conscience screams thief. He can't betray the man who saved his life. Lowering the can, he retreats to his bed, resolving to face the morning with honor. The elder seems deep in sleep, but then a single predatory eye snaps open. I'll be watching you, little bird, a dark voice promises. Chan-Su's heart hammers as he sprints. The forest is alive, crawling with far more arboreal nightmares than he ever imagined. These wooden titans awaken at the softest brush. Avoiding them is a death-defying dance, and Xiao Yan is already bleeding out. I'm sorry. I lost the weapon during the fall, she gasps. Chan-Su desperately scans her for any life-threatening wounds. She ignores the pain, her voice trembling. Can we really make it out alive? Her hope is fading fast in this green labyrinth. The system pings. Find an axe. Chan-Su scoffs at the impossible task, until something bizarre catches his eye, freezing him in his tracks. He spots a lone monster tree drifting against the tide. Why would it break rank and head in that specific direction? Perched on the wood is a tiny snowy fluffball. It's that same mysterious white bear creature from before, and it suddenly leaps into action. The creature bounces with chaotic energy. Chan-Su knows it. This little guy wants them to follow, even as Xiao Yan watches in total confusion. Follow that thing, he roars, betting their lives on a hunch. Xiao Yan is baffled, wondering if he's finally lost his mind under pressure. She hopes his legendary clutch factor is kicking in. As the creature leads the charge, they dive deeper into the unknown. It's going this way, he shouts. Xiao Yan screams for answers, but the tiny bear is already a white blur, vanishing through the thicket. With 37 gems in his inventory, Chan-Su vows to unlock whatever treasure this spirit animal is leading them toward. He prays for a jackpot, multiple crates to save them both. But as they round the corner, the atmosphere shifts into something heavy. He skids to a halt before a radiant chest. His jaw drops. The price tag is a staggering 72 gems. This has to be a joke. The messages go wild with disbelief. Are you kidding me, he bellows, remembering when these crates used to be dirt cheap? He demands an explanation from the void. The system's cold reply, greater cost, yields legendary rewards. No refunds, no discounts. Chan-Su lets out a soul-shattering scream. Xiao Yan panics, demanding to know why he's losing it over a glowing box. He babbles about his shattered dreams, until Xiao Yan delivers a sharp slap to his face. Snap out of it, you lunatic. We'll find another one later, she yells, ignoring his miserable whimpers as she drags his pathetic self back into the fray. The monsters are breathing down their necks. In a fit of pure despair, Chan-Su considers the suicidal move of aggroing every tree. He almost triggers his taunt skill, then stops. That's a one-way ticket to a coffin. He needs a real plan, and fast. Fire is the answer, but he has none. Suddenly, a cold burst of water hits his face, snapping his brain into high gear. Water, he bellows. He douses the surrounding wooden beasts, creating a temporary liquid shield that stalls their advance. Xiao Yan gazes in awe as the monsters freeze. Out of the shadows, a mysterious man in rugged work clothes suddenly emerges. He signals them frantically, offering a way out of the carnage. Another human. In a place like this, it's a miracle. Chan-Su curses their luck, but realizes they're trapped. Following a stranger into the dark is better than being fertilizer for these trees. There's a bunker nearby, the man urges. With death closing in, the duo has zero choice but to chase their only hope. Elsewhere, a boy shivers beneath a ragged blanket, his breath coming in shallow, agonizing gasps. Something is horribly, lethally wrong. His vision swims as a crushing weight pins him down. From across the dim room, the man claiming to be his grandfather notices he's still wide awake. With dawn still hours away, the kid croaks out that something's wrong. His body feels alien, and an unnatural lethargy is dragging him under. The old man dismisses his fear as normal. His voice is soothing, but his eyes are cold as ice, practically ordering the boy to shut his eyes. I'll be right here watching, he purrs. Pure terror suddenly jolts through the boy's veins, forcing his eyes wide open beneath the sheets. Mumbling in disbelief, the old man marvels at the boy's willpower. He can't believe a mere child is fighting off such a powerful urge to drift away. He insists the struggle is pointless. If the boy just surrenders and sleeps until the sun rises, everything will finally be over. Choking back fear, the boy gasps out a desperate question. What do you mean? Over above him, the old man's shadow looms like a death sentence. The elder promises a world without exhaustion or agony. Horrified, the boy snarls, demanding to know what kind of twisted trap he's fallen into. I only saved you, the old man lies. The boy points to his paralyzed body as proof of betrayal, but the man just nods toward the rations. He hints that the boy's paralysis started with a simple touch. He explains that the canned supplies were laced with a hidden, toxic film, a detail the boy should have noticed. Suddenly, the memory of that slick, oily residue on the metal flashes back, sending a wave of panic through him. The old man drops the bomb. It's pure poison. A lethal extract harvested directly from the monstrous trees lurking just outside their door. The boy hits the floor. With chilling calm, the elder explains the toxin is merely a skin-absorbed sedative. He hauls the boy up, whispering threats against struggling, while the poor kid desperately whimpers for his freedom. Stuffed roughly back into bed, the boy shivers as the old man, wearing a manic grin, orders him to tuck in tight. He chirps a cheerful goodnight. Trapped in a tearful haze of semi-consciousness, the boy curses his captor's soul. He vows to warn the world of this monster before his vision dissolves into a cold, dark void. See you in the morning, the man sneers. Meanwhile in the forest, Shanso stumbles upon a concealed bunker hatch. He shouts for Minchul, eyes wide at the strange structure. At the opening, their host urgently beckons them inside. So-yoon descends first, but when Shanso tries to let the man lead, he's violently shoved toward the dark opening. Shocked by the man's raw strength, Shansu plays nice, while the host barks at him to seal the door. Pausing midway down the ladder, an eerie silence fills the air before Shanso slams the heavy iron hatch shut. Reaching the bottom, the host mutters about their narrow escape from a truly gruesome fate. Surveying the room, Shanso's eyes widen at the massive collection of books, cramming every single shelf. The host formally introduces himself as Yu Ki-sung, earning a weary word of thanks from So-yoon. Following her lead, Shanso introduces himself as Go Chanso, reaching out to shake Yu Ki-sung's hand. Flashing a warm, friendly smile, Ki-sung welcomes them and settles down on the floor to chat. They ask if he's alone, but he just tells them to chill. Suddenly, So-yoon turns to Chanso, parched. He grabs for his bag, but Ki-sung intercepts, offering his own water to prevent them from burning through their supplies. So-yoon politely declines, insisting they shouldn't take his food as guests, while Chanso nods in agreement. They're just grateful to be alive. Ki-sung shrugs, telling them his massive stockpile is theirs for the asking. In a hushed breath, So-yoon asks Chanso if this whole situation feels majorly sketchy to him. Chanso whispers back his uncertainty, then asks Ki-sung if a morning departure is actually safe. Monsters loathe the sun, Ki-sung replies graciously, offering them beds while claiming one for himself. Bone-tired So-yoon asks Chanso for the bed. He agrees, and she instantly collapses into a deep sleep. Chanso mentally applauds her natural acting. He leans near the pantry, maintaining a poker face despite his growing suspicion. He struggles to mask his unease. As sleep pulls at his mind, an overwhelming sense of dread washes over him. Trouble is brewing. Through heavy drooping eyelids, he catches a glimpse of a shadow moving in the dark. Yu Ki-sung looms over him with a blanket, while the system chat explodes with warnings of an imminent attack. The messages scream for him to wake up. Just as Yu reaches out, Chanso bolts upright, eyes blazing. He demands an explanation. Startled, Yu lets out a forced laugh, claiming he was just being a good host. You looked freezing, Yu says. The system starts roasting Chanso for being a total paranoid mess. As the chat teases him, Yu kindly insists he take a floor mat to soften the hard ground. Chanseu offers an awkward thanks, finally settling onto the mat and letting out a heavy, weary sigh. Real rest feels alien after so long. Lying there, his thoughts drift back to whatever happened to Minchul. Suddenly, the system barks at him to stay awake. He denies dozing, but they point out the drool. In her dreams, So-yoon grumbles about wanting some actual shut-eye. Chanseu knows his stats are the only thing keeping him conscious, while a normal human would have already folded. He white-knuckles his pants, fighting the urge to drift off as the silence of the bunker deepens. Much later, Chanseu stirs. Seeing Yu Ki-sung finally passed out, he turns to the system for their next move. He creeps toward the door while the system mocks his trust issues. He slips into the washroom to investigate. The bunker is surprisingly high-end. His gut feeling says Yu knows way too much about those forest monsters. Those trees only hunt at night, yet Yu went out specifically for them. It just doesn't add up. Searching for the truth, Chanseu confirms there are 0 cameras before he starts tearing the place apart. He eyes the massive stash of canned peaches, wondering why anyone would need this much sugar-coated survival gear. Something feels wrong. He signals the system, noticing a glaring mismatch between the can's lid and the label. The terrifying truth hits him. You opened these cans, spiked the food, and resealed them with precision. The system pings, urging a preemptive strike. Chansu stands over a sleeping Yuki, eyes burning with silent, lethal contempt. Yuki's eyes fly open as Chansu lunges. He slams into Yuki, pinning him down while the captive shrieks in pure agony. Tightening his grip, Chansu calls out the fake act. You screamed before I even touched you. Yuki just begs for mercy. Seolian snaps awake, dazed and confused. Bring the blankets now, Chansu barks, forcing her to scramble as they prepare to bind Yuki. While wrapping the restraints, Seolian admits her bad gut feeling. Chansu just scoffs, unimpressed by her sudden realization after the fact. With Yuki trussed like a turkey, Chansu grills Seolian for her nap. I just felt safe, she shoots back defensively. She only slept because she trusted him. Finally, relaxing, Chansu hears the system whisper one more tip: anchor Yuki to the ladder. No escape possible. Chansu nods, locking Yuki to the metal rungs while the captive roars in absolute fury. Why Yuki cries out. Chansu just hits the sack, telling him to suck it up until the sun comes out. You can rot once we leave, Chansu snarks before bed. Left stunned, Yuki turns his desperate pleas toward a hesitating Seolian. This is insane, he yells. Sorry, but you're staying put until dawn, she insists. Seolian turns away, shutting out his cries. Yuki growls about their fake manners and the audacity of this treatment. Drained and broken, Yuki finally drifts off against the cold steel. Sensing safety, Chansu sinks into a heavy slumber. Seolian snoozes away, totally out. Suddenly, her instincts scream. She bolts upright, feeling a chilling shift in the air. Panicked by a weird noise, she violently shakes Chansu awake. Wait, it's just his digital watch alarm chirping in the dark. Still tied up, Yuki plays the nice guy card. I didn't sleep a wink. Is this how you treat your savior? Seolian wakes, refreshed as dawn breaks. The terrifying groans of those monster trees above have finally gone silent. Seolian shakes Chansu, buzzing with hype. The coast is clear, we can finally get out. But Chansu doesn't budge. Fear creeps in as Seolian screams his name, staring at his ghostly, unmoving face. Chansu, wake up, she wails. Yuki just watches from the shadows, claiming he's completely innocent in all this. Seolian grabs Yuki by the throat. Talk, he's passed out, you must have seen what happened. He just shrugs. Maybe he's just a heavy sleeper. Seolian's glare intensifies. You did this to him. Yuki whines about his bonds, doubling down that the kid is just zonked out. Seolian's blood starts to boil. This isn't sleep, she screams, demanding the truth. Yuki just smirks. Oh, do you really want to know? He gestures to the rations. Chansu touched those cans, you know. Too bad you can't see the danger in the dark. Surprise, I laced every can with lethal poison. It's a special trap for ungrateful little thieves like you. Stealing from your savior has a price. Seolian's aura explodes. Hand over the antidote now, or else. Yuki plays dumb, then drops the bomb. There is no cure. Seolian completely loses it. Crack. Her fist shatters his face. Bleeding and battered, Yuki just laughs like a maniac. You're actually pretty tough. No antidote. Fine. Then I'll just use you as a punching bag until you break, she snarls coldly. Yuki's smile turns haunting. I don't need you to free me. Suddenly, orange flames erupt across his skin. Seolian stumbles back, horrified as he transforms into a human torch. You really should have frisked me, he jeers. A hidden lighter and gasoline-soaked rags. You're out of your mind, Seolian shrieks in terror. He laughs through the inferno. I'm just the kindling, and this whole bunker is going up with me. Desperate, Seolian grabs a blanket and dives into the heat, trying to smother the roaring blaze. The smoke chokes her. It's useless. Meanwhile, Chansu remains deathly still, oblivious to the fiery hell unfolding around him. She glances at the locked hatch. Panic sets in. They're trapped in a literal oven. In a filthy bathroom, a hand grips a green hose. Yuki, still bound, is now a pillar of flame. Hacking through the soot, his charred restraints finally snap. I'm free, he screams through the agony. Totally unhinged, the burning man lunges at her. I'm free, he howls like a demon. He wraps the hose around her neck. Let's see if you can escape. Seolian spits out a desperate curse. The hose constricts. They both crash down, hacking as the black smoke fills their lungs. I can't breathe, she gasps. Chansu finally stirs, shielding his face and shouting for her to move. Blinded by the smog, Seolian crawls on her knees, desperately screaming Chansu's name. A shadow looms. Were you looking for me? A cold voice asks. Out of the smoke, a masked nightmare appears. A shadow looms as he chokes Seolian from behind. He scoffs at her masked questions. Only survival matters now. Iron fingers crush her throat. As she claws toward a stack of cans, one clatters away, leaving him hacking. Careful with the goods, he sneers. To this monster, her struggle is just a gift, fresh fertilizer for his garden. Seolyeon's blood runs cold. Fertilizer. He deadpans that humans are just pests, choking his precious trees. Freedom is off the table. Bitterly, she wishes he'd turned into compost during that first blaze. Dealing with a total psycho is exhausting. But Seolyeon isn't ready to check out just yet. She screams for Chansu to move. The villain just laughs, revealing the cans are coated in his signature toxin. It's a sedative that floors any adult. Just drift off, he whispers. I'll handle the killing part later. The fog of exhaustion wins. Her vision flickers and dies as the poison finally claims her soul. Gasped breath, light floods her senses. Above them, Chansu kicks a hatch open, inhaling the sweet air. The great outdoors beats a cage any day. With a grin at the heavens, he chants his name like a mantra. The killer freezes eyes wide. How is he standing? What the hell are you doing? He stammers. Name's Go Chansu, he chirps. He gives the psycho a playful tisk-tisk for torching their only ladder. Guess I'll just hop out, he shrugs. The villain loses it. No human can jump that high. How is he awake? It was just a power nap, he jokes. Now it's time to settle the score for messing with his body. He snatches the villain's arm like a rag doll and yanks. A pathetic shriek echoes as the killer dangles in pain. A desperate punch comes flying, but Chansu bats it away. Watch the face, buddy. I've got a stream to run. Your arm feels like dry kindling, he remarks. The villain trembles, clutching his mask in pure, unadulterated terror. This isn't a normal man. His cells rebuild at light speed, cutting that sedative's effect down to mere minutes. Clatter. The gas mask hits the floor. The villain's protests die in his throat as reality sets in. Chansu hauls him up by the neck. Tough to breathe without your toy, isn't it? The psycho snarls like a beast, but Seol Yeon isn't having it. She slams a can right into his jaw. She follows through with a bone-crushing kick. The monster flies backward, crashing into the dirt like trash. Pure rage takes over. She stomps him into the ground, screaming for his end until Chansu stops her. Easy there, he warns. He looks at the chaos she caused with the cans and sighs at the mess. This is all your fault, she barks. He just gives her a cocky smirk. Hey, at least I showed up. Silence falls. She's torn between relief and fury. Meanwhile, the villain lies there blissfully unconscious. Can't let him crawl away, Chansu decides. He grabs a leg and drags him, sparking one last yelp. Too bad, so sad, he mocks. The killer begs for mercy, but Chansu finds his fear of pain hilarious. He loves inflicting agony but can't take a scratch. The villain finally snaps, sobbing like a broken child. Grandpa, help me, he wails. The air chills. There's a grandfather behind this madness. Their eyes lock in shock. Is there a whole family in these woods? Where are the others? Deep in the forest, a shovel bites into the earth. Thud, thud. A fresh grave is taking shape. An old man in a tracksuit wipes his brow. He stares at the clouds, wondering why Ki-sung is slow. At the bottom of the pit, Min-chul groans. He blinks as the old man peers down with a smile. Kids have so much energy, the elder chirps. He starts shoveling dirt directly onto Min-chul's face. Panic surges through his veins. The old man just beams, acting like he's tucking him into bed. Let me out, he screams. But the grandfather just shakes his head. There's no leaving this hole. You're fertilizer now, he says calmly. Nearby, twisted roots begin to squirm like hungry snakes. Horror dawns on Min-chul. These trees, they're actually moving in broad daylight. They're just hunting for nutrients. The realization hits him he's nothing more than a snack for the forest. He bellows curses, begging for life. The old man just scolds him for being so rude. Plants are better, he sighs. They don't talk back. They just grow, or they wither away. Min-chul claws at the dirt, screaming for the nightmare to end. He tries to scramble up. Crack. The shovel slams into his shoulder. Don't be a brat, the old man warns as agony explodes. Agony rips through Min-chul as he shrieks on the dirt, but the old man's gaze remains chillingly indifferent. To the grandfather, becoming fertilizer is a blessing, the only way to escape the nightmare of zombies and beasts. Eternal slumber awaits within the soil. Suddenly, gnarled roots snare, Min-chul's leg triggering a desperate silent plea for freedom. Trapped and fuming, he spits insults at the old man, daring the shriveled fossil to step into the pit. The elder scoffs at his lack of respect, raising the shovel for a final lethal swing. Death misses by an inch. The blade tears through his shoulder, forcing a guttural cry of pure agony. Crimson sprays as Min-chul seizes the shovel, realizing his suicidal gamble actually paid off. He's got a grip. With a vow of murder, Min-chul lunges. He tackles the old man, sending him crashing into the dark grave. Drenched in blood, Min-chul growls that it's hard to stay polite when your own kin is trying to bury you. The tables have turned. Min-chul pins the shouting elder down, asserting total dominance in the dirt. Where are the others? Min-chul barks the question, but the grandfather masks his fear with a facade of ignorance. He taunts that maybe Min-chul already finished them off. The suggestion hits like a physical blow. A hidden rock strikes. The elder smashes Min-chul's face, leaving him dazed and reeling from the brutal impact. As the old man scrambles for the shovel, Min-chul snaps back to reality, delivering a crushing stomp to his groin. Reclaiming the steel, Min-chul drives the shovel deep into his grandfather. The elder shrieks in absolute shock. A sickening thud echoes. Drowning in his own blood, the panicked old man pleads for a single moment's mercy. He gasps, a warning, kill him, and the companions vanish forever. Min-chul looms over him like a vengeful god. Cold steel hovering, Min-chul demands their location. The old man realizes his life depends entirely on this final bargain. Claiming the woods are a labyrinth, the elder insists he's the only guide who can lead them to safety. Minchul doesn't flinch. He knows verbal directions are useless in this hellscape, yet he demands the truth anyway. A B-rank bunker in the Broadleaves forest area, the answer spills out, but the exact coordinates remain a mystery. Desperate, the grandfather babbles coordinates, begging for his life so he can personally escort them to the hidden shelter. He tries playing the morality card, lecturing Minchul on the sanctity of life. It's a pathetic attempt at manipulation. Minchul's silence is terrifying. He coldly reminds the old man that in this world, age doesn't make anyone innocent. The grandfather pleads one last time, offering to guide him through the deadly shifting woods. I've already memorized the map. Recognizing the lies, Minchul brings the shovel down with final lethal force. Blood splatters. Suddenly we cut to Chansu, who somberly greets his hyungs on stream as a chest materializes. 72 gems. The system announcement sparks a chaotic chat, while Chansu repeats the count, hoping for a miracle. The viewers aren't impressed, but Chansu is convinced something legendary is hidden inside. He begs them to watch closely. Chat remains savage and uninterested. Mocked by his fans, Chansu trudges toward the loot in total dejection. He reaches for the chest. Every muscle in his body tenses as he prepares for a monumental lift. It won't budge. As the chat roasts his weakness, Chansu collapses, defeated by the sheer weight of the heavy iron. It's impossibly heavy. Panting, he wonders if he can at least slide it across the dusty floor. While fans troll his obsession, the system suggests a gamble. Use those gems on the future roulette game instead. Betting is the key to true power. Realizing it's stuck, Chansu lets out a frustrated, dramatic groan. A whale donor asks if he's truly desperate. Without hesitation, Chansu jumps at the chance for a gem loan. The donor agrees to a one-time deal, but drops a cryptic warning. This debt might cost him everything. Chansu accepts the 35 gems regardless. The donor makes it clear there won't be a second act of charity. Soyeon sprints through the brush, screaming for Chansu. He emerges, lying that he was searching for a weapon. Brandishing a wicked new axe, he claims they need to move. Minchul's life is hanging by a single thread. Bloody talons claw at the earth. Minchul drags his shattered body out of the grave, barely clinging to consciousness. Below the parasitic roots entwine the dead elder, fulfilling his wish to become fertilizer. The duo races forward. They spot a mangled figure in the dirt. Recognizing Minchul, they scream his name and rush to his side. The blood loss is catastrophic. Panic sets in as they beg him to stay awake, fearing the onset of shock. Supporting his limp body, they aim for the nearest hospital, praying for a miracle to save their young friend. Seol Yoon spots a garage and screams for Chansu to pivot. Chansu bolts toward it. He swings his axe, shattering the lock in a blinding burst of energy. Chansu gapes at its power. Confusion hits him, but he strikes again, obliterating the bar. The heavy door groans open. Seol Yoon clutches the dying Min Chul, questioning if they will find a ride inside. Get him in now, Chansu barks. They hoist him into a jagged, rusted wheelbarrow. Seol Yoon nervously quips about their improvised stretcher, while they race toward Johap Hospital. They breach the eerily silent hospital, rushing Min Chul onto a cold operating table. Chansu demands a medical plan, but Seol Yoon only stammers. Cabinets are bone dry, no supplies left. Looters hit this place first. Chansu scouts ahead, ordering her to keep pressure on the wound. Chansu stalks the hallway, skin crawling. A weird vibe hits him. You guys heard that right. Chat panics with mixed theories. If this is another psycho, Min Chul is dead meat. He sprints back. Grab the gear, we have to move him. Now. Seol Yoon is confused, but Min Chul whispers a warning. Chansu prepares to hoist him up. A ghost-like woman with long hair lurks in the shadows. Seol Yoon screams a warning. The nurse-like freak giggles, her laughter echoing chillingly through the empty ward. A purple-haired girl inhales the metallic tang of blood, grinning. Chansu braces for a confrontation. Just as they flee, she steps out calmly. Chansu white-knuckles his weapon. Chansu shuts her down instantly. Unfazed, the girl invades his personal space. Step outside and he's dead, she warns. You really want his blood on your hands. He is in shock. Seol Yoon pulls Chansu away, spooked by the girl's chaotic energy. Guilty as charged, she chirps before lunging at Seol Yoon. Seol Yoon shoves her back hard. Who the hell are you? The girl flashes an ID, Kim Harang, nursing major and med pro. She demands to check the patient. Chansu wonders, did they just find a support class player? His chat warns that healers are wildcards. Harang could be their savior, or their executioner. Harang scoffs at their incompetence. Do you clowns even know how to stop the bleeding? She trashes their amateur first aid skills. The stream watches in horror as she grills them. This psycho is a medic. Harang beams, delighted to finally have a toy to save. She begs to intervene. Please, I am the only thing keeping him from the afterlife. Chansu weighs his options. Harang stares back with a terrifyingly innocent, wide-eyed look. Min Chul drifts in a nightmare, calling for his hyung. That old man's twisted grin haunts him. The killer looms over him with a shovel. In a flash, Min Chul falls into darkness. He screams during the fall. Slithering roots entwine his legs, dragging him into the abyss. He claws at the vines, howling for release. They coil around him like hungry snakes. Minchul bolts upright, gasping. Chansu and Seol-yoon exhale in pure relief. He is alive. While they check him, chat goes wild over Harang's impressive healing skills. Chansu cracks a joke about the bloodbath. A tearful Minchul thanks his saviors profusely. Chat spams good game. Minchul asks about that psycho Gramps. He is handled, Chansu confirms. Scanning the room, Minchul's eyes land on Harang. Who? Who is she? Harang chirps a greeting, claiming the title of his savior with a mock humble bow. Chansu nudges him to show gratitude. Harang basks in the praise, glowing with pride. Should they recruit her, Chansu hesitates. Weirdos in this game usually spell major trouble. He knows the drill, stay alert. Now that Minchul is awake, it is time to bail. Chansu offers a piggyback but Minchul declines. Chansu just gestures toward the rusty wheelbarrow. Minchul is stunned by the stretcher. Chansu hoists him up, nodding a final thanks to Harang. Seol-yoon hands Harang some rations. Survival basics, she says, as they beat a hasty retreat. Chansu better carry Minchul, or the dude is getting stranded right at the hospital entrance. Harang huffs that she's no longer a kid, while Seol-yoon senses a chilling lack of zombies nearby. Chansu agrees it's eerie, but warns everyone to stay sharp. Minchul, however, swears he's fine walking solo. Seol-yoon warns him not to push it. Chansu sighs, lets him walk, then asks the squad if they're starving. Spotting a gas tank outside a diner, he suggests a hot meal. The crew moves inside to set up camp. It's the perfect rest stop, 0 zombies in sight. Suddenly, Minchul makes a beeline for the refrigerator. Stop right there, Chansu barks. No electricity means that fridge is basically a biohazard of rotten food. Terrified, Minchul freezes instantly. Meanwhile, Seol-yoon begins scouring the kitchen for anything edible. She scores some spices and a couple of ramen packs. Knowing it's not enough, Chansu heads to a nearby mart. He promises a quick return for more supplies. Outside, his chat starts roasting the meager food situation. They troll him about the rotten fridge. Reaching the store, he playfully roasts his viewers for their lack of donations. Chat fires back that he's the one drowning in debt. Inside, he starts piling rice and meatballs into his basket. He dodges the nasty expired prepped food section, while his sadistic viewers joke about making him eat it. Rolling his eyes at their jokes, he decides to head back. But as he spins around, a sudden chill hits him. Something's wrong. He spots Harang's face creepily pressed against the glass entrance. Both Chansu and the chat lose it. Realizing she trailed them, he asks his digital hyungs to watch his back. Throwing the door open, he demands to know if she followed them. Harang just offers a timid, shaky peek inside. She begs to come in, but Chansu is skeptical. Why follow us? We already settled our debt. Trembling, she tries to explain. She claims they still need her expertise to monitor Minchul's recovery process. She practically begs them to use her skills. All she wants is to care for her patient and stay close. Chansu notes she could have just asked Minchul. It's clear she's targeting him because he's the one in charge. Harang fumbles her words, completely flustered. Watching her fall apart, Chansu realizes he's finally seeing her true colors. This insecure girl is the real Harang. She only feels confident when she has a job to do. Without a role, she's paralyzed by fear. He bets her previous squad dumped her and left her all alone. Since she's got medical chops, he decides to recruit her. Fine, he tells her, you're in. But there's one condition. Back at the base, the others are stunned by the mountain of food he brought. He tells them to get the stove ready. Trust him, he only picked the safe stuff, and he's a master chef. He jumps into action with total confidence as the chat watches. He clicks the gas and the pot starts boiling. Internally, he sets a strict 30-minute timer. His movements are flashy, dramatic, and totally over the top for a simple meal. He swings his spoon like a sword, leaving everyone speechless. Meat patties sizzle as sauce rains down into the pan. He tosses in soup and instant packets. It's all convenience store junk, but he's making it look like fine dining. He barks orders for them to set the table. Even cheap instant meals can taste elite with the right touch. He turns trash into treasure. With a theatrical flourish, he flings the fried rice high into the air. It's more of a show than a meal. Finally, he dramatically declares his convenience store feast is served. Fully leaning into the flex, he kills the heat. Seol-yoon and Minchul are absolutely floored by the performance. Suddenly, they're sitting in random theater seats, gushing over the show, and wondering where the chairs even came from. Minchul dives in, shouting that it's fire. Seol-yoon blushes, admitting the meal is actually surprisingly delicious. Chansu starts inhaling food at light speed. Seol-yoon is baffled, but he suddenly drops his utensils done already. Minchul hands him water to stop him from choking. Chansu thanks him, then tells Seol-yoon to just trust his weirdness. I always have a plan, he says. She's lost asking what he means and where he's heading now. He slips out, telling them to keep eating. He's heading right back to that convenience store. He wonders if she actually stayed. Sure enough, he finds her sitting miserably by the door with her medical kit. Miss Kim Harang, he calls out. Her eyes light up as she sprints toward him in total relief. She's hyped that he actually kept his word. He had told her to wait there for exactly 30 minutes. It was a secret test of her loyalty to the squad, and she passed it with flying colors. Chansu gauges Harang as a loyal asset. She confesses her deep trauma of being discarded but gambled on his return anyway. Her raw honesty catches Chansu off guard. He reaches down, retrieving the student identification she had fumbled in the dirt. He offers it back, but she brushes it off as useless trash. Stunned, he gives the plastic card a closer look. Suspicion flares as he spots a tampered serial number. With a heavy sigh, Harang admits she is just a second-year student. She recounts the nightmare of when the military first descended. The grim reality for the students was brutally simple. With seats scarce, soldiers only rescued upperclassmen. She faked her age to survive, but was still left to rot alone. That fake identification is dead to her now. But Chansu tucks it back, promising she won't be walking this hellscape alone. Chansu's mercy leaves her stunned. Radiant with hope, she vows to use every ounce of her training to protect the squad. He gives a curt nod, figuring she just needs to stay in line. As they trek back to the base together, Harang beams, asking to address him as Lord Go Chansu. She insists he drop the formalities, since she is just his junior. The high-tier title makes Chansu cringe, while the chat goes wild, dying to see the others' faces when they meet her. Returning to the diner, Seol Yoon and Min Chul's jaws drop. They cannot believe he actually recruited the mystery girl. Seol Yoon explodes, questioning this random addition. Harang just bows low, seeking their favor, but Seol Yoon is not having it. Chansu cuts her off, explaining this is a special case. He describes Harang's struggle and her pledge to serve the team. Left for dead by her old crew, the pieces finally click for the group. A heavy silence falls as Chansu eyes Seol Yoon. He reminds her of her vow to trust his wild moves. This is one of them, he says, demanding they welcome her. Betting on Chansu, Min Chul folds instantly and agrees. Seol Yoon screams in disbelief at how fast her ally flipped. Min Chul stands firm, citing her life-saving help and Chansu's perfect track record. He begs Seol Yoon to just play along. Seeing Min Chul's newfound spine, Seol Yoon sighs. She cannot be the only hater, so she finally backs down. It is official. Harang beams ready for the next move as the party gears up for a high-stakes mission briefing. Chansu drops a bombshell. Harang knows about terror roots, deadly plant monsters infesting the entire district. That explains why the zombies vanished. Chansu leads them outside, drawing his blade to slash a nearby tree as a test. Upon impact, the wood does not splinter. It bleeds thick, glowing sap. Chansu recoils, his mind racing to process the sight. From the window, the crew realizes these trees are cursed. Chansu spots a bizarre red sigil etched into the bark. He had missed it before, but as he strikes again, bladed roots erupt. The red mark morphs into the number 2. He is stunned. Another swing sends splinters flying as the ominous counter ticks up to the number 3. Panic sets in as the digits climb. He realizes the horrifying truth: this tree is literally counting his every attack. Seol Yoon's urgent scream pulls him back. Locked on the cursed tree, Chansu demands to know what has gone wrong now. Static hisses as the restaurant's radio flares to life. A chilling broadcast begins targeting any soul still breathing in the ruins. A voice commands survivors to seek shelter at the 7.5 Division's camp. The message is hauntingly clear. Just reach a terminal, or station the voice promises, and a path to salvation will be waiting for you. The government has not forgotten you, the speaker lies. Chansu turns, demanding to know where Seol Yoon found the device. She found the battery-powered unit under some junk and flipped it on while he was scouting. It is their only link left. Chansu's gut twists. One single unit, the 7.5 Division, controls every route. Something stinks about this setup. He questions how one squad manages so much ground. The chat is already calling it, this division is straight up villainous. Tension mounts as our blue-haired hero weighs their options. He bolts upright, his decision forged in the heat of the moment. Done eating, he barks. No more waiting, they are heading straight into the lion's den at the city terminal. Storm clouds choke the sky above. Stepping out, the crew realizes a massive downpour is about to wash over the apocalypse. Chansu swears it is not a suicide mission, but Seol Yoon warns that the terminal is a death trap waiting to snap. She demands a real plan. He explains they will halt nearby, hoping to hijack a ride from the desperate crowds. The purple-haired medic spirals. Stealing. The very thought of Grand Theft Auto sends her moral compass spinning out of control. She shrieks about her medical oath forbidding harm. Chansu just scoffs, eyeing her with a skeptical look. He remembers the bloodlust in her eyes from their first encounter. Turning beet red, she swears she is a saint at heart. Chill, he tells her. Min Chul chimes in, reasoning that plenty of ghost cars are just sitting there for the taking. They slip into a dark alleyway following Harang's intel. One wrong turn here, and it is game over for the squad. Is it much further, someone whispers? Harang points deep into the shadows, claiming their destination lies just around this corner. She sprints ahead, shouting they're almost there while the team tails her. Suddenly, everything grinds to a terrifying halt. The leader frantically searches his pockets for a lost item. Simultaneously, an invisible force yanks her shirt, dragging her backward. The leader cautiously scans the perimeter from the shadows. Nearby, a rowdy gang grumbles about losing their way. The thugs vent their frustration before deciding to scour a different street. The tension in the air is suffocating. While invisible spectators comment on the thugs' menacing aura, the leader signals everyone to stay put. Harang demands to know who's there. Watching the gang retreat, he admits he's unsure what they are. Avoiding a direct confrontation is their only play. Unease flickers in their eyes as they watch him. Once the coast is clear, he gives the signal to move. Thunder rumbles through the sky as Harang stops beaming with joy. "We've finally made it," she cheers. She points toward a rusty manhole cover, her secret entrance. The others are left speechless by her home. The reality of sewer life hits them hard. One member groans internally about going back underground. Harang produces a peculiar device. She explains she stashed it at a nearby construction site. Even the leader is impressed by her insane level of prep. Staring into the dark abyss, the team debates their next move. Suddenly, the officer catches a distant, ominous roar. A massive tree crashes nearby, shaking the earth. "Move it!" Now the leader screams, his voice laced with panic. Inside the shaft, he orders Harang to seal the hatch. She frantically scrambles down, shouting that she needs a second. Monstrous roots slither down the shaft, reacting violently to the flashlight. The leader's blood runs cold as he cries out. Viewers wonder if Harang is cultivating a monster tree down there. Above ground, the chaos continues to brew. A thick, pulsating root slams the manhole cover shut from below. The group gasps as the entrance is forcefully sealed. "How did you control that?" they ask, bewildered. Harang nonchalantly explains those tendrils belong to a terrifying monster tree. By shining light on the roots, she tricks them into thinking they're above ground. They instinctively pull the cover tight. The tree believes it only grows in darkness. The team stares in stunned silence at this bizarre biological hack. "Is something wrong?" Harang asks innocently. The leader smirks, praising her incredible talent. "This girl is a total genius." The male student scans the room, wondering if she decorated the place herself. She nods with a shy smile. She scavenged furniture and supplies from a local market. The leader finds her research notes its high-level monster biology. The officer is genuinely floored by the hideout's layout. It's surprisingly cozy, despite being deep in the sewers. Seeing a pile of mats, someone realizes she even prepared for guests. Harang's face flushes with pure happiness. She admits that being praised makes this feel like a real housewarming party with friends. The students note the airflow is surprisingly fresh. "Can we crash here tonight?" they ask, eyes drooping with fatigue. A hand pats the boy's shoulder in approval. The leader drops him onto a mat, telling him to rest. Harang beams, explaining she picked this spot specifically for the ventilation. The leader grabs another mat for the others. "Time to recover," the leader mutters. Soon all four are lost in a deep, dreamless sleep. The leader reflects on the grueling day. Every single hour has been an absolute battle for survival. He begs his patrons to alert him if danger strikes. The system interface flickers with their strange, cryptic responses. They tell him to dream of them, and he drowsily agrees. Suddenly, a woman's furious scream pierces his slumber. "Stop wasting my money," she bellows. Thinking it's a nightmare, he's jolted awake, his heart racing. That voice felt too real to be a dream. He checks his companions, wondering if he's losing his mind. A violent metallic clang echoes from above. The monster roots are thrashing against the pipes like wild beasts. Viewers laugh, noting he finally woke up. They joke that even the world ending wouldn't have stirred him earlier. They credit Honda Chihuahua for the save. Meanwhile, the leader grumbles that his patrons totally failed to wake him. The patrons snap back, insisting they paid a fortune for a new speaker function. The leader's eyes widen. "You did what," he exclaims. They explain the speaker ability unlocked mid-nap, but the leader has bigger problems. Panicking, he shakes Harang awake, shouting her name. There's no time to worry about system updates right now. She snaps awake, reciting his full name, and giving him a heart attack. "Can't you wake up normally?" He points to the rampaging roots, demanding she fix it. Harang rubs her eyes, looking totally dazed. She explains the roots are likely hunting for water. They tend to gravitate toward any moisture they can find. Searching for answers, the leader gazes up and asks if the sky is weeping. She explains the roots crave a deluge to flourish, urging him to stay calm. He nods, settling for now. He tells Harang to rest and she obeys. Above them, a steady, rhythmic drip begins to echo. Puddles swell as the rhythm quickens. Suddenly, a violent torrent bursts inside, drenching the leader instantly. His patrons bark insults to wake him up. Groggily, he demands answers while they scream about wasting gems. They point forward. His heart sinks, seeing how fast the water level has surged within seconds. The storm pounds relentlessly. Realizing their sanctuary was a trap, he deduces the deluge is flooding their haven. It's invading the vents. He screams for everyone to wake up. They jolt awake, panicked and confused. Seeing the influx, Harang barks orders to grab their gear. But the leader shouts a grim warning. This isn't a simple sewer. It's a massive underground cistern, and it's filling like a death trap. The officer panics about escaping. Ignoring him, the leader asks his patrons about aquatic monsters and heavy storms. They speculate that such beasts go on a bloody rampage when the heavens open like this. Harang offers a stashed raincoat. He hesitates, knowing the surface is crawling with high-level threats. Stay and drown, or leave and fight. The icy water is already surging past their knees. He commands everyone to the ladder as the system suddenly flashes his name in bright light. His patrons warn this isn't natural weather, it's the calling card of a specific terrifying beast. He demands details. They reveal a monster exists with the literal power to command the storm. This storm is its handiwork. He grips a stone, formulating a plan, then hurls it while questioning patrons. The rock splashes as he directs his team. Suddenly, a predatory glowing eye ignites beneath the surface. A scream pierces the air. A student shrieks about a crocodilian nightmare and begs everyone to climb faster. It's an all-crocker, a flood-dwelling predator. Harang claws at the manhole cover, but it won't budge. Something massive is pinning them from above. The leader's blood runs cold. Is it another monster? Outside, the monster tree writhes in the rain, its massive trunk crushing the manhole lid shut. He curses under his breath. To survive, he must slay the all-crocker, but doubt clouds his mind. Fighting in deep water is suicide. Scouring for an alternative, a spark of genius hits. Harang. He asks if the roots explode with growth when soaked. She confirms they thrive on heavy moisture. She's never seen them this drenched. Raising his axe, he orders everyone away from the ladder. A severed root fragment falls from his hand. It splashes into the dark rising depths of the tank. Gripping the ladder, he waits. A suffocating silence fills the chamber. Nothing happens. The patrons laugh, mocking his failure. He turns to Harang, desperate for confirmation that it can grow. She hopes so, but admits she's never tested it this deep. Suddenly, the water begins to roil. Something stirs below. Suddenly, the root erupts upward, expanding into a massive leviathan in seconds. A wooden titan now chokes the torrent. Grinning, the leader declares their counterattack has finally begun. The all-crocker and woody tendrils collide in a violent splash. Call this poetic justice, he sneers. Roots coil around the beast, tightening their grip. He watches as the plant hungrily drains the floodwater. The beast thrashes against the branches. A student trembles, questioning if this insane gamble will work. The rain eases, but the exit is still blocked. That massive weight above needs to move now. The root monster is now titanic. Students scramble up the ladder as the wooden leviathan surges below. He stays behind, watching them flee. Eyes on his axe, he suspects a hidden power lies dormant. Time to test his theory. His patrons roar in excitement as a system notification flashes before him. Patrons have pooled their resources for a mission. Above, his friend screams his name in pure terror. The mission: slay the beast for 20 gems. Without hesitation, he accepts and steps into the abyss. He faces the monster alone. His friends cry out, unable to believe he's taking the bait. Harang screams a warning, her voice laced with dread. He stands his ground, axe at the ready. The warm-up is over. Raising his weapon high, he prepares for the real fight to begin. He roars for his fans to hype him up. The buffed axe cleaves, carving a neon arc through the massive roots. An aggro timer triggers as his strike infuses the roots with shimmering mana. Without hesitation, he delivers a crushing follow-up. The impact detonates against the foe. Eyes locked in focus, he lunges forward narrowly, weaving past a lethal lashing vine. Pushing his advantage, he sinks a perfect strike into the thick root. Pure energy starts bleeding out from the gash. This plan is legit working. As he chops away, he realizes this axe is absolutely cracked. Yet a hidden power still lurks within. His teammates shout the count, strike 5, then strike 6 from the safety above. Sharp roots whip toward his face, forcing a frantic dodge. A burning severed chunk spirals through the chaotic air. Strike 7 hits. A viewer screams to watch his flank. Reacting instantly, he pivots to dodge the incoming strike. He cleaves a vine with strike 8. Strike 9 buries itself deep. The axe begins to pulse with blinding light. The weapon is fully awakened and lethal. Chansu swings for the fences, landing the fateful 10th strike with his unique blade. Boom! The girl watches in total awe, screaming internally, "You've got this, Chansu, let's go." He realizes his gear is the 10-count axe. It wasn't just counting, it was a literal death timer for his enemies. Every landing blow builds the stack until the 10th strike nukes the target. But the fight isn't over yet. The tree titan gulps down the last of the water. Is it finally done? Chansu charges again, axe held high. Chansu doesn't give a damn about the boss's power anymore. He's going to stack that 10-hit combo all over again. He slams the blade home. The entire world trembles under the weight of his relentless, crushing assault. Strike 9 carves through the bark. Thinking of his hyungs, Chansu quips about sending them some fresh firewood tonight. The 10th strike detonates. The tree monster is shredded into splinters. The kids watch, completely stunned by the carnage. Wood splinters rain down as Chansu demolishes the beast. He collapses in exhaustion just as a mission prompt pops up. Mission complete, rewards are incoming. Flat on his back, he prays the next quest doesn't involve more woodcutting. The chat goes wild over the tree crocker's defeat. Chansu just smirks weakly, his fingers still locked onto his axe. With the threat gone, he signals the crew that it's finally safe to climb down from the ladder. The trio looks at him with pure worship. Approaching the wreckage, one boy asks, "Is that thing actually dead for good?" The pilot yells to stay back, but the doc is hyped about new test subjects. Chansu thinks she's absolutely lost it. She's already planning crazy experiments. Chansu sighs, telling everyone they need to pack up and clear out. Without the Crocker, the lethal rain should finally stop. He asks Minchell if he's ready to head back out. Outside, the clouds have finally parted. The storm is over. Soon the squad pulls up to a local sportswear shop. Chansu confirms this is the spot. Minchell strolls in cracking jokes in a fake high-pitched nurse voice. As the doc peeks inside, Chansu tells the group to gear up. He naturally grabs a sturdy baseball bat. A system tag reveals Chansu is a pro ball player. Suddenly, angry shouting erupts from outside, putting everyone on high alert. Minchell and the doc panic. Chansu and the pilot dive into fitting rooms, peering nervously through the door cracks. Two armed thugs are freaking out. Their boss is going to kill them because their targets just vanished into thin air. They're terrified of the consequences. Suddenly, one spots movement and alerts the crew, charging straight toward the shop. Once they pass, Chansu realizes these guys are totally different from the last pack of thugs they encountered. Are these guys connected? They definitely radiate the same toxic energy as the first group of villains. Chansu hears a noise and turns around. Minchell looks like he's seen a ghost. "Yo, Minchell, you okay?" Chansu asks what's up, but Minchell is frozen. The doctor girl just casually pokes his cheek to reset him. He snaps out of it. The pilot asks, "What's the big deal?" Chansu shrugs it off, saying the thugs missed them. Minchell tries to speak, his voice shaking. Something is clearly weighing heavy on his mind. Minchell looks more troubled than terrified. Chansu scouts the perimeter and confirms the coast is finally clear. Time to move. The four exit cautiously grips tight on their weapons. Suddenly, a panicked man comes sprinting. A guy in a tracksuit runs at them screaming bloody murder Chansu, and the doc exchange confused looks. "Save me," he begs. But before he can reach safety, a massive impact slams him into the pavement. Chansu's eyes widen as a new threat emerges. A set of heavy boots lands right next to the victim. A green-haired thug leader grumbles about the extra work. Then his cold gaze shifts directly onto Chansu's squad. Chansu's eyes widen in shock. He signals his crew fingers tightening around his lethal axe. The system chimes, flagging a squad of high-tier thugs closing in. "Get ready to move," Chansu warns, realizing this gang is a massive headache. The green-haired boss spots Minchell, howling his name. Minchell freezes blood draining from his face. Spotting Minchell's terror, Chansu narrows his eyes. "You recognize this clown," he demands. Minchell stammers a confirmation. Across from them, the green-haired thug flashes a predatory grin. Hungry for action, Chansu levels his blade. "Hold up," he barks, seizing control. Blocking their path, he warns them to back off before things get ugly. The punk scoffs. "Don't be like that, we've got so much catching up to do." "He clearly hates your guts," Chansu scoffs. "How about you losers, just walk away?" "We just want to chat," the leader sneers. Chansu sighs, scratching his head in disbelief. "What a pain," he mutters, hoisting his axe. "You're gonna wish you'd just walked away." The thug cackles, calling them brainless. "I'll count to 3, he sneers, then it's over." He winds up his bad eyes locked on Minchell. Chansu's grip on the axe becomes iron tight. Minchell quakes as the countdown hits 3. The thug lunges, but Chansu's axe strikes first. The leader's jaw drops as his assault is crushed. Chansu instantly follows with a blurring counterswing. Steel carves through flesh, unleashing a crimson spray. Chansu blurs past, leaving the goons paralyzed. They charge blinded by rage. Chansu silences them with a single glowing arc of destruction. The henchmen collapse in pools of blood. The leader, barely clinging to life, spits venom. Chansu looms over him. "Say that again," he asks, coldly burying his axe once more. As the thug shrieks, Chansu mocks his frailty. "Quit playing dead and stand up," he barks. The system confirms he's finished urging the kill. "You're dumber than a bag of rocks," Chansu scoffs. The enraged punk bellows for silence and lunges. Chansu just watches with cold, bored eyes. "Screaming won't change your fate," Chansu sighs. The thug wheezes that he's making a mistake. A manic grin splits Chansu's face. "I'm the MC of this world," he thinks. The thug quakes. Trembling with terror, he launches a final strike. Chansu's blade whistles through the air to meet him. Another slash, another guttural scream. The green-haired leader finally collapses onto the cold pavement. More goons swarm howling for blood. The system asks if he'll show mercy. "Hell no," Chansu answers. He slams his axe home. The rest hit the dirt hard, one of them whimpering in agony. "Stop the swearing. It just makes you look weak," he scolds, wrenching his blood-soaked axe free. He stalks away his crimson-stained axe, scraping a haunting melody against the concrete. The leader lies in a pool of failure. Shaking with terror, he shrieks at Chansu to leave. "Funny," Chansu muses, "you wouldn't let us leave before." He looks down with ice in his eyes. "Why beg for my exit now?" he asks. Behind him, the doctor calls out, breaking the tension. She asks if she should heal these trash. Chansu decides mercy might be a worse fate. They'd just try to kill us again, he scoffs. The thug screams, Minchul, save me, they're insane. He begs Minchul to remember their past. Chansu pauses, eyes narrowing. How do you know this trash? Minchul sighs, admitting the green-haired punk was an old associate from a life he'd rather forget. He explains they were briefly friends before he found real people who helped him return to school. He'd severed all ties. Chansu scoffs, goons like this never let people move on peacefully. Minchul notes a cop's relative helped him, so the gang stayed away to avoid the heat. Without laws, Chansu realizes they feel invincible. The thug starts babbling, desperately trying to negotiate. Is his story legit? Chansu asks. The thug nods frantically, swearing they'd left Minchul alone. Satisfied with the answer, Chansu gives a cold nod and hoists his axe toward the heavens. The thug shrieks as death looms. Suddenly the pilot stops Chansu. Wait, are you actually finishing him? Chansu sighs, admitting he might just spare him. The goon feels a surge of hope, but she coldly notes she's only doing it for an interrogation. She wants intel before the execution, leaving the thug rattled. Moments later, they've lashed the green-haired punk to a tree, his composure crumbling into pure panic. As he screams for freedom, Chansu orders him to pipe down. Noise attracts those things lurking nearby. The thug stammers back his words as Chansu looms over him. He demands to know if the man has heard of the monstrous trees. The captive claims they only hunt after dark, confirming he's already familiar with those arboreal nightmares. But he knows nothing of the horrors in the sewers. Chansu warns that more shouting will only summon death from below. Paralyzed by fear, the thug desperately pleads. Chansu points out he's far too broken to survive a fight with such beasts. Survival means total submission. Terrified of a gruesome end, the thug begins swearing his absolute loyalty. Chansu remembers a victim begging for mercy with those exact words. This grim realization leaves Minchul visibly unsettled. He reminds the murderer that his victims cried out for life, just as pathetically holding his sins against him. Snapping under the pressure, the man spills everything. Their gang goes by the name Black Tattoo. They are 20 strong. Chansu asks if hunting survivors is their hobby, but the thug insists otherwise. Their ride simply died on them, leaving them stranded. They only want to fix it and reach a designated safe zone. Chansu offers a mocking pat, satisfied with the intel. As the group turns to leave, the thug lets out a frantic howl. He can't believe they're ditching him tied to a tree. Suddenly, Chansu halts, a cold thought crossing his mind. Leaving loose ends is a rookie mistake. He considers finishing the job somewhere a bit more private. Nearby, a masked figure and his crew survey the carnage. They spot the blood-drenched tree where the thug was recently bound. Discovering the corpse, they wonder what went down. The masked men realize another survivor squad is responsible for this hit. They debate reporting this to their boss, deciding to first analyze the body to identify their new enemies. The leader curses, wondering if the victim was tortured. Suddenly, a scout rushes back with a frantic report. Bodies are scattered everywhere. The gang surveys the littered street as their leader demands an explanation for the bloodbath. They guess it might have been infighting. The masked leader scoffs, dismissing the idea instantly. Only a true enemy leaves corpses rotting in the open. Knowing their chief will be furious, he commands a full-scale hunt. The killers must be close. He notes grimly that they'll be holding several funerals before the day is done. Minchul identifies the scarred man as Ju Songjin, a high-ranking officer in the organization. He explains Ju is bad news. Boasting a massive scar, Ju was an alpha, even when Minchul ran with them. Chansu realizes Ju is still active. If the green-haired punk was still a member, Ju is definitely around. Minchul apologizes for his messy past. Chansu shrugs it off. Those thugs were inevitable enemies anyway. He pushes for more intel on their structure. Minchul explains the chief splits the gang into specialized squads like patrol and combat units. Chansu asks if the losers they just crushed were part of a patrol team. Minchul confirms they scout for loot and mark territory. Chansu does the math, 3 dead. 17 Black Tattoo members remain. Suddenly, the group spots a massive blood-splattered truck and wonders about its origin. Is this the vehicle the thug mentioned? Chansu steps forward to inspect the gore-caked interior alone. While the others fear an infection outbreak, the nurse suddenly shouts for Chansu. The truck's hood is wide open. Chansu checks the engine, finding it stripped of parts and the battery missing. Seeing only worthless scrap, Chansu realizes the truck is a lost cause. Someone asks if the infected stole it. Probably, Chansu replies. Without those missing parts, this thing is just a hunk of metal. He mocks their stupidity for trying to fix such a wreck. Then he prepares to move the group out. Chansu freezes, signaling the others to be silent. He's sensed a presence nearby, startling someone in hiding. Seeing the reaction, Chansu aims his weapon at a trembling man who screams for him to wait. The terrified stranger begs for his life. Chansu issues a cold ultimatum, talk fast if you want to keep breathing. The man claims he was in the truck during the ambush and hid. Chansu is suspicious of his lack of injuries. Minchul doesn't recognize him, making the man more nervous. Chansu notes the guy is wearing a specific uniform. The man admits he came out because they didn't look like that group, especially with a student in tow. Chansu presses him for details about this tattooed gang as the man begins to describe them. This stranger appeared right after his group got infected. He played the hero before turning into a stone-cold killer. He desperately hunts for his squad, but Chansu sees the truth. The poor guy has no idea what's coming. His partner is dead. Chansu calms him, demanding to know where the tattooed thugs went. He points south. The gang went that way. Since it's not their route, Chansu prepares to bounce. The man starts spiraling. Confused and terrified, he begs them not to leave. Chansu coldly replies that his survival isn't his problem. He asks if they're splitting up, then mentions they'll need a car. Chansu pauses, actually listening now. Chansu wants to avoid the gang. The man warns that going north without wheels is suicide. Chansu demands details. He describes monsters to the north that shred people instantly. On foot, they're basically just dead men walking. They need a vehicle. The companions wonder if a car can really shield them from those horrific things. The monsters ignore moving cars. Chansu turns to his system, asking what kind of freaks they're facing. They're detectors, biological speed traps that trigger if you move too slowly, like a massive lethal Venus flytrap. A car is mandatory. Chansu asks if the threat is localized. The man says, no, it's a global nightmare. The beasts are everywhere. Chansu realizes the northern route is all dense forest, not great for driving. Forest and tracks make driving impossible. Minchul's gut twists at the thought of heading toward the gang. Minchul knows Chansu is a beast, but warns that those tattooed psychos are on a whole different level. Chansu calls them basic thugs. With Harang and Seol, Yoon's help, he's not sweating these clowns at all. They can handle them. Besides, a confrontation is inevitable. He tells the squad to quit worrying. The soldier is stunned by Chansu's confidence. Chansu finally agrees they have to head that way. Chansu asks for his name. Oh, Young Jun, he replies. Chansu thanks him for the critical intel. He wishes him luck surviving alone. Horrified, Youngjun realizes they have no intention of taking him. The viewers want to save him, but Chansu refuses. That's when he notices a nasty, bloody wound. The wound on his hand looks wrong. Youngjun flinches, but Harang is already inspecting the injury. That's no accidental bump. Youngjun pales, claiming it's just a tiny scratch from the chaos. Harang confirms the infection. Chansu reminds him, she's a professional nurse, she doesn't make mistakes about science. Youngjun spirals into a panic, eventually begging for a gruesome solution. Chop my arm off, please. Even Chansu is stunned. Harang stays clinical, warning that a DIY amputation will likely just kill him. Shock or complications will finish him. Plus, without anesthesia, it'll be a descent into pure agony. The pain will be unbearable, and the infection risk is massive. It's an incredibly dangerous gamble. She asks if he's still down. Chansu tells her to stop, he just wanted the man fully informed. He wanted consent first. Now if Youngjun truly wants it, Chansu is ready to swing the blade. He'll do it, but warns that if the virus has spread, losing an arm won't save him. Sobbing, Youngjun declares he wants to live. He'll take any chance no matter how slim. He blames the gang for this and refuses to die. Chansu watches him, wondering if he's an NPC. Chansu decides to proceed, telling Harang to sanitize the axe. Suddenly, a donor asks for a quest. Chansu asks for a survival buff. The system mocks his reliance, but starts preparing a mission anyway. A message pops up. Crying mental patient has just issued a new mission for the party. The goal: sever the arm in 5 hits. Reward: 1 hour of 0 side effects from the trauma. Chansu thinks it's insane. Harang returns the disinfected axe and Chansu gives her a silent thanks. Axe raised, Chansu asks if she's ready. Harang covers the soldier's eyes to spare him the sight. Chansu tells her to hold the arm steady instead. Harang sheepishly realizes her mistake and adjusts. She just didn't want him to watch. Wholesome. Chansu braces himself, focusing on the mission's specific requirements. He needs 5 strikes to clear the quest. Harang confirms a single blow won't work. Spectators are disgusted. Multiple cuts, that's brutal. Chansu warns him it's time. Outside, Minchul stands frozen in pure horror. A blood-curdling scream erupts. Seol-yoon and Minchul realize the surgery has actually begun. It's for real. The shrieks don't stop. They realize how terrifying Chansu is, wondering what kind of nightmare is happening. So-yoon whispers, they're lucky. Chansu kept them outside, sparing them from witnessing the gruesome sight. Minchul nods tensely, visibly shaken. So-yoon nervously wonders exactly how many times Chansu is slicing down. Silence falls as the screams vanish. Are they done? Suddenly the door creaks open, making their hearts stop. Harang emerges with a chilling grin, beckoning them inside. Minchul enters, trembling as he asks if it's over. Youngjun lies there, arm replaced by a crimson stump. Chansu wipes his blade, while So-yoon chokes back bile. Stop staring, Chansu snaps, flashing a thumbs up. For a second, they think he's holding the severed limb. It's just a signal. The surgery worked. Still, Minchul's voice trembles as he asks if the guy will survive. Chansu shrugs coldly. If Youngjun isn't awake in 5 minutes, they're ditching him right there. With those thugs roaming nearby, time is up. Chansu honestly doubts the kid will ever open his eyes again. Suddenly, Youngjun bolts upright. He spots the bandages where his arm used to be and completely loses it. Chansu notes he blacked out from agony halfway through, so he asks, "How's the new view?" Miraculously, Youngjun beams with energy, showering Chansu with frantic relieved thanks. Chansu commends his grit, yet secretly fears the moment that 60-minute mission buff finally wears off. Youngjun bows repeatedly in gratitude. Chansu just stares baffled by the kid's bizarrely upbeat reaction. Miles away, a thug snarls, punting a piece of scrap metal while hunting for working parts. His partner plays peacemaker, but the first thug rants. Why fix this specific junker when others actually run? From the shadows, Chansu watches the bickering duo. "Shut it," one thug hisses, scanning the area. The thug grumbles, confused by the boss's obsession with this one particular freezer truck. Chansu's ears perk up. A mobile freezer. That's a total game changer for his team's survival. It's a lost cause, the thug insists. His buddy blames some morons for looting the essential components. They're scavenging for spares, but hope is fading fast. "This is driving me insane," the thug yells. Chansu figures their boss is a nightmare. Slipping back, he warns his crew that 2 hostiles are nearby. They could easily crush them, but Chansu suggests stalking them back to their secret headquarters instead. It's a necessary move, so the team agrees. Someone suggests sending a lone scout to minimize detection. Chansu nods. His gaze then drifts slowly across the group, calculating exactly who the lucky sacrifice is. Youngjun freezes. Chansu's eyes are locked on him. Is he really being picked for this? Outside, an inked-up thug heaves a wheel into place. As they depart, they sense something is off. A faint sound catches their ear, but they shrug it off. No monster trees hunt in daylight. Crouched in the shadows, Youngjun curses his luck. How did he end up playing secret agent? The thugs halt confusion, turning to dread. Wait, one stammers. Is someone actually here? A stray tire rolls toward a looming shadow, stopping right at the boots of their scarred leader. Looking busy, Ju Sang-jin remarks his icy presence, making the henchmen bow in immediate terror. Sang-jin isn't here for a progress report. He's hunting for whoever just slaughtered 3 of his men. The killer is close. One thug trembles, wondering if the boss has already figured out their failure. He doesn't know. Yet another whispers. Sang-jin barks orders, splitting the group to handle the threat. As they mobilize, Youngjun's gut twists. Something is horribly wrong with their chosen path. He does the math. If they keep going that way, they'll run straight into Chansu's hiding spot. It's a brutal choice. Warn Chansu now or stay on their tail to find the enemy base. He'll confirm their direction, then bail. Meanwhile, a thug suggests they just head back to headquarters. Stress builds. Youngjun silently begs the thugs to pick up the pace so he can leave. Just a little further, he tells himself. Every step feels like a gamble with his own life. Intel secured. Youngjun turns and sprints, desperate to reach Chansu before it's too late. Mid-run, something stops him cold. Elsewhere, Soyun and Minchul spring their trap, dropping 2 tattooed thugs. Minchul unleashes pure fury, smashing a thug's face. Harang follows, ending another with a lethal strike. Youngjun arrives, skidding to a halt right at the bloody battlefield. Amidst the wreckage, Chanseo confronts Ju Sang-jin. He sneers, "So you're the one mocking the man's underwhelming presence." He's stunned. Minchul feared this loser. Overwhelmed by rage, Sang-jin screams, "You slaughtered my entire crew." Chanseo shrugs. "They were weak just like you." He continues clowning the thug who once terrorized Minchul. Sang-jin snarls, claiming they were merciful to let Minchul leave. To him, this act is a total betrayal. "Pick on someone your own size," Chanseo retorts. He challenges Sang-jin to settle this leader against leader. Sang-jin lunges, laughing at Chanseo's arrogance. Unfazed, Chanseo smirks. "Oh, did I already win this?" Panic sets in, as Sang-jin feels the tide turning. He snaps his head back, catching a sudden movement. Youngjun races back, but his face pales at the scene. He cries out, paralyzed by sheer terror. Suddenly, Sang-jin's blade sinks into Youngjun's neck. He yanks the boy close, using him as a human shield. "Back off or he's dead," Sang-jin shrieks. Chanseo's expression turns frigid, disgusted by this pathetic cowardice. Chanseo expected a kingpin's aura, but all he sees is a joke. "You're absolutely nothing," he spits. Sang-jin presses the steel harder against the boy's throat, screaming at Chanseo to stay exactly where he is. "Thugs deserve a thug's end," Chanseo declares, closing in. Desperate, Sang-jin begs him to stop his advance. "Don't stop for me," Youngjun yells. Before he can finish, Sang-jin plunges the knife into the boy's chest. Blood sprays as Youngjun hits the ground. Sang-jin bolts, abandoning the bleeding boy in the dirt. As onlookers gasp at the brutality, Chanseo's rage peaks. "You absolute piece of trash," he growls under his breath. Sang-jin flees, cursing in terror. But Chanseo sprints, catching the coward in a matter of seconds. A blade rips through Sang-jin's back, forcing a blood-curdling scream. Chanseo keeps carving, letting the thug howl. "Know what streamers hear the most?" Chanseo asks. Without waiting, he provides the chilling answer himself. People always want an apology. He continues his brutal work as the man's agony echoes through the night. With eyes like ice, Chanseo demands a confession. He rains down a merciless beating on the broken man. "Say you're sorry," he roars. While the chat cheers the violence, Chanseo grips his blood-stained weapon, repeating the demand. "Apologize." The terrified thug begs for mercy, but Chanseo plays deaf, forcing him to scream it again until he breaks. Screaming for mercy, the punk pleads for his life, but Chansu isn't hearing it. He snatches the man by his hair. Hoisting him up, Chansu growls that those half-dead victims deserve an apology, not him. Fake apologies don't cut it here. With a sickening thud, he craters the thug's face into the concrete. "Now that is a real apology," Chansu sneers. As bone cracks, the thug desperately wheezes for him to stop. He drills the guy's skull into the floor again. Nearby, an ally nonchalantly hypes up his classmate's brutality. Shouting from afar, that same friend tells Chansu to chill, figuring the message was finally received. Chansu pauses, dangling the mangled thug like a trophy. Hearing the shouts, he tosses the body aside and sighs. With the brawl over, the violet-haired girl inspects their rescued survivor and drops a grim warning. The zombie virus is surging through his veins. Even after hacking off his arm, she reveals a dark truth. His battered body couldn't fight back, letting the plague take over. Soaked in blood, Young-jun whispers an apology. He knows his clock is ticking. Chansu shuts down the guilt trip and cuts straight to the real mission. Did he locate the black tattoo base? Young-jun nods, forcing himself upright despite the overwhelming agony. Chansu's shocked he is still moving, but figures pain won't matter once he turns. Young-jun vows to lead them. He will guide them to the rat's nest. Chansu checks his squad. It is time for the main event. They are going to erase every black tattoo member. Minchul grins, ready to burn the whole gang down. Young-jun limps toward the fortified hideout where the gang members are huddled around their trucks, nursing wounds. Gripping his rotting stump, he stumbles forward. Suddenly, he lets out a feral roar, challenging the entire confused mob. Their redhead boss sends his goons in. As they spot the infection, the chief barks, demanding to know the intruder's name. Chansu recognizes the leader as Gu Yang. Simultaneously, Young-jun confirms this trash matches the description he was given. "I am here to end you," Young-jun spits. Yang just laughs at the dying man's bold claim. The lackeys mock his missing limb, cackling at the one-armed hero. Young-jun just stares back with cold, murderous eyes. Yang loves the look of hate. He taunts that if he is so eager to die, he will happily oblige. Snatching a metal staff from a crony, Yang fumes about their truck being fixed just to be interrupted. Did Young-jun really think he could stop them? "You are dead meat," Yang roars as Young-jun lunges. Everyone freezes as Young-jun blitzes forward. Suddenly, Chansu's violet-haired teammate blurs into motion, joining the chaos. She carves through a thug instantly. Minchul joins the slaughter, dropping another goon as a blade bites Young-jun's back. He wheels around, stunned. Meanwhile, Chansu's squad turns the street into a slaughterhouse, shredding the black tattoo ranks. A thug shrieks as steel pierces him. Then Chansu explodes onto the scene, declaring this a full-blown ambush. "Protect the boss," they scream. Chansu descends like a nightmare, his lethal strike earning him the title of Grim Reaper. Pure terror grips Yang. "Who the hell are you?" he shrieks as Minchul lands another punishing blow. The name Minchul rings a bell. Yang sneers, asking if Chansu was just hired to settle some petty grudge. Chansu scoffs at the revenge theory. Honestly, he could not care less about what this low-life piece of trash thinks. Hefting his axe, Chansu coldly warns Yang to say goodbye to his limbs. The boss absolutely loses it. Yang howls in fury, swinging wildly for the kill. But Chansu stands his ground, blocking the strike with ease. Encased in his armor, Chansu mocks the weak impact. Shaking with rage and disbelief, Yang spits out curses. The boss goes berserk, swinging like a madman. Yet Chansu parries every desperate strike like it is child's play. A predatory grin spreads across Chansu's face. "Is that all you've got?" he taunts as their weapons lock tight. "How is this scrawny kid so freakishly strong?" Yang screams for a name, but Chansu just smirks. Chansu reminds him of his own words: he is nothing more than a pawn in Minchul's grand game. Panic sets in as Yang recoils, begging for space. Chansu notes the boss and his goons are all identical. They all start whimpering when cornered. Did Yang teach them that? Terrified, he screams for backup. A blood-curdling shriek pierces the air from down the street, snapping both fighters' attention away from their duel. Young-jun has finally turned. He is gone, full zombie tearing into a throat. Nearby, a mysterious purple-eyed figure watches. The newcomer calls out to the monster. In Chansu's reflection, we see the nightmare Young-jun has become. An eerie light emanates from the creature. Yang loses his mind and bolts, leaving Chansu to scoff at his cowardice. Labeling the crew as spineless cowards, Chansu readies the execution blow, while the live chat goes feral, demanding he aims straight for the jugular. Chansu offers a cold mock thank you, before stepping in, ignoring the girl's desperate screams for him to wait and look closer. Their eyes lock onto something horrifying. As the infected husk staggers, Chansu freezes, wondering if a shred of humanity still lingers in young June. After a grim assessment, Chansu realizes the man is a goner. Noticing Young Yoon's idling truck nearby, he knows the chief hasn't escaped far. He turns to the fading Young June, asking him to fulfill one final, crucial mission for the team before his time runs out. The dazed man gives a faint, mindless twitch. Meanwhile, a panicked Young Yoon has already scrambled deep into a nearby building to hide. Young Yoon spits out venomous curses at Min Chul, blaming that traitor for his crew's downfall, while remembering when Min Chul was his dog. Now his empire is ash. Hearing the search party's footsteps, he frantically whispers to his men that they need to bail and fast. Facing Chansu and Min Chul head-on is suicide. He decides to retreat upstairs, hoping the high ground gives him a lethal advantage. Snatched a heavy metal rod, he grins. If he can just seize that truck, he can rebuild his twisted kingdom from the ground up. With stolen supplies and fresh blood, he'll start over training a new batch of puppets who actually know the meaning of loyalty. Convinced the truck is his divine right, he swears to bathe the floor in Chansu's blood, just as Min Chul steps into view. At the stairwell, Young Yoon erupts with rage over the betrayal. Min Chul just stares back coldly, asking if that's how he greets family. The boss screams about the food he provided, but Min Chul retorts that he only traded his future for a few meals. Min Chul reveals he was never cared for. He was just a tool, used so relentlessly he had to repeat a school year. He mockingly asks if the boss wants his old uniform next. Enraged, Young Yoon hoists his weapon, barking at the boy to stay down. Min Chul doesn't flinch, stating it's Young Yoon who's forgotten his place. He demands to know who gave this thug the right to exist. He points out the cycle of endless bullying. Young Yoon snarls back, claiming Min Chul is just as filthy as the rest of the gang. Claiming they are both monsters, Young Yoon fumes, but Min Chul simply retorts that the only thing he learned was a smoking habit. He insists he never became a murderer. Min Chul dares the man to stop hiding and settle this face-to-face if they're truly equals. The taunt hits a nerve. Young Yoon's eyes dart around in panic, convinced a hidden trap is waiting just behind the heavy door. He yells about bribes and conspiracies, but when he spins around, the stairs are empty, except for a looming silent Min Chul. Then ominous shadows fall from above. The psychopathic siblings emerge, grinning like predators who finally cornered their frantic prey. Trapped and terrified, Young Yoon shrieks for them to back off. Min Chul just sighs, having already predicted this pathetic escape attempt. Min Chul points out the fatal flaw: if you want the high ground, you don't stop halfway. You run until there's nowhere left. As the trio closes in, Young Yoon's reality shatters. His eyes bulge in pure terror, while Min Chul advances like an unstoppable nightmare. "I'll take you to hell with me," Young Yoon bellows, charging forward. Min Chul simply slams the heavy door right into his face. Reeling back, he hears the chilling sound of footsteps descending behind him. The siblings loom over him, their eyes glowing with predatory light. Pure instinct takes over as he scrambles past them, sprinting for the only exit left, the rooftop. He bursts into the open air. Chansu is gone. Spotting the truck, moving below, Young Yoon believes this is his miracle, a chance to escape the carnage and survive. He dives for the vehicle, but a voice chills his spine. Chansu stands right behind him, mockingly asking where he thinks he's going. The name is Go Chansu, the man corrects him. Young Yoon fumbles for the handle, screaming at his pursuer to stay away. Opening the door, he's shocked to find a masked man inside. Suddenly, a sharp pain explodes in his head, making him cry out. Darkness swarms his vision as his mind blurs. When he finally wakes, he finds himself bound tightly to the passenger seat. He groans, the world spinning as the truck hurtles down the road. He notices a figure driving and lets out a gasp. "I'm saved," he cackles hysterically, praising the loyal lackey who rescued him. But his relief is short-lived as the ropes tighten. He panics, yelling for freedom as the driver lets out a guttural groan. Young Yoon nervously notes that his savior looks sickly thin. The atmosphere curdles as the driver's condition worsens. Young Yoon's blood runs cold when the figure finally turns its horrific face. The truck screams down the highway while Young Yoon loses his mind, shrieking to know where this nightmare is taking them. A violent crash rocks the chassis. Young Yoon bellows for the driver to stop, terrified by something lurking in the shadows outside. Then panic flips his logic. "Don't stop, keep going," he screams, ordering the driver to swerve away from the unknown threat. The truck skids toward the edge of the road. That's when Young Yoon finally realizes the thing behind the wheel isn't human anymore. He thrashes against his restraints as monstrous growls fill the cabin. This wasn't a rescue. It was his final invitation to hell. Metal screeches as the truck smashes through the guardrail, plunging into the abyss. One last scream echoes before the world goes silent. The live stream never stops broadcasting the gang leader's gruesome end to a stunned audience until the screen finally fades to black. Tires screech as the truck flips in a metal-crushing wreck. Bleeding out, Young curses his invisible enemy. Thorny vines shatter the glass, lashing inward like hungry snakes. They pierce straight through the driver's chest. As he howls in pain, more briars swarm the cab. Young screams while the deathly tendrils close in. The vines coil around him, dragging him from the wreckage. He's skewered, choking on his own blood. Gasping for air, Yang Yang sees the zombified driver. Despite the vines, the undead creature wears a mocking smirk. From the distance, Chance whistles at the pyrotechnics, calling the blast a top-tier show. Beside Minchul, he observes that Yang Yang reached the detector zone. A pity he died, though. Minchul wonders if they needed that truck. Chance shrugs, calling the gas guzzler a liability. Such a massive rig is just dead weight in this world. Chance asks if Minchul misses his old acquaintance. Minchul doesn't hesitate. He only feels a sense of relief. He's glad Yang Yang is gone. Chance nods, liking that cold-blooded attitude. Later, Chance checks in with their pilot. She loves the new truck, preferring heavy steel over light rides. He warns her to go easy on the fuel. She ignores him, telling him to prep the loot instead. Their purple-haired teammate flexes her new Hall luxury watches stripped from corpses. She's desperate for Chance's approval. She gushes over the cute jewelry, while the guys cringe. She knows they're useless, but she doesn't care. It was just for the vibes, she admits. Chance surprises her, saying they actually look great on her. Blushing, she hands him one. Chance realizes their ragtag squad is actually becoming a legit powerhouse team. Their skills complement each other perfectly. With a confident smirk, he orders the crew to roll out. Back on the road, the team asks for a destination. Chance aims Big Jeju Island is the goal. He pulls his live stream boat or plane to Jeju. The chat goes oddly silent, leaving Chance totally confused. Pivot Chance decides to head east first. They're flying blind and need more intel on this broken world. He's hunting for a safe zone. Surely other survivors are swarming toward the eastern horizon right now. The girl points out the massive craters in the asphalt. She realizes those thorny vines caused this destruction. Mr. O's warnings echo in their minds as they roll past Yang Yang's mangled wreckage. Speaking of Mr. O, someone mutters. His grim fate is waiting just down the eastern road. Suddenly, a system alert pings. Chance has hit a major milestone, triggering a high-level notification. A new skill function has unlocked. Chance dives into his menu, his eyes widening in total shock. The system explains the new offer command and a secret shop. This changes the entire game. Alerts are flooding his screen. Heading east was definitely the play. The rewards are rolling in. The chat is hyped about the new features. Chance checks his permanent kit, aggro, and record keeping. He finds a one-time skill, new master's reward. But there's a catch, only 3 slots per category. The system separates skills into repeatable and one-time uses. He's got to manage his builds carefully now. Only 3 slots, Chance is tilted, and the chat is absolutely roasting his frustrated face. They point out the delete button. Chance wonders what happens if he finds a 4th skill. You gotta trash one noob, the chat mocks. Another notification pings, interrupting his internal crisis. Chance grumbles about the limits, but the viewers just laugh, telling him to check the other perks. He tests the offer function. A microphone icon blinks on the dashboard, waiting for his voice. He tests it by offering to eat for Zen. The mic glows, and the chat mocks his greed. A 10-second timer starts ticking. Chance stares at the countdown, sweating over what happens at 0. The chat keeps trolling as the clock hits 0. The icon vanishes, absolutely nothing happens. Realization hits, offer missions only work if a viewer actually accepts the deal. It's a gamble. He tries again, I'll eat for 1 million Zen and invincibility, but the price tag is absolutely insane. The viewers think the price is fair for God mode. Chance just groans, realizing he's broke. 2 fails down. 1 more, and he's locked out for the day. At least he gets it now. Time for the shop, but the brakes slam. Chance nearly flies through glass. Why are we stopping? The driver points ahead. The road is a total graveyard, barrier choked and torn apart by massive holes. Johnson realizes this carnage wasn't caused by thorns. He scans the wreckage, suspecting human sabotage. If not monsters, what lethal force did this? Analyzing a massive crater, a teammate confirms the truck is stuck. They ditch the vehicle and trek toward the surging riverbank. The water's rising. Chansu declares it is foot traffic only now. Looking at the flaming ruins, his friend trembles, fearing the crossing. Chansu pushes forward. The signs point east. No turning back. Smoke billows nearby. Move it, he barks, eyeing the grim horizon. He finds tactical gear a bad omen. If this bridge snaps, they're done. They tread carefully across. Then, a thunderous boom echoes nearby. A distant span disintegrates into fire. Haryung points another blast. The explosions are hunting them. Run for your lives, Chansu screams. They sprint through chaos while viewers bet on their certain doom. Chansu triggers a mission sprint through fire for double speed. 100 Zen. The chat flames him for the steep price. High costs mean high stakes. But time's up. The mission locks. A penalty strikes, sealing all quests. He curses, his legs burning. Crimson light flashes behind them. Then total ear-shattering annihilation. The bridge erupts, consumed by an inferno. Death is seconds away. Chaos. Haryung screams as Chansu dangles over the abyss. Fingers graze but fail to lock. She slips into the void. The structure collapses, plunging them into the raging, swollen river. Water swallows him whole. Chansu chokes, fighting the brutal current. Swim left, Haryung shrieks, but the churning foam blinds him. Rubble rains down. A massive wave slams him into the depths. Right swim, right she commands. He struggles, a terrible swimmer. Strength fading, he sinks. Her voice keeps him anchored. Almost there. Just hold on, she begs. But he's drowning in pure doubt. The river wins. Debris buries him as the bridge dies completely. Later on, the muddy bank, a shadow shakes his limp body. Wake up, a voice yells. He groans, signaling a narrow escape. Hacking up water, he thanks his savior while the chat trolls him. Staring at the vast river, he realizes the current swept him elsewhere. Where is everyone? The chat suggests he scavenge for a boat. Nursing his head, he spots a familiar medical bag in the dirt. Ha-ryung's kit. He's alone, broke, and officially in a bind. They're gone, he mutters. The chat tells him to man up. He plays the victim, baiting the audience for some sympathy zen. The viewers laugh. Your friends are dead, Chansu. Get real. This is a crisis, he snaps. The comments call him insane. He falters. Is he losing it? For once, he's truly solo. No team, no plan, just silence and a mocking chat box. You were always a loner, they jeer. He smirks at the screen. Choosing solo is different, he replies, eyeing a raft suggestion. At least someone's rooting for him. This raft is his only shot. Chansu spots a tactical raft packed with armed goons racing downriver. Crouched in the brush, he knows exactly who they are. Eavesdropping, he hears them bragging about how they successfully demolished almost every bridge from the water. They boast about cutting off both sides to trap everyone, completely oblivious to the eyes watching from the shadows. Realizing these are soldiers from the 7.5th Division, Chansu curses them under his breath. Suddenly, a soldier freezes. He whips around, rifle ready, demanding the intruder show themselves. But out from the foliage pops a harmless stray dog. The pup stares back with innocent eyes. Relaxing, the squad laughs it off, claiming that whatever threat was there is long gone. Declaring their mission a total success, they signal the boat to pull a U-turn and head back to base. They think they are safe now that the bridges are rubble, but Chansu panics as his targets begin to slip away. Just as Chansu thinks they are escaping, a massive, jagged bramble whip lashes out of nowhere toward the boat. The vine skewers a soldier in a bloody display. Chansu's eyes widen. This is a high-level bramble strike. He is reeling from the range of the attack, wondering if the bramble detection zone has somehow evolved beyond its limits. A massive, twisted tree beast emerges, a nightmare fusion of a cruel tree and a literal zombie. The viewers call it a wood zombie. As the towering freak prepares to strike again, Chansu springs into action. He frantically checks his chat for info. They confirm it is a wood zombie born when cruel trees devour hordes of undead. The monster begins shredding a soldier. Another survivor sprays lead in terror as the beast's branches whip through the air. Chansu stays low in the thicket as screams fill the air. Suddenly, a soldier is sent flying right over his head. The soldier's rifle clatters to the ground inches away. From his hiding spot, Chansu watches the wood zombie go to work. It literally drains the life force out of its prey. Facing a fusion boss like this feels like a total overkill scenario. The whole situation is pure insanity. Only one soldier remains, desperately fumbling to pull the boat's starter cord. He's praying for an escape when something fast and lethal blurs toward him through the mist. A bramble vine slams into the water, but instead of a pierce, it is a clean sever. The soldier flinches hard. He looks up, confused that he is still alive, only to find Chansu standing on the bank with an axe. Chansu just chopped through the monster's reach. He calmly explains that the wood zombie already clocked his presence. The goons were just warm-ups. Chansu triggers his aggro skill, ready for the main event. He bellows at the beast to stay back as it charges. With a calculated move, Chansu trips the massive entity. The wood zombie tumbles down the slope and hits the river with a massive splash. Chansu just watches unfazed. Gripping the rifle, he dryly reminds the beast he warned it. Most people think trees always float, he notes. But a waterlogged freak like this sinks like a stone. Chansu levels the gun and lets the bullets fly. He yells at the thrashing monster to hold still so he can aim. Nearby, the surviving soldier finally gets the engine roaring. Chansu cuts through the noise, ordering the man to stop playing around and swim his butt to the shore. The soldier hesitates, starting to argue until Chansu shifts his aim and points the barrel right at his head. Swim or die, the choice is simple. Later, after stripping the guy's gear and swapping clothes, Chansu begins the interrogation. Pulling on a fresh hoodie, he grills the man about whether he came from Tajin Station or the terminal. Back indoors, with the soldier bound to a pillar, Chansu reminds him who saved his life. He demands the truth. Noticing the unmarked gear, he asks what the 7.5th Division is really up to. Chansu pulls up his hood. Time to get serious. The wounded soldier can only stare in pure terror as the vibe in the room shifts. The live chat is ruthless, calling the guy a total NPC and joking that he looks exactly like Chansu. Chansu isn't having it. He smirks, shuts down the comparison, and reminds everyone he's on a completely different level. No dog tags, just a cold stare. Chansu leans in close, his presence becoming heavy enough to break the man's spirit. Annoyed by the silent treatment, Chansu jabs a finger into the guy's eye, drawing a sharp, jagged scream. He ignores the curses and racks the slide of his gun. "Why did you blow those bridges? Answer me now." The soldier stays quiet, so Chansu sends a round right into his leg without blinking an eye. He fires into the other leg, then a third shot. The man howls for mercy, begging Chansu to stop the pain. "You want me to stop? Then talk." Chansu's expression turns demonic as he leans into the soldier's personal space, luring people here just to trap them. He asks if they enjoy playing God with desperate lives. The soldier cracks at last, screaming they belong to Division 7.5. Chansu just scoffs, he already knew that. While racking the slide, Chansu whispers bang, making the captive jump in pure terror. Chansu wears a devilish smirk, mocking him for the safety being on. The soldier spits out an insult, and Chansu simply nods. Demanding answers about their human collection project, Chansu accuses them of detonating the bridges. They'd bagged enough bodies already. Chansu dares the grunt to prove him wrong. He drops the secret code, the end, feigning a desire to switch sides and join their ranks. The soldier's jaw drops. Inside, Chansu remembers the shaking official who leaked that very phrase. Claiming he's joining their cause, Chansu watches as the soldier begins to suspect he's a true high-level player. He leans into the lie, claiming his high-level contact was cut short by an ambush. The soldier regrets the friendly fire, while the chat loses it over Chansu's god-tier bluff. Chansu vents his rage over the destroyed bridges, but the soldier begs him not to make things bloodier. So what? Chansu retorts, coldly bragging about his elite mercenary background. He acts like a war-torn vet, who gets violent when disrespected. He's selling the unhinged professional vibe perfectly. The viewers are dying as the soldier buys the lie. Chansu offers a deal, spill the beans, and he lives. He presents himself as a combat medic who can fix the soldier's injuries. "The choice is yours, pal." Hesitant, the soldier wonders if his info is enough. Finally, he begins spilling the secrets of Division 7.5. It's an elite unit tasked with scooping up VIPs and reclaiming control from the apocalypse. Chansu's doubt grows. Is society really that cooked? The chat mocks his zero-clue face. Noticing his look, the soldier asks, "What's up?" Chansu just spits, lying about a bug in his mouth. He drops a cryptic warning about mutant insects. The soldier thanks him, revealing only a fraction of their force is in Tajin. He hides their true strength, but Chansu pushes. What's the next phase of the operation? The grunt clams up, refusing to leak their destination. Chansu's patience wears thin as the man plays gatekeeper. Chansu bets on Jeju Island. Suddenly, a radio transmission confirms it. The island is a safe zone. Rail lines are active, and the division is funneling people that way. The broadcast screams for civilians to hit Taejeon. A voice asks how he'll make it to Jeju. The bleeding soldier reveals their real target, Cheongju Airport. Cheongju Airport. Chansu's heart skips. He didn't see that coming. Soaked in blood, the soldier begs for a medic. Chansu looks at the gore and agrees he's in bad shape. The bound soldier pleads for freedom. No more rescue boats, they have to build a raft to survive. Realizing no help is coming, Chansu asks one final question about their mission to collect civilians. Did they blow the bridges after hitting their quota? The soldier confesses they only wanted a select few. Too many survivors are a liability. Chansu's blood boils at the thought of them managing human lives like cargo. Chansu's logic rattles the grunt. They cherry-pick survivors just to maintain order and avoid total anarchy. But nuking the bridges, that's cold-blooded. Chansu smells a massive rat in this operation. This feels like a coup, not a rescue. The soldier snaps, screaming that they're patriots, not rebels. "You really believe that?" Chansu asks. The soldier responds with a death stare and a muffled curse. Done with the chatter, Chansu levels his weapon. The soldier screams in betrayal, but it's too late. Chansu drops the hammer. They betrayed the people first. He'll never see them as allies. A walker groans outside the shop. Chansu readies for the next bloodbath. Save the others or dash for the airport. Chansu has to pick a path, and fast. Danger levels are spiking. In this dying world, his skills are the only thing keeping him breathing. In the apocalypse, every decision is a level up or a death sentence. One last check of his stats, then he grips his blade tight. Point of no return. The real mission starts now. The grunt watches helplessly as darkness swallows them whole. Silence reigns as Chansu vanishes into the dead of night. Grinning, he greets the monster like a long-lost friend, then slams the door shut, dragging the soldier away by his hair. He unleashes hell on the traitor for his fallen comrades, while gut-wrenching screams erupt from the shop behind him. Ghosting the scene, he stares at the raging river, wondering if he can actually survive the crossing. The wood zombie is MIA for now, but he knows it could jump him at any second. Time to lock in. He summons his system shop, eyeing a 10-meter rope while scrolling through the available loot. Chat's spamming for a donut tube. He finds one for 2 Zen, and the viewers are already hyping the play. Low-key disappointed by the trash inventory, he's about to close it when a mysterious notification pings. Shop stock cycles randomly. Current items might vanish. He looks at the camera completely lost. Whining about his Zen debt, he begs for a freebie tube, and surprisingly, the donations start rolling in. The Zen keeps stacking. Where was this energy when I was actually popping off, he wonders. Checking the big spender rankings, he realizes even this system has simps, and he still owes 10 Zen. Back at the bank, the boat's gone and the current is looking absolutely deadly. As another tip hits, he tells his MVP donor to chill, thinking he can't milk this whale too hard. A massive crash shatters the silence. Chat goes wild. Has the wood zombie finally returned? The wood zombie surges from the depths, aggro timer ticking down. You've got to be kidding me, he curses. He lunges up the slope, medical kit in hand, as the beast thunders onto the shore right behind him. Panic sets in. That thing is way too fast. High above, he decides to bet it all on one insane gamble. Ignoring Chat's danger warnings, he pivots and sprints up the stairs toward the building's rooftop. Safe for a split second, he watches the monster hunting below before kicking the roof door wide open. He looks down from the edge. Is that monster really heading back to the river? No shot, he's letting it escape. He raids the medical kit and pops a can of tuna. The viewers are baffled as he casually snacks on the roof. Enjoy your last meal, monster, he growls. He hurls the can, takes a deep breath, and leaps into the abyss. It's showtime. Crunch. He hits the next roof like a sack of bricks and faceplants hard. Chat is absolutely roasting his parkour skills. Battered but focused, he preps for round 2. Another attempt, another pathetic flop. He's lying on the pavement swearing while the comments section dies of laughter. He writhes in pain as viewers warn him to quit. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself up. He takes off moving like a blur. This time he sticks the landing with a flawless roll. From the vantage point, he spots the broken bridge and dives back into the medical supplies. More tuna prep. He remembers Chat's tip about the zombie's tracking arm. Only one detector, maybe it just scavenged it. Either way, this zombie doesn't have a scratch on it, meaning these bosses haven't clashed yet. Clang. He tosses the can into the silence. The triggered wood zombie sprints toward the sound, but the noise also awakens a second nightmare nearby. The stage is set for a monster brawl. High above, our hero can't help but smirk. Kill each other, he shouts, before hightailing it back down the stairs. The flex was worth it. 1 second of cloud is enough. Now he's got a river to cross before the winner is decided. Mid-battle, the wood zombie is already getting choked out by massive sentient vines. Everything's going according to plan. Have fun, boys, he cheers, disappearing into the distance. Snap. The sound of breaking vines stops him cold. The wood zombie is already free. Chat's screaming. The fight's over already. Cursing his luck, he floors it toward the water. He's got to cross now. At the bank, he notices the water level has plummeted. The current's weak and Chat's yelling at him to send it. It's not that easy, guys. He's a terrible swimmer, but a roar behind him settles it. That monster actually won. It's coming for his throat. Donate 11 Zen now, he screams, while sprinting for his life. Confirming the donut tube, Chat starts trolling about nearby bakeries as he frantically prepares to jump. Pay up the 11 Zen first, then talk trash, he screams. Plunging into the icy depths, his muffled cries of terror echo underwater. The water's bite is fierce. Suddenly, a system alert pings the viewers have just initiated a brutal joint mission. The quest is live survive 2/3 of the crossing for 11 Zen. Lungs burning, he fights for every breath. That's practically the whole river, he shrieks, flailing wildly as he begs for the life tube. The wood zombie dives in, mocking his suicidal bravery. Before he can retort, the savage current drags him away. Choking on river water, he glimpses his pursuer beneath the surface. Exhaustion sets in, but the far shore finally looms near. Driven by the Chat's chaotic energy, he pushes forward. The mission complete alert pings and he instantly summons the system shop. He panic buys the tube with his hard-earned Zen. Suddenly, a divine pillar of light descends from the sky, blinding him. The tube manifests in midair. He lunges for it, clutching the plastic like his literal lifeline. A splintered hand grips his ankle. Screaming, he clings to the tube and kicks frantically at the monster beneath him. Finally, he breaks free and floats. The Chat is already flaming him for supposedly giving up on the crossing. I'm just tactical drifting, he explains, though he's actually just fighting to stay above the waterline. His eyes bulge. The wood zombie is surfing the rapids like a pro, closing the gap with terrifying speed. Panic sets in. With 0 Zen left, he realizes only a high IQ play can save him from certain death. He enters skeleton mode, streamlining his body for max velocity. His target, the lethal suction near the bridge wreckage. He plans to slingshot through the debris. Chat warns one slip-up and he's crushed by falling steel and concrete. Buildings collapse around him, but he rockets forward with a feral grin. Like a bullet, he clears the gauntlet. But the zombie is persistent, slithering through the water like an eel. Now, it's time for him to strike back. A deafening boom echoes behind him. He finally exhales, floating peacefully on his tube. Still alive, he sighs. Too much work for one day. The Chat is spamming LMAO about the stress. Then a strange sound erupts behind. A dog is paddling toward him. He calls out confused, and the pup tilts its head with genuine curiosity. "Hey dog, Tommy," he barks. The chat is losing it, but surprisingly, the pup starts swimming his way. "Good boy." A pack of dogs surrounds him, pushing the tube. He dubs the lead black pup Furball. When Furball leaves, he throws a tantrum demanding it return. The chat tells him to quit being a baby. Sighing, he paddles himself. Wait, the dog is leading him to the calmest part of the river. This pup is smart. This dog is a genius. Finally hitting dry land, he collapses, thanking his donors for keeping him alive today. The dog pants beside him, tail wagging. It seems to be telling him to chill. "You want a reward, buddy?" He cracks open a precious tuna can. "Here, you earned this," he says, sharing his rare supplies with his savior. The chat warns him to keep moving. Wet and shivering, he stands up, ready to brave the wasteland once more. Tajin Terminal is the goal, but buses in this apocalypse, no way. He's just here to scope the map. He calculates the distance while the pup stays on guard. Suddenly, a bark. He looks up, sensing a shift. A digital sign flickers an express route. A blood-red bus screeches to a halt, its doors hissing open like a serpent. A bus. Seriously. An armed driver glares from the window. "Get in, now." He commands, his voice like gravel. Stunned, he hesitates. "If you want to survive the next 5 minutes, get your ass on board," the driver bellows. A horde of monsters charges from the shadows. Glowing red eyes. Wolves. Mutant wolves are closing in fast. He dives inside. "Save the pup," chat screams. He whirls back, shouting for the mutt to jump in before it's too late. The pup leaps inside just as the doors slam shut. The engine roars, and they peel out of there. "Hang on," the driver shouts, flooring it. The fare machine beeps a hauntingly normal sound in a world gone mad. "Please scan your card." He stumbles as the bus lurches forward, cursing the terrible timing of the system. Outside, the chat confirms the nightmare. A pack of lethal gray wolves is hot on their tail. Striding down the aisle with his new partner, he tells the chat, "Happy now? I saved your dog." Chat wants the back door open. The driver barks a question, and he responds coolly, "I'm taking out the trash." The pup peers out the window. He stares down the beastly pack, activating his next high-level skill. Time to see if the grind was worth it. The engine screams as they plunge deeper into the death zone. "Keep those eyes glued to the screen," he smirks. The real main event starts right now. Soaking in the breeze despite the chaos, he clutches his pup in a can, musing how pets mirror their masters. He is not even the owner, though. When asked about feeding the wolves, he jokes about a tuna can beatdown. Leaning out the rear, he mocks the beasts to lock their aggro onto himself alone. Fangs bared the pack, pursues the bus, while he dramatically announces it is officially feeding time. Launching his assault, a tuna can clangs off a wolf's skull, sending the beasts tumbling into a mess. He scoffs at their weak loyalty before spotting a massive scarred alpha lurking in the back. Pinpointing the boss, he winds up and rockets another tuna can straight at the alpha's head. It is a crushing blow as he vows to end it. The monstrous beast lets out a terrifying snarl. Fearing his meager arsenal is failing, our hero manages to trip another beast just in time. Relieved, his gamble paid off, he watches the wolf skid away, forcing the entire pack to hesitate. The scarred leader lands heavily as the Red Express bus blasts past them into the distance. Safe inside with his pup, the main character admits that brush with death was actually pretty terrifying. Hoping the nightmare is over, he meets the driver, Chun-Sik Park, captain of the No. 2 Express. Chun-Sik asks about his origin, leaving the protagonist stunned. He was even rescued as a stranger. He mentions crossing the river, shocking the driver since every single bridge has already been destroyed. Claiming he swam across leaves, Chun-Sik floored, though our hero finds the driver even more suspicious. Questioning the driver's origin, Chun-Sik casually mentions the garage, though the protagonist suspects a hidden motive. He reasons the bus made a secret detour before Chun-Sik reveals his previous location. Hearing about soldiers at Tajin Terminal catches him off guard as Chun-Sik explains the military presence there. Soldiers are evacuating survivors onto buses before their imminent departure. Our hero starts to wonder. He questions the military's true motives, while the driver continues his explanation of the rescue mission. Chun-Sik just wanted to save one last soul, having driven this specific route his entire life. Helping passengers is his sacred mission, and he considers it his life's work, even in this apocalypse. If their path matches his, he must help. The invisible chat explodes with praise for his selflessness. Our main character insists he is also selfless. He just happens to prioritize his own survival first. Asking about future stops, the driver clarifies they are only visiting places requested by the terminal survivors. Despite being rattled by monsters, Chun-Sik thanks the protagonist for ensuring their narrow escape. The protagonist asks about the delay, and the driver estimates they will be done in 15 minutes. A 15-minute window opens, but our hero decides that closing his eyes is far too risky. He does not fully buy the driver's kindness, and feels the weight of having no real allies. Slumping into his seat, he quizzes the chat about the mysterious mechanics of a superfan. He suspects superfans unlock hidden system features, and demands the chat spill the truth immediately. As the system reacts, he plays it cool, while the chat roasts him for having favorites. Ignoring their salt, he argues that if superfans exist, there must be other secret roles. He hints at deeper system roles, leaving the chat baffled until he reveals every streamer's necessity. A moderator. The system panics at his early discovery, and he wonders if he crossed a line. Is a mod really that game-breaking? He realizes the system might actually fear his growing influence. Smirking, he lets out a villainous laugh mocking the system's fear, while the chat fakes absolute terror. He reassures his fans he would never hurt them as long as the donations keep rolling in. Keeping them around for the loot, he demands the system explain the moderator and superfan settings. Suddenly, the bus jerks violently, sending him crashing to the floor in total confusion. Chun-sik screams that wolves are flanking them. A glowing-eyed beast roars, closing the gap instantly. Stunned, they caught up so fast he hits the glass hard as a wolf strikes the vehicle. 3 beasts are in pursuit, but the leader is gone. He recalls how the pack stopped earlier. Something is definitely wrong. Behind them, the alpha howls ominously into the blood-red sky. Our hero realizes the howling isn't just noise, it's a trap. He screams at the driver to floor it now. Forget the stops. If we're dead, we save no one. There are way more wolves lurking in these shadows, especially in gray wolf territory. Suddenly, a lone beast appears dead ahead, letting out a blood-curdling howl. Watch out, it's charging. Don't flip the bus. The pack leader is coming straight for us in a blind rage. The driver yanks the wheel, screaming for everyone to hold on tight. Panic erupts as people shout to escape. The bus floors, it's slamming into a wolf and tossing it like a rag doll. 6 more are closing in fast. Thud, another beast slams into the metal. The whole bus shudders as the pack starts ramming them like crazy. These things are going to break in. Our main character grits his teeth, desperately searching for a way to stop them. Boom, a massive hit rocks the frame. The driver gasps. The wheel is hit. We are losing control. The bus fishtails wildly. Meanwhile, the toxic chat is actually suggesting he use his dog as bait. Seriously. No way. He grips a metal pole, eyes locking onto his tiny pup. He will protect his best friend forever. His aggro skill isn't working. He realizes the wolves aren't after him. They're trying to take down the bus itself. Open the back door. The driver panics, screaming that letting them in is pure suicide for everyone on board. If we stop, we're toast. Our hero insists that getting surrounded means certain death. We have to move now. He lunges for the controls, ignoring the driver's pleas, and manually flips the switch. The doors hiss open. Close it, the second one gets in. He steals his nerves and bellows a challenge to the hungry pack. Come and get me. His aggro skill flashes, and one wolf takes the bait, lunging straight into the bus. The driver slams the button, shrieking. A snarling beast with glowing eyes skids onto the floor, ready to kill. Our protagonist steps up, ice in his veins. He draws his axe, ready for a taste of steel doggy. He swings, burying the axe deep. The wolf shrieks in agony, but the force sends him skidding across the floor. The beast is knocked back, much to the chat's relief. He refocuses his gaze, preparing for the finishing blow. He hacks away at the fallen monster, roaring with every strike. He is not done yet. He wants them all. The viewers are stunned by his sheer dominance. When the driver freezes up, our hero barks out another order. Keep it open. 2 more beasts charge through the gap, lured in by his irresistible aggro effect. Facing 2 is a nightmare. He curses, swinging his bloody axe in a frenzy. One wolf yelps in pain. The other wolf circles like a shark before lunging at his throat. He barely manages to brace for impact. Pure chaos. A wolf flies toward the driver, who screams and yanks the wheel in a blind panic. He is tossed into the seats as another wolf enters the fray. Through the mayhem, he raises his axe. 1 hit. That is all he needs. But as he swings, the bus lurches and his axe catches on something. Attack ruined. He boots the wolf in the skull, snarling for it to back off as he regains his footing. He winds up for another chop. This time it connects perfectly, leaving the beast whimpering in pure agony. Even the pup helps out, pinning a paw with its teeth. Good boy. Our hero seizes the opening. He cleaves through the beast, joking about it, paying the fare. Finally, he collapses into a seat, totally drained. Phew. The driver asks if he is okay, totally blown away by his insane combat skills. He plays it cool, claiming a lifetime of training. But the chat knows better. They're crediting his insane buffs. Yeah, the buffs are carrying, he thinks. The driver just stares in awe at this absolute legend. He looks at his pup and suggests a little stroll. The doors hiss open one last time. Side by side, man and dog step out. Behind them, the driver frets. The bus is at its breaking point. Is this plan legit? In the distance, the wolves are still fuming, totally locked onto his aggro. The clock is ticking. Our hero and his dog sprint down the street, baiting the pack to follow them. Someone drops a fat donation. He thanks them, teasing that the real show is about to begin. At the terminal, an officer with an eye patch watches closely. He can tell something big is coming. 5 seconds, then honk. The horn is the secret key to his master plan. The wolves hesitate, totally confused. Big mistake. Our hero blindsides them with a devastating lightning-fast strike. Do not look away. He follows up with a savage slash, sending blood spraying everywhere. Following the carnage, he and his hound stand amidst a blood-drenched street. He suggests it is time to head back to the bus. He notes his dog is packing way more power than it seems. While walking, he asks his viewers if this pup is a special item. They respond, it is just a freakishly smart mutt. He figures, as long as it obeys, that is plenty. Chat mentions rare, powerful beasts exist, even if this one is likely a dud. Reaching the bus, they find the rear tire has been completely shredded beyond any repair. The driver emerges to greet our hero, who delivers the bad news they are hoofing it. The driver freezes at the thought of walking. He hesitates despite the terminal being close. Our hero insists they move fast as the alpha wolf is still lurking in the shadows. That threat is still looming. He promises to escort the driver only until they link up with the troops at the Taejon terminal. At the fortified terminal, desperate refugees plead for entry, screaming about their wounds and the confinement. Two soldiers gossip about the other team's delay, assuming there are no more civilians left to bail out of this mess. A superior scoffs that they have their quota, cynically wondering if the remaining crowd realizes the nightmare that awaits them. The eye patch officer coldly declares that as long as these people act as meat shields, their lives are irrelevant. Gunfire erupts alongside frantic screams for help, snapping the soldiers to attention. Changsik Park, now isolated, sprints toward the terminal. He begs for entry, yelling that monsters are closing in as a wolf pack tails him. The refugees descend into pure panic. A soldier barks an order to neutralize the threat before departure. They unleash a storm of lead upon the approaching wolves. The commander orders a ceasefire once the immediate danger passes. A relieved Changsik thanks the troops for saving him. Asked if he is solo, he nods and is told to fall in. Passing a fallen wolf, it lets out a low growl. A sharp-eyed soldier senses a red flag. He quietly wonders how this old man outpaced such lightning-fast monsters by himself. His comrade asks what the deal is, and he replies, it is sketchy that an old driver survived this solo. They figure he was just hiding nearby, though the timing is sus. Suddenly, the eye patch commander arrives, drawing a salute. The commander snaps at him for saluting in the open, exposing his rank. He warns the soldier not to make him a target. He announces their move to the airport, noting they lost contact with one team. Privately, he tells his right-hand man to ignore Taejon. They are snatching all the glory for themselves. He tells his subordinate to bring his A-game for the upcoming op. Elsewhere, our hero hears the gunfire fade and prays the old driver is safe. From a rooftop, he sees the gray wolves followed them to the terminal. Thanking Mr. Park for the intel, he scouts the buses planning to hijack a ride and tail the soldiers out. He suddenly dives behind a car as someone arrives. A man in a red jacket emerges, someone the chat recognized instantly. This guy is rattling a box full of keys. Introducing the key man, a terminal employee who has been hoarding car keys. Changsik explains this guy likely has his friend's bus key. The key man greets Changsik politely. Our protagonist approaches with his pup, playing off that he just reached the lot. The key man studies him warily. He points out the military staging area, noting they depart soon. Hansu asks if his only job is collecting car keys. The man snaps that he is busy warning Hansu to clear out before he ends up stuck. Hansu claims he is waiting for a friend. The man realizes Hansu is looking for the bus key friend. When asked how he knows, he credits the number 2 driver. He grumbles about the driver's big mouth, explaining his friend vanished. He asks if the old man lived. Hansu confirms he is safe with the soldiers, and asks why the man is lingering. He cryptically replies he has his own agenda and business to settle first. Gripping his comrade's bus key, the ex-terminal clerk stands tall. The key man offers Changsik a surprisingly courteous greeting. Flanked by his dog, Hansu promises he's a fresh arrival. The key man scans him, eyes sharp with suspicion and caution. Gesturing toward the mobilizing troops, he warns of their imminent departure. Hansu strides closer to the desolate parking zone. He questions if key collecting is the man's sole mission. The man barks a warning, telling Hansu to vanish immediately. Don't rot here like me, he spits. But Hansu refuses to budge, claiming he's awaiting a very specific ally. The man instantly clocks the connection to that infamous bus key. Hansu is stunned. How could a total stranger know that? Cursing the loose-lipped driver, he reveals a tragic tale of a friend who vanished, leaving only a cold brass key. He wonders if the geezer survived the chaos. Hansu nods, placing the veteran right in the heart of the military camp. Why linger in this graveyard? The man cryptically mentions unfinished business and personal demons he must face alone. The guy snaps, accusing him of carjacking. Chansu just wants a rental. He offers a seat, but the man stays to watch over the fleet. Driven by loyalty, the man waits. He tosses Chansu a remote key. Find the ride, he says. Chansu prays for the man's reunion. Solo, now, Chansu grips the key. It's a tiny, adorable toy car. He sighs and climbs in. No service, but the GPS still lives. A system alert pings, the shop is open and Chansu is hyped. The accelerator cover of fury, 300 kilometers per hour, pure speed. The catch hit max speed and the car dies in an hour. It's dirt cheap, suspiciously so. The chat calls it a chaotic blessing. Called a coward by chat, Chansu snaps. He buys it full tilt. Light flashes. The item drops and slams right into his face. Blood drips. Chansu curses. Even the dog is judging him now. The dog barks his name. Panic hits. Chansu gets to work. Pedal meet cover. The GPS roars to life. Guidance is starting. Seatbelt on. Pedal down. Let's ride. The engine screams in response. Then, he crawls. The chat is confused. It's a one-box car, guys. Saving car life is key. The attendant watches him go. Soldiers are ahead. They trade luck wishes for the missing friend. Tell him I'm headed to Jeju Chansu, yells, speeding off. The attendant watches, wondering. Chansu shadows the military convoy. Trucks and buses roll together. Inside, the passengers finally breathe. Safety in numbers, right? But their bus starts gaining speed. Slow down, someone cries. Relax, they know what they're doing. Another replies. Sweat drips. Anxiety fills the bus like a thick fog. Monster ahead, a soldier screams. The word ripples through the bus. Reality crashes in. A massive screeching horror looms over the bus. Screams erupt. Lead pours from the trucks. Bullets rain down. It falters, but a soldier feels the chill of a trap. They're surrounded. Multiple monsters are closing in. Stop the bus. Panic takes the wheel. The lead bus swerves, desperate to escape. It's a hunt. Monsters crawl closer. The second bus descends into chaos. Faster, go faster. The driver floors it, eyes wide with terror. Impact, the bus slams into a creature, both spinning out. Boom, Chansu hears it. Chat reports a bus down. The war started. He cruises past. The soldiers see him, but his car is invisible. Screams fade behind him. Chat calls him a cold-blooded ghost. Inhuman orphan, one troll types. Chansu stops cold. Who is this guy? Chansu wonders. The chat is wondering too. Ugly face, cute car, the troll sneers. Chansu keeps it cool. Calling the car cute, thanks bro. I'm cute too. Reverse card. The troll doubles down on the hate. Chansu's blood starts to boil. I need a mod, he snaps. The system says, not yet. No mods without a superfan. Chansu groans. This is gonna be rough. The troll stays winning. Chansu sighs. Any other options here? Stung by the rejection, the streamer fumes and summons Max Out Card to the spotlight immediately. Dismissing the apology, he pivots. Chansu boldly asks Max Out Card the million-dollar question. How do I become a superfan? He asks, triggering a wave of laughs from the chat. Max Out Card demands 30% of his net worth, the most practical path. Chansu begs for another. The chat roasts him as a noob, while others bark at the trolls to keep their mouths shut. Speculations fly about the trolls' broke status, as the chaotic drama makes Chansu's head spin. Suddenly, a 40 Zen donation notification flashes. Chansu freezes as the system blares the big news. Max Out Card ascends to superfan status. The chat loses. It wasn't this guy supposedly down bad. Touched by the support, Chansu vows to grant his new whale one absolute wish in return. Ignoring the haters, Chansu asks his superfan to take the lead in choosing a new moderator. A system alert pings. Will he accept the superfan's candidate for the mod position? He smashes accept. The system then asks who should wear the moderator crown. Thirsty viewers volunteer, but Chansu hands the power to Max Out Card to name the lucky winner. The chat is stunned into silence. Nobody expected this candidate to actually get the nod. Sensing the weird vibe, Chansu asks about mod replacements. Max Out Card swears by this nominee's reliability. Chansu locks it in. Crying Lunatic is officially crowned as the channel's newest stream moderator. While the troll keeps yapping, the new mod wastes no time and bans him immediately. Chansu jumps at the sudden power move. The chat cheers as he nervously greets his terrifying mod. Thanks, but let's only ban the toxic ones, Chansu pleads. The mod coldly replies, I'll consider it. Laughter fills the chat. With a whale and a mod, Chansu feels like a leveled-up beast. Time to get back to the grind. Ahead, the military convoy spots Chansu's tiny car tailing them. Soldiers eyeball the dinky vehicle. Is it a threat? Maybe the captain is just playing it cool. They wonder if it's just a civilian seeking protection, debating whether they should flag it as suspicious. The leader holds off on reporting. It's just a civilian, they'll handle him once they hit Changsha Airport. Status on Bus 2, he barks. A soldier reports Bus 1 drifted off after a surprise raid. As long as the other buses stay the course, they're golden, or so they foolishly believe. Screech, a bus flips violently as a grotesque purple, multi-eyed nightmare latches onto the frame. The officer screams into the radio. The grasper monster slams onto the asphalt, letting out a shriek. From his vantage point, Chansu sees the carnage. The chat panics. Another bus just got yeeted. This isn't just a glitch. Something lethal is out there. Chansu slams the pedal to investigate the chaos. Max Out Card identifies the beast as a grasper. Step on it, Chansu. Speed is survival. These parasites latch onto the chassis and go boom the moment your speed drops. It's a suicide mission. Fearing a wipeout, Chansu asks for the safety threshold. He's already pushing 100 kilometers per hour. Are you kidding? Go faster, the chat screams. You need 300 kilometers per hour to survive. 300. In this bucket of bolts, Chansu protests in absolute disbelief. Wait, a memory sparks. He glances at that weird special accelerator pedal cover. This is what it's for. It's time to stop holding back and go full throttle. Witness me, the chat trolls. Chansu inhales sharply, steadying his heart before the ultimate boost. He floors it. The dog howls as soldiers unleash a hail of lead upon the swarming graspers. Contact behind us, a soldier yells. Chansu's car rockets past the wreckage like a silver bullet. Tearing through the thick smoke, the tiny car leaves the stunned soldiers in the dust. It's a dead end, the chat panics. The dog's anxious barking echoes Chansu's rising adrenaline. Steady boy, he whispers, pushing the pedal toward the impossible 300-kilometer mark. I'm not suicidal, Chansu growls at the chat. I'm surviving, just watch me clear this. He weaves through the carnage, narrowly dodging a lethal tentacle as he threads the needle. He blasts through the mechanical graveyard, escaping the death zone. Even his pup is vibing with this insane adrenaline surge. Chansu stays locked in as they overtake the convoy. Without warning, a nearby military truck veers sharply into their lane. The chat blows up, screaming for him to watch out. Behind them, a grasper latched to the rig detonates as Chansu guns it. Letting out a maniacal laugh, Chansu celebrates taking the lead over the military. Fans call it a real-life racing game, asking for his next move, but he quickly shuts them down. He reminds them they told him to floor it, but warns the nightmare isn't over yet. Scanning the chaotic scene, Chansu realizes the front buses were just bait, but the army's heroics suggest a massive threat is lurking up ahead. Reaching a safe zone, he eases off the gas. Suddenly, a system alert pings. His sudden deceleration has a heavy cost. The car is breaking down fast. It's got 60 minutes left. The chat realizes he must reach the airport before time's up. Chansu agrees, pulling into a nearby rest area for a quick pit stop. He doesn't want to outpace the military just yet. Inside the silence, he wonders if the graspers will track him here. Since they only hunt movement, he figures if the soldiers pass him, it means they actually survived the encounter. Gazing at the sky, he wonders how many are still alive. Suddenly, the silence is shattered. The surviving trucks thunder past the stop as Max confirms the arrival. Watching the battered vehicles roll by, Chansu counts 6 buses, saved a decent win in this nightmare. He cranks the engine ready to move. He tells the chat it's time to head out. Meanwhile, by the river, a man collapses, gasping for air. Having barely survived the water, his shoes drip on solid ground. He wipes his face, exhaling in pure relief. Is anyone else still alive? He mutters, wringing the icy water from his soaked jacket. His thoughts drift to Chansu. That guy definitely survived, he tells himself, while trudging forward. The relief of crossing is short-lived. He freezes as he spots a familiar figure. It's Ha-hyung. She's perched on a rock, drenched and barefoot. Overjoyed, he sprints toward her, screaming her name. He wonders why she's on a cold rock instead of the bench, but Ha-ryung looks completely traumatized. She whispers that she has no idea if the others made it. He grabs her shoulders, desperately begging for answers. Is anyone else left? He begs. She replies with dead eyes that knowing wouldn't even matter now. A voice cuts through the tension. It's Seo-yoon Min-chul, jumps as she throws her arms around him in a desperate hug. She thought he was a goner. Sobbing with joy, she explains. They've been scouring the area for him. He drifted much further than they thought. Relieved, Min-chul immediately asks, where's Chansu? Is he safe? Seo-yoon's expression falters, her voice trembling. Seeing her hesitation, Min-chul panics. Did something happen to their leader? She chokes out that he's alive, but her tone is ominous. Min-chul is hit with a wave of confusion. Chansu might have already ditched the city. A woman nearby admits she didn't see it personally, but she heard. We flash back to another survivor peering down a dark alley. Her eyes light up as she catches a glimpse. She saw Chansu hopping onto a red bus, fleeing like he was being hunted by demons. Back in reality, a heavy silence falls. Chansu was their anchor, and now he's gone. Min-chul feels a crushing sense of loss. Where would Chansu go? Suddenly, a radio crackles to life, ordering all survivors to a military safe zone. The camp is the goal. Elsewhere, Chansu has already decided he's heading straight for that terminal. Min-chul's eyes widen. Chansu must be aiming for the Daejeon terminal. He tells Seo-yoon they must follow. He's betting that Chansu is sticking to the original plan. But Seo-yoon warns the terminal is crawling with mutated soldiers. Without Chansu, they're walking in blind. Min-chul knows it's a gamble, but they don't have a choice. The terminal is their only shot at survival. Seo-yoon is shocked. Min-chul is stepping up, showing real strength. But he admits he's actually terrified. He's just holding on to hope they'll reunite. Seo-yoon finally agrees, then asks where he got those new clothes. She offers to lead him to a store for a fresh outfit. Seo-yoon then tells the brooding woman to gear up. She needs a change too, but the woman just stares into the void. Suddenly she snaps and marches away. Don't you want to see Chansu again? Seo-yoon shouts. The woman stops dead and turns back toward them. A terrifying aura radiates from her. Her expression is so dark it makes everyone break out in a cold sweat. Out of nowhere, she declares it is time to move, sending a chill down Min-chul and Seo-yoon's spines. Without a second glance, she marches toward the objective. As the duo frantically tries to keep up, the camera zooms in on her face, revealing a distorted, eerie grin that feels totally wrong. Chaos erupts at a massive crossroad, where armored rigs and packed buses are locked in a deadlock. Someone is absolutely losing it, screaming at the troops to pick up the pace. The commander barks orders to hitch the rigs to the buses and drag them out of the way. Meanwhile, Chansu sits tight in his car, watching the madness unfold. A bad feeling gnaws at him while he observes the military's desperate maneuvers and scrolls through frantic live updates on his phone. He whispers to himself that hoofing it to the airport is a death wish. Those soldiers still view him as a threat and would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Knowing the only reason they have not swarmed him is the space he has maintained, Chansu's patience begins to wear paper thin as the minutes tick by. Word finally comes through that the road is clear. Suddenly, a deafening boom and a roar to move jumpstart the entire convoy into motion, catching Chansu off guard. Panicked, Chansu demands answers from his livestream viewers. The chat goes wild, with theories suspecting a terrifying big head variant is lurking nearby. His blood runs cold as a colossal claw-like limb crashes onto the asphalt right in front of him. Reality hits. This is a nightmare scenario. This thing's grip dwarfs any standard big head he's ever seen. Emerging from the shadows is a massive, evolved nightmare known as a big body. Chansu lets out a string of curses as the realization sinks in the military might have just used him as a sacrificial pawn for this beast. Dread fills him as he imagines the absolute carnage if that titan tracks them all the way to the extraction point. He pieces it together. Those crowded buses are not just transport, they are live bait, meant to distract the monsters until the plane can get airborne. The big body stays hot on their heels, its massive footsteps shaking the highway as it hunts the retreating convoy like a predator. Suddenly, Chansu is boxed in by the monster's gargantuan legs. He is completely cornered while his viewers post dark jokes about his life or death situation. Appalled by the military's cold-blooded strategy, he questions their humanity. But when the buses ahead grind to a halt, pure panic sets in. Terrified survivors scramble beneath the Titan's shadow. Chansu screams internally, asking why they have stopped just as the big body begins snatching people off the ground. Desperate cries echo as people beg for a ride from their stalled bus. In a sickening display, the monster closes its fist, snuffing out lives in an instant. Chansu stares at the carnage, his stomach churning. He is physically shaking, completely paralyzed by the raw, unfiltered brutality unfolding before his eyes. The bloodbath sparks a flashback. A man once looked him in the eye and asked to join him, hoping Chansu's presence would keep him safe. The memory shifts to a big head looming over a screaming target. That same man is there, his voice cracking as he pleads for Chansu to save him. His ally's voice cuts through the trauma, snapping him back to reality. "Get it together," they bark, and Chansu forces himself to nod. Flooring it, Chansu realizes the main force has sacrificed several buses. He is lagging, but there's still a slim chance to bridge the gap. Gritting his teeth, he warns his chat to buckle up. He slams the accelerator dead set on catching the vehicles fleeing for their lives. Tires screech as he slams the brakes. A stalled red bus has completely cut off his path. Civilians flood out of the doors, their faces masks of terror. Their wails for mercy pierce the air as they beg not to be abandoned. Chansu freezes his hand, trembling on the steering wheel as the guilt hits. A mob of survivors swarms his car, pleading for a spot inside. Chansu shouts a refusal, his heart racing as he desperately tries to floor it. The mob chases his taillights, their voices fading into the distance. As he pulls away from the chaos, the grim realization hits: these people were thrown to the wolves. Chansu flinches the carnage too much to stomach. Rage boils as he damns the military for using innocents as fodder, while system alerts blink. Only 10 minutes of fuel remains. Chansu grits his teeth over the wasted time at the crossroad, knowing one more roadblock means game over. He is redlining the clock now, unable to close the gap. When his supporter pings him for a strategy, Chansu stares ahead with grim focus. He needs that next checkpoint for intel. But scanning the item shop yields nothing but a useless rope. Talk about a raw deal. His only play, hiding among the airport crowds. Suddenly, the navigation notice chimes. He is almost there. The endgame is approaching fast. The chat blows up. It is definitely the airport. Chansu is flying blind, but he reasons that those soldiers were prepared for a reason. They expected monsters, sure, but those grasper freaks, that was not in their playbook. Something about their intel feels totally off. A massive hole in their data. He realizes someone inside the airport must be radioing monster info to the ground forces. A mole. They are coordinating. His supporter drops a warning: the airport is going to be a total madhouse with so many people. Chansu nods. The leak is internal, either rogue soldiers or airport crew. He connects the dots instantly. The military is taking the most direct route. Chansu gambles on a risky detour instead, desperate to beat them to the tarmac. He floors it praying. His ride holds together just a bit longer. Cut to the airport, the tension there is thick. Jets are prepping for takeoff. Chansu car screeches onto the scene, slamming to a jarring halt right in front of the terminal entrance. He grabs his little furball from the seat. No gunfire yet. Time to go, he whispers to the dog, senses on high alert. The chat trolls him, claiming the dog is bait. Chansu snaps back. He is not letting his furry companion die today. System alert, hostiles approaching. Chansu dives inside the terminal, finding the massive, seemingly empty hall hauntingly quiet. Where is everyone? Panic rises until a soldier suddenly emerges from the shadows, shouting a frantic question at him. Did you send the rescue request? Chansu pauses, spotting an Air Force insignia. This is not the division he expected. Not the 7.5th. The officer looks drained. We are out of bullets, he barks. Move, we are leaving now. Major Jean, they call him. The report comes in hot. The plane is ready and waiting for departure. The squad spots Chansu. Major Jean cuts them off. Just another survivor. No time to chat. Get him aboard the plane. The major barks an order to escort him. Chansu introduces himself while being shoved toward the gate. No time for pleasantries. Questions can wait. Chansu points to his dog and a soldier nods impatiently. Just bring the furball and hurry. He is being rushed, but something is wrong. Where are the others? Wait, Chansu yells. I have something important to tell you. He drops the bombshell. The arriving 7.5th Division are monsters. They used innocent civilians as human shields back there. He is not sure how they linked up, but these groups do not share the same goals. Major Jean needs a warning. Tell the major, he pleads before sprinting down the jet bridge. Don't close that door, we are coming through. Perfect timing. Chansu hops aboard with a grin. +2, he chirps, giving the stunned crew a quick thanks. He scans the cabin. It is packed. This is not just a flight anymore. It feels like a flying shelter for the desperate. Were they all saved? He realizes. The 7.5th must have played the hero card to trick the Air Force. Those snakes tricked the military. Suddenly, the intercom crackles. Buckle up. We are departing immediately. No exceptions. Chansu huddles with his dog, bracing for the ascent. Below him, the landing gear begins its final retraction. No safety briefings, no pleasantries, just raw acceleration. The cabin erupts into pure horror as people look out the windows. Terror strikes as monsters swarm the tarmac outside the glass. Chansu's voice trembles. Are we actually going to be safe? The chat is chill, telling him this is just a scripted sequence. Relax, Chansu, treat it like a cinematic cutscene. Yeah, right, he thinks. A few more seconds and he would be dead. He watches the wings slice through the sky. Pure relief washes over him. Things are moving fast, way too fast, but for now the situation is finally tolerable. But he cannot drop his guard. In this twisted game, any apparent peace is just the quiet before another storm. The chat asks why he is still so tense, but Chansu cannot shake it. Something feels wrong. His gut is screaming. Wait, why are we banking? He mutters. He stares out the window, tracking their turn. This is not the right way. The jet veers away from the southern path to Jeju Island. Chansu's blood runs cold. This change of direction is wrong. He stands up to investigate, but a soldier slams a hand onto him. Sit down. Chansu roughly shakes him off. I need answers first, he snaps, charging toward the cockpit. He rips aside the curtain, cornering a flight attendant. Where are we going? He demands. She stammers, asking about the destination. Chansu repeats his question with burning urgency. She begs him to sit for his safety. Chansu does not budge. I am not sitting until I know our real destination. Just as he turns to leave, she blurts out, they're bound for Jeju Island, adding that he really should have been looped in sooner. Fuming about the massive time waste, he starts hammering on a bolted door, screaming for someone to answer. Armed guards intercept him, ordering him back to his seat, but he snaps back, demanding if they even know their actual coordinates. Pure chaos erupts in the cabin as whispers spread, is Jeju even the real destination anymore? Chansa fights back, desperate for a flight path while soldiers grill him. He just roars for them to check with the cockpit. Why did the plane just bank so hard? Before anyone can breathe, a massive impact slams into the fuselage. The guards stumble as the entire cabin groans and shudders. This isn't just turbulence, it's pure terror. Bracing for impact, Chansa curses under his breath. Then his eyes widen at a nightmare lurking outside the window. As the screaming hits a fever pitch, his main supporter begs him to hold on. Chansa just bellows to his unseen viewers. He barely registers the shadow outside before the intercom crackles to life. The pilot's voice is audibly trembling. Unidentified monsters are ripping into the plane. He screams for everyone to brace as another explosion rocks the cabin. Chansa spots jagged wings. It's a mayfly, a high-altitude predator. A massive beast suddenly glares through the glass. The creature's buzzing is deafening, sending passengers into hysterics. Chansa realizes these things are kamikaze ramming the engines. He snarls about the lack of a heads-up. Gasping for air, he admits his heart can't take much more of this shock. His sponsor promises a massive payout if he survives. Chansa just scoffs, knowing that morbid logic is probably dead on. He figures his top whale has already burned through most of their zen, and is likely hoarding the rest. Saving it for an even deadlier emergency, no doubt. Resigned to his fate, he decides to trust his own lethal instincts. He acknowledges their loyalty as the chat blows up with support. But one viewer drops a chilling truth. Sometimes the mission is just not dying. They suggest a survive the crash challenge, making Chance's blood run cold. Panic-stricken, he grills the soldiers about parachutes, only to be told passenger jets aren't equipped with them. Trapped in a flying coffin, Chance screams that he's cooked while the chat desperately tries to talk him down. Suddenly, the outside goes eerily silent. He wonders if they're safe, noting the monsters die instantly after one strike. Dropping his guard, he laughs it off to his fans, acting like he wasn't just shaking. He even demands some service. The chat reminds him he's still flying blind. Snapping back to reality, he hunts down the attendant once more. He demands she get the pilot on the line immediately. She radios the front as tension thickens in the air. The message comes back cold. The pilot is staying tight-lipped. She leans in, whispering what he actually said. A nearby flight reported a monster swarm to the south right before going dark. Chance's heart sinks. What does that mean? Where are they going then? She finally admits they're making an emergency detour to a remote secondary airstrip. An unknown airport. Chance is floored, having no clue where that puts them. The attendant's face is pale. The pilot refuses to fly into the southern slaughterhouse, so Chance moves to confront him. She blocks his path instantly. He demands to know why she's stopping him. She confesses she's already leaked way more than she should have. The pilot is hell-bent on keeping the passengers in the dark. Chance is disgusted by the blatant cover-up. She explains it's to prevent a total riot, banking on Chance being smart enough to back off now. He notices her hands are trembling. She's just as terrified. He softens his tone, asking just one critical thing. Can this new runway actually handle a bird this big? She looks him dead in the eye and swears they'll land. Chance reads the silent plea in her gaze. He realizes he won't get anything else and finally relents. To break the tension, he asks for water, playing off his interrogation as a simple case of thirst. She sighs in relief. She hands over the cup, pleading for his silence. He nods, walking back to his seat with a heavy heart. Other passengers sneer, thinking he caused that entire scene just for a drink. Chance just takes a long sip. He turns back to his virtual audience, pivoting to the mysterious mission system from earlier. The chat is all ears. They start trolling him, suggesting he prepare for the worst. Chance just scoffs at their dark humor and doubt. He knows a safe landing is a pipe dream. If the south is a death trap, they must be pivoting west. The pilot is desperately seeking a way out. The chat gets impatient, demanding he trigger the new mission parameters now. Just as things get heated, a viewer gets nuked from the chat. Chance flips out at the sudden ban. He roars at his moderator, but another viewer clarifies it was just a temporary timeout for the troll. That toxic lurker is still there, petrified by their silent presence. Chansu loses it and starts blasting the mod in total panic. As chat roasts him, a deafening alert rings out, making Chansu fear the plane is finally going down. Jolt. The system confirms hot water is banned. Someone snarks that the creep definitely won't be watching now. Realizing it was just a ban effect, Chansu screams in frustration, while chat spams L and laughs at him. Collecting himself, he tells the mod to chill with the dramatic bans and requests the previous timeout be cleared. The mod complies, calling for new missions. Suddenly, a notification pops up. A massive joint mission has been forged. The task is simple: survive this crash. The prize: a measly 15 zen. 15 zen for death. Chansu calls them out for being cheap and demands a better challenge. He hesitates, knowing greed can be fatal. He starts suspecting the mod staged that whole ban drama. Were they just testing his limits? He wonders why they couldn't just ask him directly, instead of playing games. Beside him, his pup whimpers. "You nervous, buddy?" The dog gazes up with pure, anxious eyes. Sensing trouble, Chansu peers outside and his heart stops. The system pings, checkpoint cleared. A radiant line cuts through the clouds. Hyped Chansu demands a status panel just as light explodes. Warning, camping is lethal. The next update shows the plane is locked onto Pohang Airport. Monsters have sealed the southern skies. Chansu freezes. Their destination was decided before they even took off. Chat roasts him for being played, but he wonders, did the attendant lie or did the pilot pivot? Is Pohang near a harbor, he asks. Chat trolls with vague answers about it being somewhere by the sea. Chansu shuts down the trolling. Chat just smirks, claiming they were only trying to lighten the mood. Rubbing his temples, he realizes the play. Once they land at the port, the journey continues by sea. Thud. Something hit the hull. Was it another monster mayfly? Chansu tracks their westward trajectory with a frown. Avoiding Gunsan means one thing. The west is crawling with high-level threats. "I need to find something," he mutters to Chat. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the desolate Taejon terminal. Amidst the eerie silence of the vast station, a lone man sits casually leafing through a book. He snaps the book shut as footsteps approach. Without looking up, he demands to know the stranger's business. "You ruined my chapter," he growls. A jittery youth steps forward, asking if he is actually terminal staff. "Close enough for today," the elder scoffs. The kid's eyes light up. "Have you seen a guy named Chansu?" Tall, sharp eyes. The man nods. "Yeah, Chansu definitely passed through this ghost town. He left a message for whoever came looking. Relief washes over the young man. Chansu was actually here. Flooded with adrenaline, the kid grabs the elder, shaking him in pure, frantic excitement. "Where did he go?" he shouts. Before the man can react, a girl in yellow streaks toward them. "Chill," she cries, but then misreads the vibe and tackles the old man, pinning him hard. She accuses him of preying on Minchul. As Minchul panics, a third figure emerges from the shadows. A purple-haired girl draws a glowing blade. "Time to discipline the violent ones," she murmurs coldly. "Wait, it is a mistake," Minchul shrieks. "He was just helping me find Chansu." The blade girl pauses, stunned. Meanwhile, Chansu elsewhere just sighs at the absolute chaos. Sweating under the pressure, the man gasps for air as the trio offers a deep, apologetic bow. "We thought you were attacking him. Are you hurt? Do you need a medic?" Coughing, the man brushes it off. The world has gone crazy, and clearly so have the kids. Minchul asks again, voice trembling, "So, where did Chansu go?" The man sighs. "He said his next stop is Jeju Island. No other info." The trio is floored. Jeju Island. "In this world, we gotta move. Chansu is waiting for us out there." The girl in yellow frowns. Was that really the whole message? Did he say how he was planning to cross the ocean? Nope. The man's short answer leaves them completely stranded without a map. Minchul connects the dots. He asks if Chansu trailed a military convoy. The guy nods. It's possible. Their destination, Cheongju Airport, he reveals. The purple-haired girl drops a reality check. Catching them now is basically impossible. With the airport an hour away, the man suggests a total change of plans. Survival is the priority. Minchul's mind races until Daejeon Station suddenly clicks. One shot left. He taps the guy's shoulder, desperation fueling his next move. Is Daejeon Station our ticket out? Meanwhile, back on GB Airlines, mid-flight Chansu scours a map, plotting a course through Gimcheon and Yanggi. Chat calls him lucky for the maps, but a crash landing ruins everything. The landing zone is a mystery. Chat tells him to quit moping and smile. Stop trolling. Chansu snaps his stress, peeking as a fresh donation pops up. He grumbles at the alert, counting 43 credits in his stash. Time to move. Kryak. He raids the overhead bins, sending the flight attendant into a panic. "What are you doing?" she gasps. Chansu ignores her, hunting for his objective. He swears he'll be neat. Terrified, she just lets the crazy guy do his thing. Better not to provoke him. Chat buzzes with theories as he clears the empty bins. Stealing, already chat trolls. Chansu slams a bin shut. Nothing. Pure frustration. He rips the curtain aside, venturing deeper into the plane's eerie, dim rear cabin. With his dog trailing, a strange sound makes him freeze. What was that? A tiny bear mascot stands there. Chansu's eyes widen. He knows this thing. Chat goes wild. The mascot waddles forward and Chansu's hype level hits the roof. "Take me to the loot," he cheers, tailing the bear to a specific seat. The bear flops down and points up. Chansu rips open the bin, heart pounding. Boom, a Tenzen treasure chest. The mascot collapses on the floor in exhaustion. Time to unbox. Something blue glimmers inside, leaving them both breathless. It's a blue suit. Chansu curses it's not a parachute, it's a wingsuit. L move. Pure horror. Chat starts roasting him. At least the fall will be stylish, right? It has to be. OP Chansu screams, desperate to silence the mocking chat. He breathes. Past items were sleepers. Maybe this wingsuit has a secret buff. He struggles into the suit, while chat laughs. A nearby passenger watches, totally confused. Oof, Chansu faceplants hard into the aisle. Are you okay?" the passenger asks. Chansu groans, pushing himself up. The kid nearby apologizes for the jump scare. "Just a normal brat," Chansu notes. The boy reaches out to help him up. "Help, no thanks." Chansu springs up dramatically. Real men do it themselves. The kid is starstruck. "Whoa, you look just like an inchworm," he cheers. Chat is living for this. Chansu just stares. Who let this kid on board? "Go back to your seat, kid," Chansu sighs. But the boy has questions. "Are you flying out in that?" the boy asks, hoping to tag along. "It's a solo ride, kid," Chansu explains. "Maybe if it were a parachute, but a wingsuit, impossible." He tells the boy to beat it and stay safe. Chansu softens. "Sit here if you're lonely." The boy sits, trying to act cool. As he zips up, Chansu asks where the kid's parents are. Is he solo? Monsters took them, the boy whispers. Chat goes silent. Chansu feels the heavy atmosphere. He changes the subject. "How'd you get here?" "The Air Force saved him, apparently." Chansu leans in. "Did those soldiers say anything? Any intel he could use?" The kid's memory flashes back to a suspicious phone call. Chance's gears turn. Mentioning a commander changes the whole game. This isn't just a random squad. It's a high-level tactical unit. Even now, the Air Force hierarchy remains chillingly intact. He recalls Major Jin's stiff demeanor. Coordinating with the 7.5th Division definitely wasn't part of the original playbook. A dark realization hits that mysterious commander. They likely belong to a completely different shadow organization. Chance offers a quick thanks, but the boy snaps back, claiming he's no child. Chance just scoffs obvious cap. You're short and obsessed with your hair, Chance teases. The boy's face turns beet red as he heatedly protests. Hands off the hair, the boy yells. Meanwhile, the chat is roasting Chance for bullying a literal orphan. The stream trolls him hard, leaving Chance fumbling for a comeback. He has completely lost the room. He wonders who cares about hair during the apocalypse. Then it clicks, it's trauma. He sighs and promises to stop. Settling in, he checks the map. The flight to Pohang is short. The main event is about to drop. The kid asks if he's napping. Chance nods, telling the boy to catch some Z's while he still can. Trust me, you'll need the energy. Suddenly, his dog barks. He whistles, ushering the pup under the seats. The chat goes wild, demanding he save the dog. Chance winces. For its safety, he might have to leave it. It's a gut-wrenching choice. At least his viewers finally see the impossible corner he is currently backed into. Hey, a sudden shout jolts him awake. Chance's heart nearly stops until he realizes it's just the kid. Scared the life out of me, Chance pants, mistaking the voice for Minchell. The kid looks confused. Who is that? Chance begins to explain, but the world suddenly tilts. A violent, bone-rattling jolt cuts his words short. This is it. The nightmare begins. Buckle up, kid, Chance barks. It's about to get real ugly. What about you? The boy asks. Chance glances at his bulky suit. The seatbelt won't even close around it. No time. He shoves the boy's head down. Stay low and don't move. Turbulence slams them like a rag doll. Screams erupt. The cabin is pure pandemonium. Passengers beg for mercy as the plane feels like it is disintegrating. Crunch. A sickening sound of metal tearing echoes. Chance's blood runs cold as he senses something breaking in. He watches in horror as the fuselage peels back like paper. No way, something massive is clawing its way through. Boom. A gaping hole rips open the side. Debris flies as rows of seats are swallowed by the void. The vacuum is relentless. Chance feels his body being dragged toward the abyss, the sky screaming outside. A dark shadow blurs past his eyes. What was that? Shock freezes his brain as the world turns upside down. He looks back, but the cabin is unrecognizable. Both he and the boy scream. The dog has completely vanished. Where's the pup? He shouts to his stream. The chat is a mess of disbelief and dark memes. Desperation takes over. He refuses to believe the dog is gone. Move, the chat screams. Don't waste time. Chance steals his nerves. Suddenly, Minchell appears through the smoke, an oxygen mask clutched in his hand. Take it, Minchell roars over the deafening explosion of wind. He thrusts the mask toward Chance's face. Giant insects swarm, shredding the plane's skin. We're going down, someone screams. The aircraft begins its death spiral. Will anyone survive this impact? The crew barks orders. Brace for impact. We're hitting the nearby reservoir. The water is their only hope. No runway, no safety. Chance knows he has to ditch his seat now. The intercom crackles smoke. Is the real killer now? Even a survivable crash could end in total suffocation. He looks at the blonde kid. Wet cloths over your faces. Stay low. The desperate scramble for survival begins. The plane hurtles toward the earth in a final terrifying descent through the clouds. The engines howl as the craft stabilizes for a split second. Chance sees his window. It's now or never. He rips off the mask and charges toward the breach. The roaring gale feels like needles against his skin. He locks in. Survival isn't a choice anymore. It's an instinct. He prepares for the absolute impossible. A massive winged beast shadows the hole. It's do or die. Chance stares into the abyss and grins. Survive, kid, he yells back. The boy can only watch in stunned silence as his world shatters. Chance dives into the sky, his wingsuit unfurling. Flashback, he was once obsessed with watching these videos. The narrator's voice echoes in his head, explaining glide ratios and terminal velocity. He studied every single detail. Back in his room, he had calculated every distance. Impressive, he'd muttered. Now he is living the nightmare. He's certain he can pull off this stunt. Looking back, wingsuiting seemed like a total breeze. Reality hits hard. He's plummeting from the aircraft, screaming as the savage winds devour his voice. Spinning out of control, he lunges for a passing monster while the chat geeks out over his gear. They think he's toast. Shansu begs for help while the viewers troll him until Max Out card appears. The donor tells him to snap his wrists back, triggering the 10 Zen suit's emergency air brakes. He jerks his arms back. The drag hits instantly, slashing his lethal velocity right in half. Max Out card apologizes for the late tips, but a stabilized Chanso doesn't hold a grudge. This is a wake-up call. To survive this madness, he needs a massive fan base backing him up. Locking onto a mayfly monster, he dives headfirst. One sharp adjustment, and he's on target. Falling in sync with the beast, he pushes for every inch. Finally, he latches onto the creature. Pain flares through his mangled hand. Gritting his teeth, he anchors himself to the monster's back. Success donations flood the screen as fans go wild. His Zen balance jumps to 39. The mayfly is a total wreck, likely knocked unconscious during the initial collision with the plane. He prays the beast stays asleep until they land. Suddenly, a new horror catches his eye. Looking back at the mangled aircraft, he sees the kid at the edge screaming for him. Shanso bellows at him to stay put, but more monsters are already tearing into the fuselage. Disaster strikes. The boy is sucked into the sky. Shanso watches paralyzed as the kid falls. The kid's dropping like a stone. Chat's already calling it he's a human meteor with zero survival chance. A mission pops up. Crying lunatic offers 19 zenith if he can save the boy. Can he pull it off? Before the chat can even react, Shanseu dives into a terminal pursuit. He's got a feel for the wingsuit now. The kid is within reach, and he's not letting go. It's all or nothing. Surrounded by mayflies, he screams for the boy to spread his arms. The plan is simple: transfer the kid to a monster. But is the boy even conscious? He pushes the suit to the limit, closing the gap, while cursing the kid's reckless move. He catches up, venting his rage at the boy's jump, while the chat mocks the kid's timing. Taking a breath, he flares his wings using pure wind resistance to stabilize their joint descent. Gripping the boy tight, he trusts the suit to handle the extra weight. Wake up, kid. The boy's eyes flutter open. Shanso quickly explains they need to hijack another monster to land. Get ready. The terrified boy shrieks in horror as Shanso demands he grab the beast himself. Even if you miss, I've got you. Just focus on the target and don't let go. It's do or die. Shanso maneuvers them into the path of a passing mayfly monster. Time to show the world what I'm made of. The boy reaches out into the empty void. One final adjustment and boom, he slams into a mayfly, successfully anchoring them both. Chat explodes with praise for his insane growth, but Shanso knows the danger is far from over. The kid bounces violently off the beast's side. Shanso screams for him to crawl toward him. He catches the boy midair, straining against the G-force. Stay close, we're almost there. The boy nods, trembling. A mission complete notification flashes as they cling to their monstrous ride. They actually did it. The viewers are calling it a miracle, while Shanso tallies his winnings. With 73 Zen on the line, he tells the sobbing kid to man up and focus. He starts scolding the boy for jumping, then stops. There's no time for a lecture right now. Giving the kid's cheek a sharp pinch, he orders him to save the tears for later. The boy yelps. Shanseu calmly outlines the final step jump before they hit the dirt. Ready. They suddenly tear through the canopy, crashing through branches before hitting the forest floor. Buried in a pile of leaves, they groan in pain. Miraculously, they're both still breathing. Solid ground never felt so good. While Chanso stands tall, the kid looks ready to puke. Mayfly carcasses rain down like a nightmare. As Chat confirms their flight is officially toast, Chance grimaces at the foul scene. Smoke plumes from the wreckage as the plane erupts in a distant fireball. Chance quickly scans the kid for injuries. He wonders if anyone else made it. When the kid nods, Chance ruffles his hair, relieved that his priority is safe. Chance complains about the reckless stray they lost mid-air, but his chat calls him out for catching feels. His viewers spam him to search for the animal's remains. With a heavy sigh, he finally caves to their demands. Suddenly, a dark blur streaks through the brush. It's the missing furball, barking wildly as it charges straight for them. Stunned by the miracle survival, the pair is suddenly swarmed by a pack of hyper-yapping canines. The dog doesn't have a scratch. As it licks his face, Chance groans, just as a donation notification pings. The donor wants more doggy kisses, but Chansa shoves the beast away, his expression suddenly shifting to realization. He leans in close. The clever mutt must have mimicked his own trick of grabbing mayflies to break the fall. Bug guts are stuck in its teeth. While Chat gags, Chance beams. That's the savage energy he expected from his pick. He claims credit for the dog's survival, though Chat instantly reminds him he tried to dump it earlier. While they trek through the wilderness, Chance figures it's time to finally ask the kid for his name. The boy introduces himself as Junho, hoping they can stay on good terms during this chaotic journey. Chance drops a cold reality check: keep up or get left behind. He won't let a slow kid kill them. Junho gulps and nods. Luckily, the aerial monsters seem way more focused on the sky than the humans below. A roar shakes the sky. A massive military transport screams overhead, nearly making Chance jump out of his skin. Chat IDs it as a defense bird. Chance watches it dump flares, baiting the mayflies away with blinding heat. He realizes these things are obsessed with light. For a second, he actually regrets not catching that ride instead. While Chat roasts his bad luck, Chance scans the empty horizon and tells Junho they need to move fast. If that plane is gunning for Cheongju Airport, it's probably touching down right about now. Cut to Pohang Airport. Inside the terminal, a violent tremor suddenly rips through the foundation, rattling the entire structure. Nearly wiped out by the shockwave, Chansey stares in horror as the floor beneath him begins to scream. Concrete shatters as the ceiling caves in. Chance feels a chill torn between his survival and the trapped civilians. While officers scream for order, Chansa realizes how close he came to being buried under that falling rubble. They navigate the ruins carefully. Air Force units arrive, but everyone notices the elite 7.5 division is missing. A veteran Major spots, Chance is surprised the guy actually survived that hellish landing in one piece. Chansey doesn't waste time explaining that the terminal is a death trap waiting for the next big shake. He demands an immediate evacuation. The major's face hardens as he barks for Sergeant Lee Byung-ho. The major prioritizes the civilians but reveals a massive problem. They're missing the keys to their escape vehicles. The keys were left in a zone, now buried under tons of debris. Getting them back is a suicide mission. Seeing Chauncey alive, the major desperately asks if anyone else made it off that doomed passenger flight. Chance drops the truth, the plane is scrap metal. He only lived by hitching a ride on a monster. The major is floored. Surviving like that sounds like a glitch in the Matrix, yet here Chancey stands. Chance gives his name and points out the kid and the dog he's got stashed safely outside. While Junho hides in the brush, the officers inside stress over how many survivors are left at Cheongju. No one knows if the other squads are coming. The warning went through, but silence is all they have. They had to gamble everything to pack those planes with lives, even if it meant flying into a swarm. Guilt eats at the major. Since those planes are MIA, he's convinced he made the wrong call. He spirals into regret, but Chance cuts through the drama before it can paralyze the whole unit. Save the pity party for later, Chance snaps. Right now, that key is their only ticket out of hell. He orders the major to focus. Get the car, get the people, and let's get the hell out. Chat roasts him for the main character energy, but Major Jean looks genuinely inspired by Chance's grit. Chance eyes a tight crevice in the rubble. It's too small for grown men. They're stuck. While Chance brainstorms, the major calls over their skinniest soldier. Time for a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek. The scout hits a dead end, wedged tight in the crevice. Chad's face darkens. They need someone even smaller. A light bulb goes off for Chansu. Wait right here, he mutters, sprinting back toward the wreckage. He returns, dragging June and the dog, revealing the kid survived. The plan: retrieve the keys buried inside. Sending a child into the jaws of death, the major hesitates with doubt, but finally nods. Can you do this? Jun Chansu asks. Wanting to prove his worth, the boy gives a determined nod. Chad worries June is just playing hero for Chansu. But the boy beams, reciting the plan perfectly. His mission: grab the car keys. Chad sees it, the kid is desperate to repay his savior. June wiggles into the narrow gap. Watch your step, Chansu warns, his voice tight with anxiety. Fear gnaws at Chansu. Wait, I'll go instead, he declares, hoping the ruins hold for a few minutes. It's too risky, the soldiers shout, but Chansu is already diving into the jagged mess. Suddenly, he pivots. He whistles for the dog to dive in instead, shouting frantic commands at June. Stay calm, take your time, he shouts. Inside, June is swallowed by the suffocating pitch-black silence. Is he really gonna make it? Major Jean whispers. Chansu grits his teeth. They're out of options. It's a total gamble. Chansu prays it's just a simple key retrieval, nothing more. Then a blood-curdling scream shatters the air. Chansu's heart stops. Jun, talk to me, what's happening? Jean clicks his flashlight on his blood, running cold. Something went horribly wrong in the shadows. Run for it, Chad yells, but Chansu ignores the cowardice, crawling deeper into the abyss. Cold dread washes over him. Then Jean's light catches it, a monster lurking in the dark. Get out, run, the major roars. Chansu's voice cracks as he screams Park Jun's name. Debris thunders down. Jun's terrified shrieks echo as a pack of zombies lunges from the dark. Forget the keys, Chad bellows, that saving the kid is the only thing that matters now. Chaos erupts. Move, Jun. Someone screams over the sound of snapping bone and shifting rock. The shrieks move closer. He's alive, but then a snarling zombie dog sinks its teeth into Jun's heel. Chansu's eyes go wide. Suddenly, Jun bursts through the rubble, hurling a metal box at him. Chansu fumbles the catch, his heart sinking. Jun is yanked back into the dark by a rotting hand. He fought off a hellhound. What a legend. Jun, hurry, they scream, digging frantically. Jun tumbles out onto the dirt, gasping for air. Chansu collapses beside him, checking for wounds. I'm okay, Jun wheezes. The soldiers crack jokes about bites, but Chansu realizes the dog is gone. Suddenly, the pup explodes from the ruins, tail wagging. Chansu's face lights up as he calls his pet. Furball, you're alive. He checks the pup for bites, sighing when he finds nothing but fur. Good boy, he mutters, though he grumbles. He's not paid enough to fight zombie mutts. You've got guts, kid, the major says. Jun just smiles. I just wanted to help. Time to move, Chansu tells the major. It's time to leave Pohang Airport in the rearview mirror. The convoy roars to life. The major insists they all, even the dog, pile into one car. Chansu signals for Jun to follow. The boy runs over his eyes, bright with hope. What were you guys talking about? Jun chirps. Chansu lies. Just catching up with a friend. But Chansu's vibe shifts. Actually ride in the other car, Jun. You know those people better. He pushes the boy toward the other group, claiming he belongs with his own kind. Jun's face falls. Do I have to? Chansu nods, lying that they'll see each other again. Chansu waves a fake goodbye as the guilt eats him alive. Jun disappears, sobbing into the distance. Let's roll, Chansu tells the driver. But as the major climbs in the air, feels heavy with doom. The ground trembles. Chansu's head whips around. Major, look behind us. With a deafening roar, the airport structure collapses. Floor at the major screams, "Go, go, go." Tires screech against the wet pavement as they race the falling concrete. It's a literal death trap. They clear the dust cloud by a hair. Chansu exhales, knowing they were seconds away from death. The SUV shuddered violently, sparking panic in Chansu. Suddenly the asphalt split, mimicking a massive earthquake. This wasn't a tremor. Something colossal was clawing its way up. "Is that a monster?" someone screamed in terror. A grotesque white titan exploded from the concrete. Chansu cursed, stunned that a beast of this scale was here. "Retreat to the port, now," the major barked. Bracing himself, Chansu demanded to know where they were running. "Singapore," the major replied. "An evacuation vessel should be docked and ready to carry us out of this nightmare." Eyeing their rugged ride, Chansu proposed Pohang Newport instead. "Shouldn't we check there first?" he questioned urgently. "Pohang deals in heavy freighters, tough to board," the major explained, "but I do have old connections there." Singapore seemed logical, yet the fear of a trap lingered. "Can we even kill those titans?" Chansu asked. He knew their adult forms decayed within hours. Total evasion was their only win. Orders blared from the lead car. Their SUV smashed through wreckage, bone-jarring impacts rocking every passenger. The driver panicked, fighting the wheel. "Don't you dare let go," the major roared, his voice cutting through. "Hold on, focus or die," the major commanded. Glancing back, Chansu realized the convoy had vanished from sight. They were abandoned. Still, Chansu figured the major had ordered the split-off himself. Only survival mattered now. "Floor it," Chansu urged as the asphalt literally crumbled beneath their tires. The driver shrieked, wrestling for control. Inside, Chansu and Furball were tossed around like rag dolls. "Watch it," Chansu barked, but then something overhead caught his eye. "Wait, where are we even heading? Where's the convoy?" he asked. The driver explained they'd taken a detour onto a side road. With the beast blocking the main path, a secret route was their only prayer. The major spoke up. They were rerouting to Pohang Newport. Chansu hoped the major truly knew his way around there. "I know it." Enough, the major admitted. Suddenly, the SUV groaned, rattling so violently the group screamed. "She's dying," the driver yelled. The SUV was wrecked. Their only hope now lay on the water. How much longer they pressed? The driver shrugged, but the major's glare forced him to redline the engine. Chansu sighed. The gargantuan monster was finally fading into the distance. First cars, now a boat, his life was a sequence of death traps. The battered SUV roared onward. "That was too close," someone panted. Chansu then mentioned June's intel about Air Force brass talking to a general. The major shook his head. A base commander had intercepted that intel, not him. It was just a random transmission. Still, Chansu pressed for every detail of that conversation. "Why now?" the major asked. Chansu needed to know if humanity still had a real plan. Did the military still exist? The major admitted they only argued about how hard it was to mobilize. They talked about cooperation, but nothing classified. Chansu sighed, no secret weapon then. Resistance was scattered, and casualties were catastrophic. Yet the major hinted at a flickering flame of hope. A corps in the capital had established contact. Chansu was floored. Seoul wasn't entirely silent. "They're still fighting," the major confirmed. Chansu realized the heart of the country hadn't fallen yet. A missed detail. He reevaluated that KTX train. Maybe it wasn't just mindless bait for the monsters. Knowing soldiers survived was a relief. "Is it okay for me to know this?" Chansu asked cautiously. "We're allies now," the major replied. He noted the intel came through unofficial channels anyway. Chansu gave a nervous laugh. Suddenly the driver yelled, "We're here, we finally made it." Chansu leaned out, eyes wide. They had reached the massive industrial sprawl of Pohang Newport. Towering cranes loomed over them like skeletons. Chansu called out, and the major's grim face matched his. A giant luxury cruise ship sat docked, ominous and still. "This is bad," the major whispered. The group stood paralyzed at the pier. "Furball, you see that monster of a ship?" Chansu asked. The pup barked. Chansu pondered. He'd always dreamed of a luxury voyage. Now, as Furball wagged away, Chansu forced a bitter smile. In horror games, cruise ships were death traps. The major agreed this vessel looked like a tomb. Its position was incredibly sketchy. Its anchored Chansu noted his gut twisting with dread. Stranded at the pier, Chansu scans the silent vessel. Suddenly, Furball lets out a piercing bark. The dog's frantic barking snaps Chansu into focus. Scanning the deck, he spots a shadowy figure watching them. From across the water, the group erupts in cheers. There's signs of life. Chansu locks eyes with the survivors. That lone silhouette remains motionless, staring back. Something is not right, Chansu whispers, a chill running down his spine. Fear flickers in the comments. The major notes the waving has ceased, demanding Chansu's take on the eerie silence. Dread settles in as Chansu hesitates. Just then, a violent tremor shakes the earth, cutting his assessment short. Time is a luxury they do not have. Chansu declares he is boarding immediately. The major looks at him in shock. He is not backing down. If his friend isn't there, he will improvise a new escape plan on the fly. Chansu bets everything on the major's local knowledge. Nearby, a trembling soldier spirals into a full-blown panic attack. He is just a kid, Chansu realizes. Suddenly, an alert screams the behemoth and the 7.5th Division are closing in. Chansu grits his teeth. It is simple, they either burrow into the shadows or fight to board that ship. Hiding for hours is a death trap. Running later is a gamble they are destined to lose. Escape by sea is the only play. They need to sail before that monster turns the harbor into a graveyard. Hesitation means certain death. In his mind, the path is clear, there is only one way out alive. It is now or never. As Chansu commits, the Major roars a massive cargo crane to life. Chansu is stunned. The Major actually brought the heavy machinery needed to pull this off. A cargo crane. It is perfect. The Major sprints toward them, shouting that this is their bridge to the ship. Chansu is baffled. The operator turns out to be an old friend of the Major waiting in the wings. While others fled, this man stayed. Chansu's suspicion grows. Something about this setup feels too calculated. He realizes the crane was prepped and ready. This cruise ship was not a sudden arrival. It has been anchored there, paralyzed by fear. The crew can move it, but they are terrified of the docks. Hop on the platform, the Major bellows. They will swing across the gap and land right on the deck. Crack, distant gunfire echoes through the fog. The port is becoming a war zone. Chansu demands a weapon from Major Jean. The Major shakes his head. Their rusted gear was useless without ammo, so he ditched it all. Chansu's blood runs cold. The hostile 7.5th Division is finally knocking on their door. We need to vanish now, Chansu urges. The Major nods silently, the weight of the situation hitting home. Chansu, Furball, and a soldier scramble onto the platform. The Major stays behind at the controls with his friend. The Major insists his friend can work the lever now that the angle is set, alarming the man. He orders his friend to jump on, but the man refuses, shouting back over the mechanical roar. Go without me, I will find my own path, he screams. Stop making me wait and get out of here. Survival depends on speed. Chansu watches in horror as the Major prepares to climb the dangerous crane beams himself. A brutal choice flashes through Chansu's mind, leave him behind or risk everyone to save one man. No one gets left behind. Chansu yanks the man onto the platform, refusing to let the Major's efforts fail. Move it, Chansu shouts as the dock dissolves into chaos. Then his eyes widen at a sudden new threat. A van screeches onto the pier. The 7.5th Division has arrived. Chansu curses as an eye-patched officer steps out. The hunters have found their prey. Soldiers swarm toward the crane, weapons drawn, ordering Chansu's group to freeze. Suddenly, a rogue vehicle slams through the enemy line, scattering soldiers like bowling pins. Everyone recoils in shock. Total carnage erupts. Amidst the smoke, a newcomer named Park Chang-sik snatches a fallen rifle from the ground. Chang-sik unleashes a hail of lead, screaming insults at the 7.5th Division as he opens fire. The commander roars in fury, promising a slow death for Chang-sik. Suddenly, a bullet rips through his leg. He collapses, howling in pain. Another round smashes into the crane truck, showering him in sparks and debris. Screaming for his life, a desperate soldier bangs on a nearby construction truck, begging for mercy. Inside, the driver scoffs at the crazy civilian. He unlocks the door with a chilling, cold gaze. Crack! The soldier takes a brutal blow to the face. He is thrown aside as the vehicle peels away. Over here, Chang-sik, they yell. The plan to board the ship via crane catches him completely off guard. Move it, the blue-haired man barks at Chang-sik, desperate to escape. Suddenly, Chansu spots a glimmer of hope. The chat notices Chansu's mood brightening. He's found hope. Suddenly, the old man's voice cuts through. Wait. Staring at the fallen soldier, he scowls. Trash like that needs a lesson. He levels his rifle, ready to strike. A shot rings out. Confusion erupts as the others scream. Move now, or we're leaving you behind on this platform. They holler for Major Jin. Locked in the crane's cab, he grips the controls with white knuckles. The platform swings toward the massive cruise ship. Hold on tight, Jin roars. The chat sees the ship beginning to drift. Panic sets in. Will they make it? But wait, the ship is turning. The chat goes wild. There's still a chance. Chansu does the math. If he keeps his cool and the crane stays steady, they might just survive this leap. He dives into the system store. There it is, a heavy-duty rope, perfect for a gamble. No time to hesitate now. One tap and it's bought. The rope manifests from thin air. Chansu grabs it, his mind reeling from the system's power. It's now or never. He demands Chang-sik's gun and begins feverishly lashing the rope to the cold steel of the rifle. Just in case the crane stops short, he grunts. He's prepping for the worst-case scenario before they lose their only window. Chansu whirls the makeshift grapple like a madman. The others watch stunned. Stay calm and don't move, he commands the group. Hearts race as Chansu makes his move. Before anyone can stop him, he hurls himself off the edge. He's jumping. He's in freefall, plummeting toward the steel giant. He swings through the air, aiming straight for the ship's massive superstructure. The rifle slams into the railing with a sharp metallic crack. Chansu yanks hard, praying it holds. The weapon wedges firmly. It worked, he gasps. The chat is losing it. Chansu is literally dangling over the abyss by a single rope. He begins the agonizing climb up the hull. Can he actually do this? The gun and rope groan under the immense tension. Just a little more, he hisses, fingers bleeding against the steel. The chat realizes he's gunning for a glowing system checkpoint. The anchor creaks dangerously. One last push, Chansu slams his foot onto the glowing mark. He's made it to the ship. Ding, checkpoint reached. A new skill notification flashes before his eyes as he continues his desperate ascent up the side. Disaster. The rifle slips. Chansu screams as he's thrown into the air. At the last second, he catches a hanging chain. He rolls onto a lifeboat, gasping for air. The chat is spamming donations. That luck was absolutely insane. Zens pouring in. Adrenaline still pumping, Chansu checks his status. He needs to know what this new skill can actually do for them. A warning pings. Don't linger. Staying in one spot is a death sentence. The first intel file opens up. Nightmare fuel. Terrifying monstrosities are prowling the waters around the SS Nakula. This ship isn't safe. Deep-sea predators are hunting anything that floats. Chansu realizes he can't survive this alone. He needs his team back. I'm coming for you, he tells his viewers. But how? The platform is stranded and he's lost his rope. He scans the area and grins. A free-fall lifeboat. He starts explaining the mechanics to his confused and frantic chat. The chat is baffled by his niche knowledge. It's a solo launch boat, he explains. He can lower it all by himself. Transition. The group is finally huddled on the deck. Safe for now. But the cost was way too high. They're hacking and coughing, barely believing they're alive. Amidst the chaos, someone calls out for their leader, Major Jin. Dong Jin collapses his fists, white with rage and grief. That monster. It killed the Major. He's really gone. Chansu asks for his name. Dong Jin, he replies. He's been the Major's closest comrade for years. It hurts. Introductions follow. Changsik Park and Corporal Yang Hanju join them. The corporal's voice trembles. Is the Major really dead? A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the survivors. The ship surges forward. Chansu finally speaks the brutal truth. Jin didn't make it off the crane. A haunting flashback shows the massive machine being swallowed by the dark, hungry sea. He died saving us, Dongjin whispers. It fits him. Selfless to the very end. A true hero's final act. Chansu breaks the silence. I hate to be the downer, but don't get comfortable yet. This ship is a mystery. They know nothing about their new home. Chansu summons the interface. Skill 1, Aggro. A double-edged sword for survival. It ramps up his stats when enemies swarm. Even better, the record-keeping ability makes part of that power boost permanent. One skill is still locked, but new master's reward is ready. A one-time chance to see through someone else's eyes. 10 minutes of remote vision. Useful, but Chansu realizes a vital function is still grayed out for him. Suddenly a notification pops up. A viewer named Crying Lunatic has started banning words. The chat thinks Chansu looks pissed. What did you block? Chansu asks the mystery viewer. Crying Lunatic's response is chillingly simple, just some annoying phrases. Chansu buys the excuse but wonders where that mysterious man vanished to. To solve this mystery, they need the high-altitude control room. He points upward. Move out, Chansu commands. They enter the ship, blinded by its sheer opulence. It's the grand lobby. While the chat trolls, Chansu spins in pure excitement. He vents his joy, then readies his axe. Now, he's a cold-blooded hunter. The chat laughs at his mood swing. Chansu hums until a voice stops him. The old man spots movement. Dongjin swears he saw a child lurking nearby. Chansu investigates. The veteran warns him that child might actually be a monster. He honors Jin's sacrifice. Dongjin curses but follows his new selfless leader. Do as you please, Chansu shrugs. But your life is your own responsibility. Touched, Dongjin vows to help others, and never forget Chansu's heroic help. The corporal joins Dongjin. He must protect his friend for Major Jin's sake. Chansu sighs and entrusts Dongjin to the corporal. The soldier nods firmly. They must split up. Chansu recruits Chansik to be his right-hand man again. The dream team returns, dog included. They enter a glowing high-end shopping mall. Rich people's cruises are insane. He's stunned. The ship literally houses a mall. Chansik spots the elevators. Chansu agrees it's time to hit the upper decks. The silence is deafening. The chat questions the emptiness, making Chansu feel uneasy. A bloody passenger lunges. Chansik screams as Chansu readies his deadly hook. Found one. The infected charges, screaming as the aggro skill begins its countdown. Come get it, Chansu roars. One axe strike later, the zombie is obliterated. Blood splatters. Chansu scowls as the staffer realizes they aren't the only survivors. Staring at the corpse, he asks, are all 2,000 passengers now, mindless monsters? The math is grim. For a moment, he actually considers hitting the lifeboats. Sea monsters await, chat warns. Chansu tells Park to find a decent weapon. Chansik agrees but enters a clothing store instead. Chansu just rolls with it. Let's treat the dog. In a pet shop, he lets the pup browse. As chat watches, the dog sniffs out some premium treats. Chansu grins. He tosses a bone. Watching the happy pup, he grabs extra snacks for later. He spots the medical bag. Surely a cruise ship has its own infirmary. Maybe we overpacked. He stares at the shelves, feeling unsure of their needs. The dog eyes a spiked collar. Chansu admits it looks pretty badass. Call me a weirdo, I don't care. He looks at his eager, happy dog. Collar on instantly, the pup transforms into a fierce, intimidating beast. Like the new look, the chat agrees, his face looks way more menacing now. He rallies his furball, then realizes Chansik has wandered off again. A massive crash echoes Chansik, screams his name from across the mall. Chansik slides in, wearing a loud Hawaiian shirt. So, how's the drip? Pure cringe. Chansu expected a weapon, not a tropical fashion disaster. Oops, forgot the weapon. Chansu snaps a mop handle and hands it over. Beginner's weapon, he explains. Wide swinging poles are perfect for combat rookies. They head for the lift. Chansu warns his partner to stay frosty. He hits the elevator button near the bloody doors. The lift clunks open. Clear. Weapons raised, they enter. The chat praises his elite tactical caution. Zombies drop from ceilings, he warns. He hits the button as they ascend. As the elevator ascends, a system ping echoes. The shop just leveled up. Chansu's face lights up with pure hype. Suddenly, a violent tremor rocks the lift. A demonic, red-eyed freak slams into the closing doors with insane force. The beast relentlessly pummels the metal, warping it like paper. With a chilling ding, they finally hit floor 5. The doors slide open to reveal mangled steel. The chat section is blowing up. This is no ordinary zombie. Chansu rushes to the ledge, staring into the abyss below. There, the enraged, crimson-eyed monster lets out a bone-chilling roar. A mutated variant has definitely arrived. It lunges forward with terrifying speed, while chat roasts its zero-chill attitude. No going back, that elevator is a death trap. Dongjin screams at him to quit staring and start hauling. Can I actually take that thing? Chansu asks his stream. A top donor drops a bag, shouting, "You got this, king." He admits the ship's eerie vibes are getting to him. The chat tries to hype him up, but doubt lingers. He wonders if scaling the ship's hull was safer, but realizes one slip means a watery grave. Since his viewers haven't pushed for the outside route, he locks in to navigate through the ship's dark interior. Heads up, something's coming. A gore-drenched female crew member stumbles down the stairs, her dead eyes fixed on them. Chansu grips his axe, signaling Mr. Park to stay glued to his back. Suddenly, the creature shrieks and lunges. With a brutal swing, he cleaves through the monster's defenses. It hits the floor dead, just one target down. Why is the aggro count so low? Then he spots a twisted freak trapped between the grinding elevator doors. Turns out that monster only had eyes for the lift. Chansu and his companion cautiously close the distance. That thing is a high-tier mutation and the source of the noise. They finally reach the theater entrance. He waves Mr. Park over, explaining the plan they'll use, the multi-level theater, to bypass the lower floors. Chansu slowly cracks the theater doors. But as soon as Mr. Park peeks inside, he turns into a statue. The chat is spamming questions, as Chansu calls out to his partner, leaning in to see the horror himself. The floor is littered with bodies. Chat confirms they're still alive, unconscious, but definitely still drawing breath. This isn't just a nap. They're in an eerie, catatonic trance. Mr. Park's voice trembles. What's the move here? He asks if anyone hears anything inside. Entering that room feels like a total suicide mission. Mr. Park suggests a hard reset. They slam the doors shut and agree that the theater route is a no. Chansu, Mr. Park, and the pup pivot, moving like shadows as they stick to the main corridor instead. More bodies appear ahead. It's clear now this weird sleeping sickness has infected the entire deck. They find a literal pile of people on the escalator. Chansu lets out a frustrated curse while Mr. Park panics. Are these people dangerous? He asks. Chat reassures him. The sleepers are harmless. For now. The real danger is whatever put them under. Chansu starts climbing the escalator, ignoring Mr. Park's frantic protests. Chansu starts crunching over bodies, and the chat is absolutely losing it over his 0F's attitude. Hurry up. We don't have the luxury of being polite, he snaps, as Mr. Park stands frozen in moral terror. A red-eyed roar echoes nearby. Mr. Park whimpers. This feels so wrong, his guilt eating him alive. Just think of them as premium mattresses, Chansu quips, though even he wonders if these people are just dreaming. He squashes another limp body underfoot. Once they reach the top, Mr. Park starts venting about the trauma. Chansu shrugs it off like it's nothing. Mr. Park stares, wondering what kind of special ops training he had. Chansu mentions his traumatic past, which was actually just years of hardcore gaming. Chat calls it elite VR training. Mr. Park is genuinely impressed, calling Chansu built different. Chansu just smirks, soaking up the main character energy. The chat roasts their bromance. But seeing more sleepers on the stairs, Chansu's smile fades. What is this hell? A sickening, gnawing sound echoes from above. They round the corner to find a blood-soaked woman feasting on a corpse. Without hesitation, Chansu's axe crushes the zombie's skull. He casually kicks the remains out of his way. The victim's arm is already half-eaten. Chansu mumbles. Do these people seriously not wake up while being eaten? Chat drops a bombshell. Once you're in this state, you're never coming back. Chansu demands more details immediately. Even the viewers are stumped. Chansu turns to Mr. Park, telling him the path is finally clear. Nothing else can go wrong now, he says. Suddenly, his aggro sensor flashes a violent, blinding red. Massive danger incoming. A red-eyed beast snaps awake with a deafening roar, catching Chansu completely off guard. The Crimson Mutant unleashes a bone-chilling shriek, eyes burning with malice. Chansu yells for Mr. Park to bolt for the stairwell. As the Scarlet Beast lunges, Mr. Park refuses to be a burden and recklessly charges the monster. He thrusts his staff deep into its maw. Even with the weapon lodged, the berserk creature continues its relentless assault. Shoving Mr. Park aside, Chansu dives into the fray, knowing the beast's bloodlust is fixed solely on him. He parries the charge, slamming his axe against the protruding staff. Chansu mocks the monster for its mindless aggression. Exploiting the opening, he delivers a brutal overhead swing to its skull. Yet the monster refuses to drop. The Crimson Horror howls, clawing wildly. Chansu counters, burying his axe deep into the creature's gaping maw. To his shock, the beast still stands. While it gnaws on the steel, Chansu notes that even this carnage isn't enough to end its life. He pivots, hacking into its neck as a fountain of gore erupts. Identifying the fatal weakness, Chansu targets the throat. Beside him, the dog growls, itching for the kill. The hound clamps onto the zombie's leg. With the beast distracted, Chansu evades a lethal whip-like tongue strike. Planting his feet, Chansu unleashes a devastating horizontal cleave, nearly decapitating the Scarlet Nightmare. The creature falls with a dying rasp. The chat goes wild while Chansu stumbles back, adrenaline fading. Gasping for air in the crimson haze, Mr. Park hurries over. Chansu waves him off, breathing heavily. Chansu realizes he only found the weak spot just in time. It took 10 brutal strikes to finish it. As the pup begs for affection, Chansu offers a smirk and a compliment, despite its sluggish reaction. He ruffles the dog's fur. Ignoring the chat's trolling, he warns Mr. Park to follow orders without hesitation. Stressing that every command is vital, Chansu watches as Mr. Park nods nervously, his confidence visibly shaken. Softening his tone, Chansu admits he values the man's courage. Internally, he contemplates the situation further. Rare altruism like this is precious. He refuses to let it be wasted. Suddenly, the dog bolts upward. Chansu wonders what the hound detected. As the chat flags a new presence, Chansu realizes they aren't alone. Someone else is alive up there. Hurry up, Chansu shouts, charging up the flight of stairs. Another survivor exists. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes through the hull, making Chansu's blood run cold. New Scarlet Mutants emerge, drawn by the noise. Mr. Park cries out a frantic warning to Chansu. The horde is growing. Glancing up, Chansu spots a trio of Crimson Terrors closing in fast. The chat goes into a frenzy. Chansu flips midair, dodging a lunge, and landing between two snarling beasts. Cursing his luck as they swarm surrounded by deafening shrieks, Chansu fumes at the rapidly worsening chaos. Mr. Park weaponizes a fire extinguisher, dousing the area in foam, while yelling for Chansu to cover up. The mutants shriek as the chemical cloud blinds them. Chansu seizes the opening to make his move. Dragging Mr. Park through the haze, Chansu shouts that it's time to bolt despite the stinging smoke. Through the fog, Chansu spots something strange. His dog is barking frantically at a cracked open doorway. Beyond a restricted sign, the hound greets a mysterious woman who has suddenly emerged from the shadows. Axe at the ready, Chansu squints through the gloom, questioning the identity of this sudden stranger. A stewardess flings the door open, gesturing wildly for them to enter. The duo lunges into the safety. The steel door slams shut, locking the monsters out. As the zombies hammer away, the woman offers reassurance. This pressure-resistant barrier won't budge. With a nod, she leads them deeper into the ship's interior. Questions later, she insists heading for higher ground. While the chat stands, the new girl Park asks her name. Chansu signals Park to stay quiet and move. Noting her composure, he checks the chat's frantic reactions. He concludes she isn't a threat. As they ascend a massive spiral staircase, he realizes these steps bridge the decks. They lead straight to the top. The chat whines about the cardio as they finally reach a flat landing. The attendant exhales in relief, announcing they've reached the safe zone. She gently asks him to disarm. Chansu refuses to lower his guard, gripping his axe tighter. She relents, showcasing the barren, quiet hallway. Every entrance is barricaded. With a faint smile, she finally welcomes them aboard the SS Nakula. Squinting at her name tag, he reads Hannah Song. He asks if she shares his Korean heritage. Hannah chuckles teasingly, asking if she looks like a tourist. She confirms she is Korean, just one of many local hires. She clarifies that while the vessel is foreign-owned, its corridors are packed with Korean staff. Chansu suspicious questions why she'd gamble her life for strangers on such a desolate deck. Hannah casually shrugs, claiming she merely spotted them being hunted while making her rounds. Sensing a reliable soul beneath her carefree mask, Chansu offers genuine thanks for the save. Hannah warns that their rescue is temporary. This entire ship is a ticking time bomb. Ignoring his confusion, she urges them toward the bridge, the final sanctuary for the survivors. Chansu's voice tightens as he asks if the captain is breathing. Hannah confirms he's alive. Demanding an escort, Chansu moves out as a flicker of pure dread crosses Hannah's face. She whispers, "Are you seeking blood?" Chansu says nothing, his knuckles whitening on his axe. They kick open the bridge doors, triggering a wave of panicked scolding from the crew. The air turns cold as the crew spots the outsiders and their dog entering the sanctuary. Hannah calls to a figure staring at the horizon, then whispers the details to Chansu. She reveals the stern man is Russian, just as the captain approaches with a heavy apology. The multilingual captain listens as Chansu introduces himself, admitting he's a very recent arrival. Curiosity turns to terror as the captain hears Chansu embarked from the ruins of Pohang. Chansu demands answers, while the captain stammers about repositioning the massive hull with cranes. Boarding seemed impossible then. Chansu glares. If things were that bad, why were they anchored? Trapped in a death zone, the captain freezes, sweating under Chansu's suffocating intense gaze. The crew screams that a rescue mission would have been a suicide pact for everyone. Chansu tunes out the noise, locking his murderous intent solely on the shivering captain. Bowing his head, the captain begs for mercy, claiming a dark reason forced their hand. Chansu corners the captain, demanding answers. The captain shifts nervously, while Chat watches the drama unfold. He's definitely withholding secrets. Chansu bluntly concludes the captain was just too paralyzed by fear to act. He scoffs, noting even elites struggled before casually changing the subject to his growing thirst. Slumping down, Chansu claims he's over the drama. He just needs a cold drink after that brutal hike. Furious crew members call him a cocky stowaway. Chansu just shrugs, "It's just a glass of water, guys." Chat ridicules the angry mob, while the captain relents, ordering his men to check the outdoor cooler. Warning them to stay grouped to sailor notes, the fridge is locked. Chansu's eyes narrow, he smells a setup. It's a convenient way to clear the room. Despite the tension, the captain insists he'll handle things solo. Chansu sends Mr. Park and the dog away too, ensuring total privacy. Now, it's just the two of them. The captain's gaze turns sharp. "What do you really know?" Chansu plays it cool, feigning total innocence. The captain fixates on one word, soldiers. He repeats it, each syllable dripping with hidden meaning. Chansu analyzes that calculated tone. Is this a secret signal? He wonders if he's overthinking the old man's intent. The captain nods. The emphasis was intentional. He suddenly drops a bombshell, the mysterious 7.5th Division. Have you heard of them? Chansu denies being one of them, claiming he only crossed their path once. How do you know that name? The captain sighs, revealing they reached out via the ship's long-range radio. They demanded a ship upon arrival. Chansu asks if the captain just happened to intercept their transmission. The captain admits he was desperate for military aid. The ship had become a floating nightmare of monsters. Beasts have claimed the decks for far too long. He couldn't even confirm if his own crew survived. But something about their radio request felt sinister. The soldiers' demands didn't sit right with him. They wanted the ship anchored nearby, claiming they'd board alone. Chat suspects something truly dark is brewing. Maybe they wanted to witness your end. The theory sends Chansu deep into thought. Chat questions if these are the same soldiers Chansu met. Suddenly, a realization hits him like a truck. Logically, the captain couldn't have contacted the 7.5th's main base from out here. That means a second unit of the 7.5th is operating nearby. Another group is on the move. No soldiers ever showed up. Chansu asks if the captain kept this secret from his frightened crew. He admits he sugarcoated the truth, telling them it was just regular Navy personnel coming to the rescue. Chansu sees through it. The captain sensed their malice from the very first hello. The old man finally breaks, admitting the whole encounter felt incredibly suspicious. As Chat cheers Chansu's brainpower, the captain reveals the unit's goal, reaching Jeju Island at any cost. Their vague, greater goal screams red flag. Chansu is livid. The captain almost invited monsters aboard. The captain looks torn. He felt he had no choice but to accept their terrifying offer. This ship is a ticking time bomb. The controls are fried and steering. This beast is now impossible. Chansu calms him, cutting to the chase. What do you need me to kill in the engine room? The lower decks are a death trap. A rampaging monster has completely severed all contact with the engineers. Chansu finally gets the full picture. Apparently, one lone engineer managed to escape the initial slaughter. Desperate, the captain begs Chansu to escort that survivor and neutralize the threat below. You're my only hope. You breach this ship and reach the bridge. You can handle this beast. That's a massive ask for a stranger, Chansu notes. The captain flinches, fearing a total rejection. But impossible missions are my brand. Chansu smiles, though he needs to consult his team first. Crew members serve water while giving Chansu the side-eye. He asks Mr. Park about the security layout. Barriers keep them safe but trapped in tiny zones. A sailor suggests the captain give a morale boost. The captain preps his speech while the crew gossips. Chansu, however, is busy with something else. He's heard this lecture before. Instead, he pulls up the system shop to check the latest reset. A mask locator appears on the screen. The chat goes wild with theories about this strange new item. Does he even need a mask? His bros explain these. Find special gear. Tell me more, he demands. Peer pressure wins. With a playful sigh, Chansu caves and finally snags that mask locator. A sleek pendant flashes into existence. Chansu checks his dwindling zen before snatching his newest loot. Prep's finished. The captain confirms the crew is briefed on the stakes and ready to back Chansu up. The chat wants the engineer tagged in, but Chansu wonders if these guys even realize how cooked they are. Spotting Yang Ho in the crowd, Chansu calls him out. Yang Ho stiffly agrees to play ball. He's no sidekick, though. Chansu smirks, calling him a helper, while Yang Ho insists he isn't taking blind orders. Fine by me, Chansu shrugs, letting them handle their business while he handles his own savage missions. Solo play is his vibe anyway. While Chansu enjoys the plan, the crew just stares in awkward silence. No time to waste. He gives the word, it's time to move out. Gearing up, Chansu radios the bridge, prepping for a dangerous dive straight into the ship's lower levels. The captain shouts warnings, but Yang Ho is focused on Chansu's lone axe. Is he seriously going in with just that? Chansu just grins. He asks what they're packing, and Yang Ho reveals. A pathetic metal pipe. Yikes. Flexing his legendary weapon, Chansu trolls Yang Ho for wanting a turn. The chat is living for this ego clash. Yang Ho barks orders to finish up. Meanwhile, Chansu clicks his new mask locator into gear. Time to hunt. The arrow flickers to life, but its vague directions already have Chansu low-key mauling. The chat calls it a radar, but Chansu's busy grilling the engineer about the ship's status. He asks about the bodies littered everywhere. The engineer nods, he's seen the horror firsthand. What did this? The engineer reveals a new nightmare, tiny lethal monsters hidden among the humanoids. These pests latch on and go boom. Chansu's eyes widen, this just got way more dangerous. It's not just the blast, it's the dust. One breath of that toxic powder, and it's game over. You'll end up like the other victims. A grim flashback shows the soldiers falling to this invisible killer. Reality hits. Chansu remembers Mr. Cha and Corporal Ju are still out there, playing hero in this toxic maze. They're hunting for a kid. Panicked, Chansu demands a way to survive these explosive pests. No silver bullet here. The engineer hands over a cloth, soak it, and pray it filters the death dust. Chansu masks up with the damp fabric. It's a sketchy solution, but it's all he's got for now. Yang Ho masks up too. If we're done stalling, it's time to head down, he grumbles. They ditch him immediately. Chat trolls him for being an outcast, but Chansu's survived way worse bullying than this. He knows why Yang Ho's salty. The captain's favor belongs to Chansu now, and it's bruising Yang Ho's ego. Hey furball, quit chugging and get moving. Chansu barks at his thirsty pup. Team's on the move. Reaching a high-security hatch, Yang Ho steps up to take the lead. He cracks the door with a lethal glare aimed right at Chansu. Talk about main character energy rivalry. Chansu brushes it off. If Yang Ho wants to be the meat shield, who is he to stop him? Chat wants a lesson in humility, but Chansu's mind is elsewhere, scanning for those terrifying red zombies. Down in the dark stairwell, Chansu grips his axe. The sudden killing intent sends shivers through the crew. Stop hovering, dude, a crewman pleads. Chansu just shrugs, he's just staying ready for the monsters. At the final door, Chansu taps Yang Ho's shoulder. Something is wrong. He signals for absolute silence. Yang Ho panics, but Chansu silences him with a finger to the mask. Zip it, he commands coldly. He leans in, ears straining against the metal. Curse this soundproof door, he can't hear a thing. He explains the monster check to the shaking crew before giving the order crack it open. He slides back using the crew as cover. Professional levels of, you go first right here. Scared Chansu taunts. If Yang Ho wants the spotlight, he better be ready for the heat. Time to man up. Yang Ho swallows his fear and slowly twists the heavy handle. This is it. He peeks inside. All clear. Yang Ho breathes a sigh of relief, while Chansu just gives a stoic nod. The chat is roasting Chansu's leadership, but he's suspicious. The hallways are too empty, too quiet. Ping, the mask locator lights up. 5 targets are lurking right here on this floor. Chance watches the tracking arrow pulse frantically, sensing the target closing in. Suddenly, a sharp crack shatters the silence. The crew bolts in a total panic, screams echoing through the corridor. Chance stays frosty, eyes scanning the dark. To the railing, now he barks. Huddled against the cold steel, the terrified survivors beg him for a strategy. He warns that these beasts lock onto a single prey once they spot movement. Focus, he snaps at a trembling man. He likens the monsters to rabid bulls fueled by pure aggression. When they charge, Chance commands his squad. Wait for the last second, then dodge. Suddenly, a crimson-eyed nightmare screams down the hall toward them. Horror paralyzes one man as he realizes he is the target. Before he can move, the creature lunges forward. Chance hauls the screaming man toward the edge, ignoring his frantic resistance. Let him go, he roars at the beast. The monster bellows, hurtling forward like a freight train. Chance pivots, swinging the man aside as the creature plunges into the abyss. That's the play, Chance notes coolly. Use their own momentum against them every single time. More snarls erupt from the shadows. Contact, we've got multiple hostiles closing in, a crewman shrieks in warning. A pair of red-eyed freaks floor it toward the group. Yang-ho pales, both are locked onto him. He barely sidesteps their lethal lunges as the team watches in awe. One creature slams into the metal dazed. Chance eyes the opening. Oh my, he mutters dryly before delivering a bone-shattering kick that sends the beast flying. The zombie crashes through a window like a ragdoll, glass exploding everywhere. Chance glances back at the shaken Yang-ho. You'd be flat without that save, he remarks. Yang-ho hacks through the rising dust, struggling as Chance orders him up. Ignoring the choking debris, Chance announces a new mission. I'm heading out to find gear. Who's coming with me? The team looks lost. I need masks, he clarifies. The engineer eyes the flickering tracker, baffled by this detour. Why now? The engineer asks. Chance gestures to their wet rags. These won't cut it where we're going next. The engine room is a death trap without gear. Grateful for his life, Yang-ho offers a silent, determined nod. Tracking the signal, Chance leads them toward a high-end lounge. The opulent room looms ahead in the darkness. Masks in a lounge, not a pharmacy. Chance muses. Yang-ho's gaze drifts to the strange gadget Chance is gripping. When asked, Chance plays it cool. Just a fancy pocket watch, he lies, leaving the system observers face-palming. Before more questions arise, Chance shuts them down. Eyes front. We've got more attacks to worry about right now. To ease the tension, Chance praises a nearby crewman, calling him a seasoned veteran of the high seas. He starts grilling him for ship specs. Flustered by the sudden compliment, the veteran begins to stammer nervously. I'm counting on your expertise, Chansey says smoothly. You know these decks better than I ever will. Swelling with pride, the man takes point. Chance lets him navigate while he prepares for the next bloodbath. With a confident grin, Chance promises survival. Inspired, the crewman pledges his absolute best to the mission. The invisible audience mocks how easily the guy was manipulated. Move out, Chance chirps, scanning the posh lounge. Where would they hide masks here, Chance wonders. Suddenly, the engineer flags him down, pointing toward heavy double doors. Try there. It's the multi-purpose vault home to every emergency supply on this entire deck. It is their best bet for survival. As they approach the entrance, Chance keeps his guard up. How'd you know? Someone asks. Hannah said, the chefs here are paranoid hoarders. Chance lies effortlessly. The observers laugh at his poker face. Peering inside, the group sees nothing but stacked crates and dusty shelving. Time to check the perimeter. Chance raps on the metal. Instantly, a snarling, infected face slams against the glass. Predictable. Every supply closet in this hellhole seems to come with at least one resident monster. Chance readies his axe, signaling the engineer to pop the lock. A silent nod passes between the two men. They count down. 3, 2, 1. The door swings wide, and Chance unleashes a devastating horizontal slash. The creature drops, split nearly in two. The engineer stares, stunned by Chance's cold, lethal efficiency. Hesitate and your lunch, Chance mutters, stepping over the fresh corpse to enter the room. He ransacks the space, finally spotting crates labeled emergency gear. At least 10 masks are ready for pickup. We're golden, Chansey says, stuffing the gear into a bag. These industrial filters are exactly what they need. They will block the toxic haze ahead. Furball lets out a sharp bark, making Chansey glance toward the entrance. His heart sinks. There is zero K9 protection here. A dog-sized gas mask. Probably a long shot, he sighs. Regret gnaws at Chansu. He mentally apologizes to Furball, bitter that humans come first, while the poor pup starves. Ignoring the dismissal, Furball barks at a shelf. Chansu snaps that there's absolutely zero food there. As the barking intensifies, Chansu sighs, explaining, this is a survival mask, not a snack. Then he freezes. His eyes widen at specialized large-breed dog masks lined up on the shelf. Stunned, he tells his viewers he never imagined canine gas masks existed. Since pets are allowed on board, the ship's pet shop is fully stocked. He wonders how Furball sensed exactly where they were hidden. Reality sinks in. Only 5 human masks remain, vastly outnumbered by gear for cats and dogs. Irritated by the silent chat, Chansu glares at his screen, threatening to ghost his viewers. He calls his newly geared pup over. Patting the masked dog, he vows they'll reach Jeju Island together. Alongside a crewman, Chansu clears the mask stash. They gear up, ready to distribute the life-saving equipment. Finally protected, Chansu declares, the rescue mission officially begins. They descend the escalator into the darkness. A high-tier zombie appears. Chansu whispers for a detour, and a guide leads them through staff-only corridors. The guide promises this secret route is their safest bet. He clicks open a concealed maintenance door. Descending the stairwell, the crewman reveals this passage links every lower deck, bypassing the engine room. Tension thickens. Chansu notes the engine room's dead silence since the monster's arrival. They're getting close. The guide slips through a final door, exhaling a shaky sigh of relief as they exit the passage. He waves them through, but a sudden impact shatters his mask. Screaming, the man clutches his mangled, bloody eye. Chan-Su lunges forward, cleaving through incoming zombies with one ferocious swing before pinning the wounded man down. "Shut it," he orders, scanning the area. The group watches in terror, praying their comrade survives. Internally, Chan-Su knows the truth. It's bad. The crewman kneels, blood pouring through his fingers. Chat screams for a decapitation before he turns. Instead, Chan-Su commands Yang-Ho to unmask. No bite marks, just glass shards. Chan-Su confirms it was flying debris, slightly calming the panicked crew. Yang-Ho groans in agony. Despite the protests, Chan-Su coldly decides they must leave him behind. "We can't stop for every scratch," he insists. The corporal barks the order to keep moving. Though shaken, Chan-Su pushes the hesitant crew. There's no time for hesitation, only the mission matters. Bloodied but resolute, Yang-Ho urges them forward. "Save the ship," he gasps. "That's my only hope." Down one man, the group descends further. They navigate the eerie, quiet lower decks with Furball leading. Chan-Su realizes most weren't eaten. They were put into a permanent sleep by the monster. Where is the beast? Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes through the steel. The team freezes, hearts racing. Repeated blows vibrate through the floor. Furball stares into the void, his behavior piquing Chan-Su's curiosity. Chan-Su whispers for Furball to scout. He gives the pup a nudge, sparking animal abuse jokes in chat. They troll him for using the dog as bait. Furball glares back, looking absolutely offended by the betrayal. He watches the pup trot into the shadows. Moments later, Furball comes sprinting back, tail tucked. The dog nudges Chan-Su's leg with his mask, signaling him to follow. They move in. They find a soldier obliterating zombies with glowing explosive punches. Chan-Su leaps into the fray immediately. Together, they tear through the horde. Steel and explosive force combine to wipe out the remaining monsters. Chan-Su greets the corporal, who recognizes him instantly. The soldier warns that the lower decks are off limits. That child they tried to save, it was the monster. It latches on and detonates into toxic dust. Chan-Su connects the dots. This is the threat. He asks how the corporal managed to survive. "Mr. Cha saved me," the soldier rasps. He realized too late the kid wasn't human. Mr. Cha sealed the door facing the horror alone. The narrow corridor became his tomb. The dust hit him instantly. Racked with guilt, the corporal couldn't bring himself to reopen that door. "You had no choice," Chan-Su says. He reveals their masks while the corporal notes Chan-Su's intensity. Chan-Su is baffled by his scary eyes comment, while the chat erupts with memes about his glare. One viewer calls him kind-eyed. Chan-Su ignores it, ordering the corporal to evacuate and save another survivor. Chan-Su gestures toward their old lifeboat, urging him to shake off the guilt. Focus on that escape route. The corporal nods, bowing amidst the fallen. "Stay safe out there," he mutters, finalizing the backup plan. With a final look, the corporal vanishes. Now the group descends alone into the ship's dark basement. It looks normal. Too normal. Chan-Su senses the beast nearby and carefully cracks open the engine room door. Shock hits him. It's Mr. Cha slumped on the floor. They quickly drag his limp body into the corridor. No monster in sight yet. Mr. Cha is barely hanging on. "Chat, please tell me there's a cure for this." The chat erupts into chaos over the cure. Chan-Su sighs. "Listen up. Once we step inside, everything changes. Protecting the engineer is priority one." The crew nods, locking into their combat formation. Chan-Su guards the rear, his heart pounding. Any second now that dust monster is going to strike. He white-knuckles his axe. Beside him, a crewman levels his rod as they ruthlessly crush an incoming zombie. The undead snarls, but Chan-Su keeps swinging. He's searching for the real threat, the legendary dust monster. Chan-Su and Furball freeze. Something's ahead. Then they see it, the tattered bandage of the beast. In the blood-red corridor, the dust monster shrieks. It lunges forward with god-tier speed. A crewman swings hard. Boom. The creature detonates, unleashing a suffocating wave of dust that blasts them back. The cloud engulfs them, thick and deadly. Chan-Su braces himself, praying their gear holds up. The masks are working, thank God. But before he can breathe, a new shadow moves. "Look out," Chan-Su screams. "Horde incoming. These hideous freaks are everywhere." Chan-Su readies his axe, mocking their ugly faces. A blur of motion. A tiny monster leaps from the shadows, latching onto a crewman like a parasite. Another detonation. Through the haze, a crimson-eyed zombie charges straight for Chan-Su's throat. Furball to the rescue. The dog tackles the beast just as it explodes, barely missing Chan-Su. What a Chad Chat's losing it over Furball's heroics. But Chan-Su's focus shifts. One of his men is down. A cracked mask. The ultimate death sentence. The crewman is already convulsing. "He's gone," Chan-Su says coldly. "Move out, no time for tears." The three survivors and Furball sprint toward the engine room. "I'm going in alone," Chan-Su declares. "Lock the door behind me and don't let anything through." He steps into the unknown with Furball. Chat warns of danger, but Chan-Su can't see the threat yet. The mask. It's blinding me. The realization hits Chansu like a truck. This filter is a trap. Chansu kneels. Furball, I need your nose. Guide me through this fog without the mask, okay? He preps an extra mask. Can you do this, buddy? The crewmen look on, totally confused. Trust me, Chansu says calmly. Furball sniff out any danger. The brave pup trots into the gloom. Is this crazy? Maybe. But Furball isn't just a dog, he's a legend. Chansu trusts him completely. An only bear mascot. Here, Chansu bolts toward it, leaving the others in his wake. These chests never fail. Whatever's inside is the key to our survival. He has to open it. Jackpot 20 Zen chat goes wild, seeing the paw icon. It's a safe zone drop, no combat needed. Wait, this is pet gear. The ship was designed for animals, meaning Furball is about to get a major buff. A pet mask, perfect. Meeting Furball wasn't just luck, it was fate, the perfect choice for this journey. He pulls out some high-tier canned food. Furball barks excitedly, ready for his well-deserved reward. Furball catches a new scent. Alarms scream red as Chansu bellows. Follow us, the clock is ticking. The engine room is a literal hell. Steam hisses around mangled zombies as Chansu braves the heat. Pure nightmare fuel. A crewman touches the mist and screams. The heat is absolutely brutal. It's boiling oil mist. Suddenly the mutated chief engineer zombie lunges from the fog, terrifying everyone. A high-level red zombie now, Chansu ignores the danger, diving toward the engineer to make a save. Boom! The blast catches Chansu dead on, sending him flying across the scorching room. Chansu stumbles up, axe in hand. It's too dangerous, he shouts. We need a new plan now. No time to think, Chansu charges, obliterating the next monster that dares to get close. One final strike, but chat screams a warning. They're coming from the ceiling. Chansu looks up. Through the choking haze, endless bandage-wrapped freaks line the catwalks. Then they lunge toward him like a mindless avalanche of death. Chansu tackles a volatile zombie away just before it detonates. Shrugging off the blast, he stumbles through the neon-pink mist. He snatches the silhouette, but dread hits him instantly. It's a charred fireman zombie, not the engineer he needed. Chansu flinches as his chat spams L-grab. Suddenly, a crimson monstrosity barrels into him with bone-shattering force. He's pinned. The viewers go wild, warning that red variants are lethal. One smash against the wall means game over. Refusing to die, Chansu white-knuckles his axe. He explodes into a violent frenzy, carving through the beast amidst the dust. He chains brutal kicks to create space, then reverses the momentum, slamming the zombie hard into the steel plating. Zeroing in on its exposed neck, he raises his blade high. I'm putting you down for good, he snarls. He hammers away, counting every skull-crushing strike. 9. Almost there. Then comes the massive final 10th swing. The axe shears through bone, sending the head flying. Drenched in gore and gasping, Chansu looms over the corpse. His chest heaves, but a chilling realization hits. His arm is on fire and his lungs are tightening, the wounds pulsing. His breath turns into a ragged wheeze. The chat is in full meltdown. Did he get scratched? Chansu grips his arm. Panic flares as he spots the gash. Damn it! When did that happen? He growls, eyes wide with terror. Was it a bite? He plays back the fight in his head. Everything was a blur. He doesn't know if he's infected. Both the system and his viewers scream at him to wake up. Use the axe. Cut it off before you turn, they howl. Chansu hoists the axe, ready to hack his own limb off. Just as the blade drops, a voice pierces the air. Max Stoutcard barks a command to freeze, claiming he'll survive if he just leaves the wound alone. Chansu is stunned. Don't do it, she pleads. Chansu hesitates, baffled. Did you even see what happened? I'm going to turn. She insists the wound looks like something else. But with seconds ticking away, Chansu prepares to swing anyway. Viewers warn amputation will be fatal. Then a weird message pops up. The situation is handled. Chansu is utterly lost. Max begs for his trust, but he stares at his mangled arm, realizing he doesn't even know who this woman is. Is he really okay? The pain is unbearable, but he wonders if the fever is just from the engine room heat. Sucking in the toxic fumes, he gambles his life on Max's word and lowers his heavy weapon. He sheaths the axe and signals to move. Amidst screaming alarms, a survivor rushes up, shouting for the engineer. They find him, his neck snapped like a twig, likely tossed by a dust monster. Chansu checks for a pulse. He gives a grim nod. The man is gone. His heart hammers as he realizes the mission is a total disaster. His partner and the dog arrive, but Chansu greets them with the cold truth. It's over. There's no hope left. We're doomed, he declares, turning to leave. His ally grabs him. Wait, what about the ship? We have to save it. Chansu shakes his head. The ship is a lost cause. With the engineer dead and oil leaking, they're sitting on a bomb. This place will blow any second. Ignoring the protests, he demands they sprint for the lifeboats. I'm not dying in this metal tomb. He secures a gas mask on the dog. We're leaving together now. He hits the comms, ordering Hannah to clear the bridge. Repairs failed. Get everyone to the boats now. Hannah confirms she'll alert the captain. Chansu barks back. Meet us at starboard lifeboat 3. Move it. Or find another way off this tub. He cuts the line and white-knuckles his weapon. The deck groans beneath them. Everything is falling apart. A system ping flashes. Warning, staying in this zone will result in death. Intel updates, horrific sea beasts are swarming the SS Nakula. But that's not even the worst of it. Massive ocean predators are devouring ships nearby. The hull shudders violently, and the chat predicts a total detonation. Get out, the chat screams. Suddenly, a massive blast rips through the hull, knocking them off their feet. The dog whimpers as they scramble up. Run, his ally yells, but then he insists they must seal the bulkhead. Chansu is confused. His partner explains that if the hull is breached, those open doors will sink them instantly. Forget the doors, let's live, Chansu roars. But his friend ignores him, charging into the smoke to seal them. Wait, Chansu screams, but it's too late. He respects the guy's guts, but one man can't stop this nightmare. The dog barks urgently. I know, let's go. Chansu follows the sound of agonizing moans down the dark hall. Dust zombies are here too. He spots Young Ho collapsed. Young Ho. The man looks up, voice trembling. What happened? Where's everyone? Chansu's face is grim. The mission's a bust. We're getting the hell out of here right now. Yang Ho drops the bombshell. Everyone else is gone. The last survivor stayed to seal the doors. Move, now, he yells, as guttural groans close in. Young Ho pushes Chansu forward, promising he is right behind him. But Chansu sees the lie. He won't leave his crew or his ship behind. He shoves Chansu toward the exit. Go, he commands. Chansu freezes his feet, heavy with guilt as he stares back. Chansu finally turns away, whispering a vow to never forget them. Yang Ho offers a faint final smile and a soft thank you. Escorted by the dog, Chansu hits the deck as Yang Ho's parting blessing echoes. He sprints like his life depends on it, because it does. Boom, the SS Nakula erupts in a hellish fireball behind them. At the lifeboat, a terrified soldier fumbles with the controls, panicking. I'll handle this, Chansu roars. He takes command of the boat, ordering the soldier to get the dog on board immediately. He hits the comms for Hannah. She's coming but needs 5 more minutes. The chat is already spamming that the ship is toast. Hurry up, he screams into the radio. Gripping the device, he prays to any god listening that anyone survives this nightmare. This world is pure cruelty. As he waits, a dark realization hits him. Since losing Mitchell's crew, he hasn't found a real squad. These people were kind, sure, but they weren't survivors. Hannah's voice breaks the silence as she arrives. Chansu scans for the others, but she delivers the grim news the captain chose to go down with his ship. The elderly passenger is gone too. Chansu's heart sinks thinking of Mr. Park, the kind soul who didn't make it. Get in. Now he barks at Hannah and the soldier. They launch the lifeboat just as the vessel is swallowed by flames. Lost in the black void of the ocean, Chansu collapses at the helm. He's running on fumes, his mind spinning from the chaos. Their numbers have dwindled. Suddenly, the system pings deadly sea monsters are lurking nearby. The nightmare isn't over. Hannah explains the captain's sacrifice. He stayed to buy the others time, and his final mission for her: keep the survivors alive at all costs. The soldier sits in a catatonic silence. Chansu, however, is fixated on something else. He stares at his bandaged limb. Something is wrong, very wrong with how this played out. Was he even supposed to be here? He thinks of the crew, ordinary, decent people who had no business in this hell. They were just humans, and this catastrophe was way beyond anything he could handle alone. Maybe Furball was the bait that led him here. Either way, the cost of this mission was far too high. Looking at a simple can of dog food, he scoffs. All this loot, and it's not worth a single life they lost. Why is the chat so quiet? Chansu shouts into the void. He screams for a response, desperate for any sign he's not alone. He reaches out, but his wound suddenly flares. Red energy ripples through his veins, bringing him to his knees in agony. His heart thrashes against his ribs. Vision-blurring lungs seizing his very DNA is being rewritten. A blood-red system alert screams life in critical danger. Horror washes over him as his body begins to warp. He looks down in terror. His arm has turned a grotesque, oily black, dripping with gore. The tourniquet. It's too loose, he gasps. He tries to tighten it, but his muscles refuse to obey. Inside the cabin, the others watch, paralyzed by fear. The chat is ruthless, mocking him as a zombie, and saying he should have just cut the arm off when he had the chance. Stay back, Chansu bellows, thrusting his mutated arm forward. Hannah and the soldier recoil in pure shock. Hannah's eyes widen at the monstrosity. Chansu's vision turns to liquid fire. Max Stout card. You lied to me, he snarls. He glares at the sky, remembering her empty promise that he would be safe. Max Stoutcard's voice pipes in, disturbingly cheerful. She's glad he made it, but admits she was worried he wouldn't get infected. What are you, he rasps. As the chat smells a conspiracy with crying lunatic, Chansu's strength finally gives out. He collapses, choking on his own breath. His joints twist at unnatural angles as his body burns from the inside out. Critical condition, the system blares. His consciousness is slipping. He can't keep his eyes open any longer. Suddenly, a neon pink light erupts from his eye. The transformation hits a fever pitch, and a ravenous hunger consumes his soul. He wants to feed. As the soldier rushes over, Chansu snaps, lunging forward and clawing at the man's face. The urge to kill is overwhelming. He roars, kicking the soldier away, even as his mind screams for a taste of flesh. He's losing it. Shrill screams rip from his throat as the world turns into a blur of predatory red. The chat is unreadable now. His body convulses violently before he lets out another blood-curdling feral howl. Driven by pure instinct, he stalks his prey. The soldier fumbles with the hatch, begging for his life as the monster closes in. Ping, a new skill awakens. Recovery is starting. The timer starts ticking, 30 seconds left in this beast mode. Chansu continues to roar, a literal demon in human skin. Snap out of it, the soldier screams, but the monster is already there. Chaos erupts on the drifting lifeboat. The soldier pleads for reason, but his boots fail him on the wet deck. He slides toward the gaping exit, vanishing into the dark waves. Chansu, consumed by bloodlust, looms over the edge. Spray explodes as the countdown strikes 0. The system declares recovery active, and Azure Power rips a guttural howl from Chansu. Divine healing washes over him. His irises glow a piercing blue as he chokes on a breath, standing amidst the lifeboat threshold. Clarity returns to his eyes instantly. Dazed, he spits out crimson bile, reeling from the sudden transformation. Inspecting his limbs, he finds every wound closed. Only a jagged scar marks the infection site. Suddenly, a chilling thought strikes him. He sharply inhales, staring into a wall of unnatural white. Shouting for Corporal Ju, he wonders how this mist appeared so fast. Blinded by the haze on the vast ocean, he curses under his breath while glancing toward the inner cabin. Hannah sits there hauntingly still. Panic swells as he whispers her name, even as the chat explodes in cheers for his revival. Viewers tease him about canceling the funeral. Focusing on the miracle that saved him, he commands the system window to appear. The screen flickers to life. Skill 1. Recovery triggers exactly 30 seconds after a fatal infection. It bypasses death but leaves the physical trauma behind. He stares paralyzed that this hidden power finally awakened. This was the mystery skill from the start. He realizes the awakening condition was truly twisted. He had to actually die and turn into a monster first. If Hannah suffered the same fate, she should be transforming right now. Clutching his axe, he creeps closer, scanning her pale skin for any bite marks. Why hasn't she turned? As he inches forward, the chat suddenly screams at him to stay away. Back off, they spam. Ignoring the red flags, he demands to know what the chat saw while he was a monster. He reaches out, calling her name. Hannah tilts her head up, her gaze shrouded in dark shadows. She glares. In a blur, she lunges, slamming him into the floorboards. Trapped beneath her weight, he hears a low groan. Brain reeling, he fights to move. Pink light ignites in her eyes as she whispers a playful taunt. With a wicked grin, she gloats over his fear. Shaken, Chansu demands to know what's gotten into her. She notes his frantic heartbeat, teasing his nerves until he's completely stunned into silence. Instinct kicks in as he throws her off, weapon raised. "Who the hell are you?" he barks. The face matches, but the soul is wrong. He declares firmly that this woman is a complete imposter. She smiles, claiming they're old friends, just as a system alert pings in the air. Crying lunatic disables the filter. The chat goes wild as she seizes his collar, drowning out his confused yelling. He demands answers. She just laughs with glee, fascinated by the terror etched across his face. Face to face, she brushes off his curses. "It's just me," she chirps, revealing she is the legendary Max Out card. Seeing his donor in the flesh makes Chansu howl. Viewers laugh that this chaos was worth every penny. "Is this a real fan meeting or a nightmare?" she beams, reintroducing herself with zero shame. Max Out card stands there fully manifest. Chansu stutters in shock while she brushes off his denial. "Be grateful," she chides. She details the massive fortune she burnt just to orchestrate this face-to-face encounter. She even rigged the mod team, waiting for him to beg for help. But the scheme needed one thing. He had to hit rock bottom and turn. Chansu stares, wondering what kind of monster she truly is. The system confirms that the fan meeting required him to be on the brink of true death. That red warning was the key. Max Out card explains that high-tier moderators possess terrifying in-game privileges. This physical manifestation is just a mod perk. Chansu's mind starts racing, connecting the dots. Those banned words weren't accidents. She admits she isolated him, ensuring no one could save him from his fate. Even as he died, she watched. The chat revolts, slamming her interference and demanding only one's judgment. "Fire me, he'd be lost without me," she scoffs. She explains the ironclad contract between superfans and their players. A mod change requires mutual consent, a trap. Chansu realizes this woman is on an entirely different level. She's insane. This really is Max Out card, the whale who literally owns his gameplay. He played right into her hands by trusting her. Looking back, every reckless move he made was scripted. She encouraged his danger, grooming him to be her puppet. Suddenly, Corporal Ju's worried voice breaks the tension. "Call me big sister, not bro," she demands. Chansu stammers an apology, wondering if she planned everything from day one. This was about way more than just a simple autograph. Anxious, Chansu questioned if she was truly there in the flesh, realizing the danger if viewers could actually manifest. It was a lethal realization. She just laughed off his concern, praising his quick thinking and trying to exploit the new system mechanics. Chansu claimed he was just testing the waters, but she shut him down. These fan meetings were fleeting, and her time was running out. She only had 60 minutes, and even that required the green light from other superfans. Chansu countered that, since she was the only one. She was effectively the ultimate shot caller. She confirmed his theory, but refused to leak any spoilers about what was coming next. Chansu processed the gatekeeping in silence. She smirked, mentioning she still had a few tricks left before suddenly seizing his head. "What are you doing?" he stammered as she cupped his face. Her only response was a cryptic grin as the space between them vanished. Time stood still under the obsidian sky. Suddenly, a faint melody drifted through the air, making Chansu wonder if he heard actual singing. He called out to her, but she was locked in, tracking the noise. Chansu's survival instincts flared as his eyes narrowed in the dark. Her gaze turned lethal as the threat materialized. Out in the mist-choked waves, a ghost-like vessel began to emerge from the fog. Max Outcard recoiled, warning him that death had just knocked on their door. Chansu demanded answers, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Siren," she whispered. She explained that their sonic waves could liquefy a human mind if the volume cranked up high enough. This psychic predator was way tougher than expected. She glanced at him, surprised his brain hadn't turned to mush from the attack. Her temporary vessel was fragile, but her willpower was ironclad. She patted the bench, gesturing for him to take a seat beside her. With a playful smile, she reminded him this was a date, don't ruin the vibe with grim talk. Chansu swallowed hard, unsure how to respond. While the world crumbled into oblivion, their tiny craft sliced through the void. Yet the fire in Chansu's eyes hinted at a different fate. Perched next to him, she mused about his cryptic expression. Meanwhile, Chansu questioned the true endgame of this bizarre encounter. Up close, the energy was different. Meanwhile, the live chat exploded with memes about their intense eye contact and her massive flex. She scanned the cramped lifeboat, lost in thought. A soft whisper escaped her lips as she pondered the reality of this dying world. "Are you actually from another world?" he blurted out. She just chuckled, teasing him for being way too observant for his own good. An eerie, undeniable vibe radiated off her. Deep down, Chansu knew the truth. She was a being from an entirely different dimension. He'd been played. Max Outcard had officially outmaneuvered him. Usually the barrier between player and viewer was supposed to be set in stone. Viewers were supposed to be the audience ghosts who just watched and reacted from the sidelines, or so he believed. The game breaks when the fans start pulling the player's strings. He appreciated the assist, but she had definitely crossed a major boundary. With a slight hesitation, he asked if this was his one and only shot at seeing her in the flesh. The question caught her off guard. "Would you actually be disappointed?" she teased. He didn't hesitate to admit that he would be. She laughed, guessing he just wanted her for her utility. It made sense that a player would try to recruit their own fan, but that wasn't her style. She pondered if he'd ever be at death's door again, since that was the only trigger for a reunion. Chansu put the pieces together. Facing the Reaper was the key that unlocked and activated this hidden system function. He worried she'd burn his final recovery charge. She caught his shift in mood and arched an eyebrow, asking what he found so funny. "It's a simple catch-22, he replied. She noted there was another way, but these meets had a strict 72-hour cooldown. Boring. She groaned, complaining that talking about game logic was a total buzzkill. Chansu asked what she actually wanted from him. Her answer was simple. She didn't need anything at all. Then her voice softened as she whispered, "Just being here with you is enough." Suddenly something moved. Chansu spotted Furball, peeking out, rocking a miniature gas mask. Relief washed over him. The pup was alive. He jokingly scolded the trembling Fluffball for hiding while he was busy being a zombie. The dog whined, leaving Chansu puzzled. Max Outcard cooed at the puppy, but Furball just whimpered and backed away in terror. "Not as brave as I expected," she noted. Chansu frowned. Furball had never flinched in front of monsters before. What did the dog see when it looked at her? Suddenly, a violent tremor rocked the entire lifeboat, throwing them off balance. Adrenaline surged as Chansu scrambled to the window. His blood ran cold. A massive ferry was charging straight at their tiny craft. It was closing in fast. As the massive hull slammed through the waves, he cursed they were inches from being crushed. The chat went wild, theorizing if this was an attack. Chansu growled. The ferry's reckless behavior was beyond rude. It was dangerous. Max Outcard headed for the exit. He shouted after her, but she already had her head out the hatch, surveying the situation. A blinding spotlight erupted from the ferry. They'd finally been spotted. Chansu let out a hollow laugh as the glare engulfed them. The crew on the ferry began jeering, mocking their pathetic boat. They laughed, claiming he'd never survive the open sea in that tub. The audience quickly realized the truth. A new faction of survivors had just entered the chat. Chansa eyes the ferry, scoffing at how it pales next to the SS Nakula. Outside, she calls to Max Storcard, telling him to chill and let her handle the chaos. Seeing his exhaustion, she demands he stand down and recover. Her eyes fixate on the shimmering waves as the weight of Chance's burden finally sinks in. Reality hits her. His life is a literal nightmare. She hurls a sarcastic goodbye at the ship, leaving Chance wondering if she's actually vibing with his identity. Their lifeboat streaks across the dark water while the live chat debates abandoning the ferry. Then, without warning, the comments section absolutely explodes with laughter. Chance is lost, begging to know the joke he's missing. The viewers just troll him, typing, "Just watch," and reminding him that Mac's scorecard wants him sidelined. The ocean groans as she cranks the hatch open wide. She mutters, wondering if the next scene will finally give everyone the thrill they crave. Violent tremors rock the hull. Panic flares as massive white-capped waves hammer their fragile boat. A colossal shadow shifts beneath the surface. Chance stumbles, screaming at her to slam the hatch shut before it's too late. Monstrous tentacles erupt from the abyss, dwarfing the ferry. While Chance freezes in terror, she casually tells him to grab popcorn and enjoy the spectacle. "Watch closely," she commands. She reveals that the nightmare tearing the ferry apart is none other than an Emperor-class monstrosity. The Kraken's limbs lash out in a frenzy of destruction. Nearby, their tiny boat drifts safely, leaving Chance paralyzed by the sheer horror. Staring at the Emperor-class Titan, he desperately pings the system for intel. Suddenly, a red warning flashes across his vision. Idling in these waters is a death sentence. A system window pops up, explaining that a supernatural mist has claimed the sea. Ships of different sizes face unique terrors here. Then a second window reveals a bombshell since he's died once he's unlocked the title He Who Knew No Death. This legendary title grants him live battle alerts. As the feature sinks, the chat goes wild, clowning on his edgy new status. Chance panics, wanting to cut the engine to avoid the Kraken's wrath, but she remains ice cold, promising him they aren't even on its radar. She gestures to the system, hints about ship size and survival. In this twisted ocean ecosystem, the rules of engagement have completely shifted. Compared to a Kraken, a siren is just a pest. She explains these predators typically ignore any vessel they can't easily board or sink. Chance is still vibrating with anxiety. Softening her tone, she takes his hand, promising to explain why they're actually safe from the beast. The Kraken only hunts massive prey it considers worthy. Their tiny lifeboat is literally invisible to the Titan. She tells him to just breathe. She spots the dark circles under his eyes. Realizing the toll this night has taken, she suggests he finally get some shut-eye. Internally, he's running on fumes, ready to collapse. He tries to act tough, but she laughs, pointing out he's already drifting off. He claims sleeping like this is impossible, but she teases that she isn't that clingy. Chance asks if she'll always require this specific host body. "Not necessarily," she responds. She hints that keeping this physical form is actually his choice. He nods, accepting the cryptic truth. Her hand moves softly, covering his eyes and coaxing him into a deep, dreamless slumber. She whispers a soft goodnight. Time blurs as they huddle together, lulled by the gentle rhythm of the ocean waves. First light breaks across the horizon. Chance stirs, waking up to a massive headache as the lifeboat drifts aimlessly. Sunlight floods through the open hatch. As he dismally wonders how long he slept, the girl beside him groggily calls out, "Hey bro." Her head rests on his shoulder. Chance panics internally, frozen, and unsure how to navigate this sudden closeness. Her golden eyes snap open. The real girl is back, and she instantly realizes just how dangerously close they've become. A shocked scream rips from her throat. Pure instinct takes over as she decks him right in the face, before scrambling away yelling for answers. Clutching his bloody nose, Chance just sighs. Her frantic aura confirms it. The powerful entity Max Outcard has officially left the building. While she panics, he feeds her a smooth lie about them both passing out. He suggests her memory gap is just a side effect of fainting. He claims she blacked out first, leaving him to battle psychic monsters solo. To sell the drama, he adds that Corporal Ju went overboard. He laments losing him in the mist, causing her to apologize for ever doubting him. Just as he starts to play it off, he senses something is wrong. The boat has stopped dead. He frantically fights the controls, praying for the engine to kick back in. He scans the console as she asks what's up. He can only stare. The boat is completely unresponsive. The Kraken is gone, but the engine is fried. They're sitting ducks in the middle of the ocean. When she nervously asks for a plan, he admits he's stumped. He shouts for Max Outcard, but the viewers remind him of the harsh reality. She's on a 3-day lockout after that fan meeting. As he scrolls through the community chat, he notices mentions of private meeting rooms. He realizes his fans are meeting up offline without him. Shaking his head, he reaches for a much-needed drink. Suddenly, the insulation cover wiggles. He lifts it to find Furball hiding, clearly traumatized by Max Outcard's presence. He coaxes the pup out and slides off the mask, noting how uncomfortable the poor thing must have felt. As Furball laps up some water, Chance breathes a sigh of relief. He's just glad the dog is okay, then remembers a special treat. He shakes out some kibble, telling Furball to dig in. As the pup eats like he's starving, Chance turns his attention back to Hannah. Chansu breaks the silence with a question. As Hannah peers in to see what he needs, a chilling memory of Max Stoukert flashes before his eyes. Max's intense gaze haunts his mind. Chansu lets out a heavy, weary sigh, causing Hannah to spiral into a panic, fearing she messed up. He quickly reassures her, shifting the blame to their grim situation before grilling her on the emergency protocols for their wrecked lifeboat. Hannah reveals their only hope lies with the distress beacon and rations, since the boat is essentially a floating broadcast tower. Reality sinks in. They are stuck waiting for a miracle, while a literal kraken lurks in the dark depths beneath them. Desperate for options, he searches for a plan B. Her only answer, a flare gun to signal any passing vessels. Realizing rescue isn't coming soon, Chansu orders them to sit tight and conserve every ounce of their remaining energy. Hannah admits her memory is a total blank since the blackout, which Chansu shrugs off as a typical reaction to the trauma. Drowning in guilt, she apologizes for folding when lives were on the line. Chansu firmly reminds her she isn't to blame. He shuts down her apologies and pivots to survival mode, asking the dejected girl if she brings any special talents to the table. Hannah mentions her childhood gymnastics training gave her elite balance. Intrigued, Chansu demands a live demonstration of her skills. As she wonders if this is a trial, the chat erupts with jokes about Chansu's boredom and his lack of crafting focus. He frames it as a brutal survival test, promising his protection only if she proves her worth. The ball is in her court. Hannah gulps the weight of the moment hitting her as she kicks off her shoes to prepare for the performance. She launches into a breathtaking one-handed move, showcasing insane flexibility, before soaring through the air in a fluid, gravity-defying flip. She sticks the landing perfectly. The viewers go wild, spamming the chat in absolute awe of her incredible gymnastic range. Chansu secretly doubts how gymnastics helps against sea monsters, but outwardly he showers her with praise to keep morale high. A bright smile lights up her face, but the moment is shattered by a thunderous mechanical whirling sound echoing outside. Chansu's eyes widen a rescue chopper. He barks at Hannah to seize the flare gun before their only chance flies away. He aims the gun ready to signal, only to realize it is bone dry. He screams at Hannah to find a flare fast. Flares are nowhere to be found, so she grabs a whistle instead, blowing with every bit of lung capacity she has. Despite her desperate efforts, the helicopter fades into the horizon. Chansu places a gentle hand on her shoulder, telling her to stop. Hannah continues whistling in a state of pure shock, while Chansu laments their invisibility to the rescue crew overhead. He warns that loud noises are a dinner bell for monsters, so they must remain silent unless rescue is a certainty. Hannah tries to justify her panic, citing the missing flares. Chansu's mind races. Why would a survival kit be missing its essentials? She recalls them being used as improvised weapons during the crew's chaos. Still, Chansu figures there should be a backup gun. He suspects a rogue crew member looted it. As he curses their luck, a strange crunching sound pulls him from his thoughts. Furball is busy inhaling canned rations. Suddenly, the pup barks as a glowing notification confirms he has officially reached level 2. The pet system is officially active. While the chat loses it over Furball's unconventional leveling, Chansu can only stare in disbelief. He can't process the level 2 jump. Furball stands tall, radiating a proud, majestic glow that practically screams he is the best. Intrigued, Chansu summons the pet interface. It reveals Furball has unlocked a brand new skill, the mysterious bright dog. The skill supposedly covers a 5-kilometer range, but the vague description leaves Chansu more confused than ever. Furball starts barking frantically just as Hannah spots another wave of helicopters. She frantically screams for Chansu to look. Looking from the dog to the sound of rotors, Chansu connects the dots and puts his faith in the level 2 pup. In a desperate gamble, he commands Furball to activate Bright Dog. The confused pup just tilts his head, clueless. Suddenly, Furball erupts into a violent golden radiance. The blinding explosion of light hits them like an overpowered flashbang. The searing light burns Chansu's retinas. He compares it to a flash grenade, desperately yelling for a dimmer switch as they are floored. Furball continues to beam like a miniature sun. The chat has a field day mocking the bizarre and hilarious skill. The helicopters are gone, but Chansu quickly comforts the whimpering pup, ensuring Furball knows he is not in trouble. Hannah, currently pinned under Chansu, grumbles about his weight before the sight of the glowing dog leaves her speechless. Struggling to find an explanation, Chansu plays it cool, claiming he is just as baffled by the canine lighthouse as she is. Hannah is not buying it, recalling his specific command. Chansu ignores her suspicion, noting that Furball's evolution was perfectly timed. With a grin, he hoists the glowing pup, declaring they do not need flares anymore. Hannah can only stare in stunned silence. Gazing at their new living flashlight, Chansu decides to embrace the weirdness as long as it keeps them alive. The group settles in for the long night, guided through the darkness by the radiant aura of their furry little companion. The chat finally stops looking for logic, as Chansu looks at Furball, declaring their survival rests entirely on him. He tests the pup with a melody, and Furball responds with a sharp, intelligent bark that confirms he understands perfectly. Chansu dubs him Twinkle Twinkle, trolling his viewers by revealing the dog actually comprehends every word of human speech. The mission is simple. Furball must ignite his light the moment he spots a helicopter hovering at flare-level brightness. With a determined nod, the good boy takes his post. Chat trolls Chansu for leaving his furry comrade out in the cold. Hana worries for the pup, but Chansu remains cold, insisting that keeping the blinding light outside is their only safe play. He calculates the risks, betting that the heavy aerial traffic means this specific stretch of ocean is a temporary safe haven. Waiting is their only move. Despite the chat's skepticism about trusting strangers, Chansu prefers a risky rescue over a slow death. Staring into the abyss, he remembers Max Storcard's guidance. The path was treacherous, but he trusts her lead implicitly. Even with sabotaged engines and missing flares, he's certain Max wouldn't lure him into a death trap. Still, suspicion lingers. Chansu's intense gaze makes Hana flinch. He breaks the tension with a sudden curveball question. How old are you exactly? Since they're stuck in this nightmare together and seem like peers, he suggests it's time they actually get to know each other. Hana's brain short-circuits at his casual tone. She fires back indignantly, revealing she's already 26 years old. Same here, he replies calmly. He suggests they drop the formalities, leaving Hana completely flustered and speechless. The vibe shifts as he asks if she trusts the people they're about to meet, triggering her survival anxiety once again. He's teaching her the game loners are prey. To survive, she needs to learn how to guard herself against predators. He explains that showing weakness is fatal. Pretending to be a united front will stop others from exploiting their temporary partnership. The choice to play along is hers, but Chansu warns that she must own the consequences of whatever path she picks. As Hana hesitates, the silence grows heavy. Chansu abruptly snaps, asking if her lack of an answer means a no. Panicking, she quickly clarifies. She asks if simply acting like lifelong comrades is enough to fool the rest of the world. Chat finds her innocence hilarious. Chansu smirks, telling her to claim they've bled together in life-or-death hellscapes. Right on cue, Furball catches a scent. He barks wildly, flashing his light like a beacon toward an approaching helicopter. Showtime, Chansu bellows. He commands Hana to gear up because their ride back to civilization is finally closing in. The lifeboat tosses violently as the chopper hovers. Chansu scales the roof, signaling his loyal scout that the job is done. Furball kills the light and happily licks his master's face. Chansu smiles, promising the good boy a massive reward later. As the crew shouts down to check for survivors, Chansu feels a surge of adrenaline. They finally hit the ultimate jackpot. A rescuer promises salvation and begins the extraction. Above them, the helicopter circles like a mechanical guardian in the storm. But something is off. Through the spray, they watch a fleet of multiple helicopters racing desperately in the exact same direction. Hana asks what's going on, and Chansu notes the strange urgency of the massive aerial convoy passing overhead. The noise is a dinner bell for monsters. Chansu urges the crew to move faster as the rescue stretcher finally descends. They're asked to board quickly. Climbing on, Chansu senses something wrong. The rescue team seems dangerously short-staffed. Chat senses his nerves. He's seen too many horrors to relax now. The trio huddles together as they're hoisted from the sea. Halfway up, the ocean explodes. A massive prehistoric tentacle erupts from the dark waves and smashes into their lifeboat. It's the Kraken. Hana screams in pure terror while Furball barks defiantly at the colossal nightmare rising from the depths. Panic hits the chat. Chansu frantically asks if this beast can reach them, and the viewers confirm it destroys everything. The monster targets any threat. Realizing they're sitting ducks, Chansu clicks his tongue and invokes a desperate system offer. He gambles it all, offering his bag as a sacrifice to slash their weight in half for 3 critical minutes. The sin cost is staggering. Inside the cockpit, the pilots watch the tentacles rise, paralyzed by the fear of being dragged down. The stretcher swings like a pendulum of death. As Hana shrieks, Chansu roars for any master to accept his desperate bargain. Metal groans under the impossible tension. The paramedic warns the pilot that the winch cable is seconds away from snapping. The Kraken thrashes, turning the sea into a boiling cauldron. Chansu curses their luck as the monster prepares for another strike. A system ping echoes. A new master has accepted the deal. The mission is live, catching Chansu completely by surprise. He hurls his precious bag into the abyss. It's a painful loss, but his life is worth more than any loot. Chat goes wild, screaming for Chansu to hold on tight before the physics of the deal kick in. The system reward activates instantly. Stripped of gravity, the stretcher yanks them upward toward the sky at a blistering speed. Hana's panicked cries mingle with Furball's feral snarls. Chansu realizes a terrifying truth: any lighter, and they would have been ripped apart. The Kraken's colossal limbs erupt from the depths, chasing them. Chansu screams a warning. The monster is right on their tail. Maximum altitude now, he bellows to the crew. The rescuer echoes the desperation, barking orders for the pilot to punch it. Brace for impact, he roars as the stretcher oscillates wildly. Suddenly, a massive tentacle shreds through the sky toward them. The limb smashes into the frame with bone-jarring force, launching a whimpering Furball into the abyss. Reflexes kick in as Hana snatches Furball's leg mid-plunge. She's now dangling precariously upside down, gripping the pup for dear life. Chansu's heart stops as he screams her name. Below, the monster's limbs lash out narrowly, missing him as the helicopter ascends. Don't you dare let go, Chansu pleads. The winch groans, dragging them skyward while he frantically calls for a backup line. A secondary rope finally drops from the hatch. Chansu snags it and hurls the lifeline toward the falling fluffball. Bite it, Furball, he commands. The brave pup clamps his jaws onto the cord, refusing to let death take him. Chansu yells for everyone to hold on as they brace for the pull. The livestream audience is literally having a heart attack. Seeing Furball dangling, the chat explodes with donations because in this world dogs are ride-or-die comrades too. Finally, they're hauled in. The trio collapses onto the deck, lungs burning and hearts racing. The rescuer signals for Chansu to scramble inside next. But as Chansu lunges forward, the stretcher suddenly feels like lead, throwing his balance into total chaos. Reality hits the 3-minute skill just expired. His full weight returns instantly, threatening to send him plummeting into the sea. Out of nowhere, Hannah's hand locks onto his. She screams for him to hang on as she hauls him back from the edge. Chansu freezes, stunned by the sheer ferocity in her eyes. With everyone safe, the chopper peels away from the nightmare. Rotors thrumming over the dark waves, Hannah finally collapses. I really thought we were cooked, she gasps. As they sprawl across the cabin floor, Chansu's pride starts acting up again, even as he recovers. He grumbles that he totally had it under control, triggering a wave of mockery in the chat. Hannah just laughs it off. She playfully humors him, letting his ego slide for now. The viewers stand a queen who can handle a tsundere main character. Catching her breath, Hannah thanks the paramedic. He just sighs, relieved to finally see a rescue end with a survivor. Looking around, Chansu realizes the crew is down to just 2 souls. He leans in and tells the medic a secret. You just saved someone worth more than you know, he teases, sparking the man's curiosity before asking for some water. He drains the bottle in seconds, then offers the rest to Hannah. She reaches for it, but he pulls back with a smirk. If you drink this, you're admitting I didn't need your help. He baits her with a mischievous glint in his eye. Hannah just glares at him with daggers in her eyes. Chansu finally breaks, offering a sincere thank you for saving his life. The tension breaks as he drops the act. Internally, he curses his own pettiness. Why is it so hard to accept a hand? He realizes he'd totally misjudged Hannah. He thought she was just a card-reliant liability, but she'd just proven him dead wrong. You win this round, he mutters before turning to the medic. Where exactly are we heading? The answer sends a chill down his spine. Jeju Island. Chansu's eyes widen in pure disbelief at the destination. He presses the medic. Is every remaining chopper heading there? The man nods. Every other path is a literal dead end. Who called that shot? Chansu demands. The medic explains that a report came in directly from someone on Jeju itself. Word is, the airport's defenses are impenetrable. Everyone believes it's the last bastion of hope in this crumbling world. A massive migration to the island is underway. Chansu's survival instincts flare up. Something feels off about this heaven. Was it the military that gave the order, he probes? The medic admits he's just following the rumors of safety. It's a blind leap of faith. Vague whispers of a sanctuary have funneled the entire surviving population toward Jeju. Is this really the only refuge left? The medic looks surprised when Chansu starts looking for an alternative exit. Is there anywhere else besides that island, he wonders aloud. His mind races back to his previous intel. Was Jeju the goal or just a waypoint? He suspects he's missing a crucial piece of this apocalyptic puzzle. The medic hesitates, then mentions a strange rumor. Some people aren't going south, he whispers to Chansu. They're actually pushing north. Towards Seoul. Chansu is floored. Seoul is the opposite direction of the supposed safe zone. Seoul. Why go back into the fire? The man shrugs. He only knows that a massive crowd is moving that way. Chansu broods in silence, feeling the weight of his ignorance while Furball watches him. Then a system chime rings. New information has been unlocked. Chansu's heart leaps. This is exactly what he needed. But the system's reminder is, lingering in one spot is a death sentence. Info 1 drops a chilling warning. Stay alert at Jeju Airport because the people there aren't your friends. But there's a catch. Info 2 confirms vital supplies are stashed at the terminal. Then Info 3 drops a bombshell. Min Chul Yang Seo Youngjin and Ha Yeon Kim are all trekking toward Yeongdong Post Station. Chansu freezes. His old acquaintances. They're actually still alive. They're heading straight for Seoul, and he can't help but wonder why. Disturbed, he glances back at the warning about Jeju's hostile inhabitants. Silence falls over Chansu. He grills the pilot on their exact touchdown point, but the captain remains suspiciously vague. The pilot claims it's all up to the control tower and current conditions. Chansu isn't buying it for a second. He suggests a remote landing to dodge the crowds, but the pilot just shrugs him off with a non-committal answer. Chansu's gut tells him something is off about the pilot's dismissive attitude. As the silence drags on, the onlookers realize this guy isn't a professional rescuer at all. Chansu calls him out, noting he lacks the vibe of a real first responder. The firefighter finally admits the truth. He just recruited the first stranger he found who could fly a helicopter. Chansu doesn't back down formally, demanding a quiet landing zone away from potential threats. We have no idea who's waiting for us, he warns, but the pilot remains stubborn, refusing to pivot his flight plan. Chansu justifies his paranoia. Every time they near an airport, things go south. He knows a disaster is looming. Suddenly, the dog erupts in a frantic bark. Chansu looks out the window, and his jaw drops at the sight. The sky is crawling with aircraft. Every plane and chopper in the vicinity is swarming toward Jeju Airport like moths to a flame. They're all picking up speed. Chansu screams at the pilot to break away before they turn into a mid-air fireball. The pilot claims diverting is riskier, but Chansu counters that they're about to play a deadly game of bumper cars in the sky. Chansu bites his tongue, seething with a quiet fury. He forces a deep breath to settle his nerves. As he calms the dog, Hannah watches him, her heart racing. Then, someone spots a swarm of insect-like mayflies, trailing the aircraft like a living nightmare. These bugs aren't harmless, they're triggering massive explosions on nearby choppers. The sky turns into a graveyard of fire. Chansu bellows for an exit, while the pilot white-knuckles the controls. Total chaos. Chansu screams for everyone to hang on as their bird jerks violently through the explosive air. They're dodging falling debris as the cabin becomes a washing machine of bodies. The pilot pushes the engine to its absolute limit. Incoming threats are everywhere. Nearby rescue birds are getting shredded, erupting into spectacular blossoms of flame. Chansu fights to keep his footing as the world tilts. Below them, countless aircraft are death spiraling into the ocean. Against all odds, they're still airborne. As the smoke clears slightly, the firefighter trembles, praying the nightmare is over. Chansu's eyes remain sharp as he checks the crew. Hannah shivers, seeing the deadly intensity etched into his face. He acknowledges her intuition, then points toward the swarm. The mayflies are the real puppet masters here, sabotaging every pilot's path. Hannah watches in horror, realizing a total mid-air collision is now inevitable. Panic has seized every cockpit. There's no escape. As Jeju Airport looms closer, Chansu makes his move. He confirms they're on a public radio frequency and demands access. He needs to hear the chaos firsthand. Static explodes into screams. Panicked pilots are shouting curses and fighting over the airwaves, desperate to survive. The pilot sighs. Teamwork is off the table with these lunatics. Internally, Chansu knows this is a complete mess. The situation is unsalvageable. Yet the pilot still stubbornly refuses to land away from the main airport. "Are you afraid we'll be sitting ducks without protection?" Chansu asks. The pilot finally admits he's terrified. Stubborn as a mule, Chansu changes gears, asking the pilot to rate his own skills behind the stick. The pilot claims he's fairly skilled. That's all Chansu needs to hear to launch a crazy new plan. "Could you fly this thing with your eyes shut?" he asks, catching the pilot completely off guard. He clarifies, "Can you navigate through a path of total blinding darkness instead?" The pilot agrees he can fly blind for a short time. He then asks Chansu what specific plan he's cooking up. Chansu smirks, revealing his secret weapon, a high-intensity flare. The dog tilts its head in pure confusion. Suddenly, the dog explodes into a blinding supernova of golden light. Dangling beneath the bird, the pup sears the eyes of every pilot. Agonized screams fill the air. The flash causes a chain reaction of collisions as pilots go completely blind. Choppers drop like flies while Chansu's crew shields their faces. Chansu's own eyes sting with the brilliance, but he stands firm at the open door as the dog radiates divine light. The firefighter can barely handle the glare. As blinding radiance erupts, Chansu lets out a chilling laugh, savoring the chaos of his unleashed flare. The pilot panics, arguing that basic flares are useless and they are completely out of supplies regardless. Chansu scoffs, claiming mundane tools can't touch his divine light, before demanding the pilot focus on the flight. Fighting total blindness, the pilot yields, praying Chansu doesn't fry his retinas directly as they navigate. Chansu orders him to mask up with shades and hijack the chaotic public frequency immediately. Furious pilots scream for them to clear out. Chansu remains icy, commanding the frantic channel to pipe down. He warns that crowding is a death sentence, but panicked pilots drown him out, desperate for runway access. Helicopters aside, he warns that without a landing plan, Jeju Airport is about to become a literal slaughterhouse. As he pushes for order, a rude voice snarls at him to shut up, demanding immediate landing priority. They claim their high-profile passengers make their lives far more precious than any common survivor on board. Chansu's expression turns murderous. He dares them to repeat that, realizing they view everyone else as mere fodder. He commands his crew to gear up with sunglasses for survival, while the airwaves explode with insults. He barks orders to stop the greed, mask up, and organize while he prepares to butcher the monsters. Rejecting his help, the pilots blindly charge for the runway, just as Chansu makes his lethal opening move.